Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Issei can travel through time and space and gets harem. In a universe far away, an epic battle between 10 spaceships of the Matic Empire and one lone ship of the Diabo Alliance is fought. Captain, the ship can't take much more. CO, I know, but we can't allow these bastards to take the dimensional watch. Captain, boom, all power on Shield's first crewman. We're giving it all we got, second crewman. Boom. Alert, alert. Captain, the magic core has been damaged and the engine has been destroyed. A mechanic appears on the screen showing distress. The control room shows signs of equipment malfunctioning. Captain, the ship won't hold. The captain pauses and stops to watch all his men. He sees their defeated expression and quickly comes to a decision. Men, it has been an honor fighting alongside you. Captain, what are you planning? CO, the watch is too powerful to let it fall into the enemy's hand, especially to that damn emperor. Captain, that's true. With that device he could transport his armies in any world and conquer it without giving any government time to plan and regroup, even our home. Crewwoman, so we're going to destroy it. 3 RD crewmen. Unfortunately it's indestructible, the captain said with an annoyed expression. How the helmsman spoke with an exasperated tone. Don't know, captain says, shrugging his shoulders. Boom, boom, the ship is about to blow. Even if we use it, we'll end up exploding wherever we end up. The only option is to send it to a random destination. Sir, is that wise? Don't know, don't care. All I care about is giving these bastards a surprise and making sure they don't get their claws on it. Are you with me? Yeah, let's do it for the comrades they took. For the army. For the alliance. With that, the lone surviving ship starts flying straight at the 10 ships. Seeing what the last ship was trying to do, the other 10 started trying to separate and shoot faster at the lone ship. Somehow miraculously the ship stayed together and headed in the direction of the leader. Until finally it collided with the lead ship and exploded, taking everyone else. 9:00 p.m. night, City Park. 8 months before canon, a brown-haired youth is seen running across the park at night. Damn, I spent too much time watching porn at Matsuda's house. Mom is going to be worried sick about coming home so late. Just as the teen was about to pass the park, suddenly a white stream of light is seen coming out of the sky. What is that? A shooting star. He soon stops and brings his hands together in prayer. I wish for a harem full of busta onizens. He quickly notices something was strange about the shooting star, as it kept changing direction and somehow was coming closer and closer to him. Wait, why is it coming straight towards me? Shit, run! For some reason, the shooting star kept following him, and just as he was about to escape the collision, he trips and falls on his ass. The boy quickly shields himself with both arms and a bright light surrounds the entire park as the object collides. Just as the light starts to dim down, the youth is found on his ass, somehow okay. Energy life source found. Organic life form. Species human. Starting connection with body and soul. 10%. 25%. What the hell? The boy shoots, quickly startled to his feet by a feminine robotic voice coming from his right wrist. He looks at his wrist and is surprised at the strange technological device that strangely resembles a watch at his wrist. 50%. 80% error. The host currently possesses an unidentified entity in his soul. Left arm contains an anomaly. Draconian in nature. The anomaly does not appear to be hostile. Would the host like to start a connection? Completely freaked out by the situation and the voice coming out of his right arm, he answers in auto mode. Yes, understood. Attempting connection. Warning: host is currently too weak, both spiritually and physically, to attempt a connection. The attempt could cause damage to the host and likely lead to death. Finding different solutions. Solution found. Would the host want the watch to absorb the natural life energy from the surrounding area and then transfer it to the host's spiritual energy? Sure. Getting a bit more comfortable with the situation, he answers with unaware of what any of that meant. Understood. Starting the absorption of natural energy. What are you? He finally asks the question he really wanted to know. Just as he asked, he starts to notice the grass and trees starting to fade their green color. Particles of green light start to float from the ground to the sky and finally go into his body. In the end, the surrounding area of a 10-foot radius has withered from the grass, flowers, and trees. When all the energy entered his body, he felt powerful, like he could run for hours without the need to rest. Transfer complete. The host has enough power now to start a connection with the other soul in his body. Please remember, while you do have the necessary spiritual energy needed, your physical body is still weak and might not be able to handle the stress. Answering the host's question, I am an AI made to help and advise the current user of the Dimensional Watch. An all-purpose device made to make world traveling easier. Connection starting at 10. 9.8. World traveling? Dimensional Watch? Do you have a name? Traveling the distance between time and space. Connecting the dimensions needed to cross over the boundaries between the planes of existence, and creating a gate, making it possible to go to another world. That is the Dimensional Watch's purpose. Currently, I do not have an identity. 765. What if I gave you one? I do not understand. A name. That is unnecessary. I do not require an identity to function. That's not true. Everyone needs a name, even an AI. Like my name is Hayato Issei and your name can be Sherry. Understood. The host's identity now identified as Issei Hayato. AI from now on is identified as Sherry. 3, 2, 1. Connection complete. Now awakening the draconian soul. Suddenly a flash of red light is seen across Ishu's left arm. Out came a red gauntlet with gold spikes on the sides and a green gem at the top of his hand. Tired of being surprised, he looks at the awesome red gauntlet with amazement. Wah! Suddenly a lazy loud yawn roar is heard, coming straight from Issei's left arm. It shocked both the human and the AI that was the first thing that came out. I woke up earlier than I expected. Damn, I got lucky this time. My host has some good reserves. His body is a little weak, but nothing a little training can't fix. Who are you calling weak, you lazy dragon? Yelled Issei with annoyance at his left arm for getting dissed again and again about his physical body. Well, I'll be, you can hear me already. I truly got lucky this time. You even knew I was a dragon. Tell me, with your reserves, are you a magician? Issei looks at his arm with confusion, not understanding what the dragon was talking about. Alright, guess not. That's fine. I guess I'll have to explain everything then. Listen up, partner, I am Dxd, the Heavenly Red Dragon Emperor, or the Welsh Dragon. Understood. The unknown entity now identified as Dxd, species dragon, currently locked inside the host Issei Hayato. 90%.100%. Registration and connection complete. From now on you are my master. Who? That's an interesting toy you got there, partner. Yeah, that's cool and all, but I have a better question. Like, why the hell are you both attached to my arms? Issei said, finally tired of the situation. Understood. Finding the answer. Answer found. I followed the inventor's orders and found a suitable host for me to attach and bring to your life, as he said, comedy and entertainment. Okay, well, that guy. What about you, Dxd? Mine is much more complex. Well, tell me, not like I have something better to do. Alright, here goes. As you already might have guessed, the supernatural is all real. From the legendary figures like King Arthur to the horror tales of yokai, to the gods and goddesses of ancient religion, right down to the Bible. There was once a great war between the biblical God and his angels, the fallen angels, and the devils. But it was soon interrupted by two dragons settling an ancient rivalry. What was it about? They had both forgotten the reason for their rivalry, and in the end, it became a matter of pride. Pretty stupid if you asked me. Agreed. Quiet. Anyways, the dragons saw that their battle was interrupted by the biblical war. Quickly unleashed their fury at them. But the angels, devils, and fallen soon made a compromise that, if they wanted to finish their war, then they must join forces to defeat the two dragons. In the end, the two mighty dragons were defeated by the joined forces. Then the biblical gods soon trapped their souls and power into mystical objects called sacred gears, which were then given to humans as gifts from God to be able to fight against the supernatural. And that is how I got you in my arm, right? That is correct. Every time one of my hosts dies, my soul and power then transfer over to somebody else. Every sacred gear is unique with its own ability. You possess the boosted gear, a Midter Longinus. It grants you the ability to boost your power every 10 seconds and also to transfer the power you collected to anything you want. Huh. I guess that is pretty cool. Master, I'm about to start the necessary protocol. What necessary protocol? My creator has given me a list of procedures on what to do the moment I found a host. 1. Register host into the Dimensional Watch's records. 2. Keep my master healthy and functional. 3. Delete Dimensional Watch's data on currently recorded worlds. 4. Once at the time of registration, activate a random gate and cause a jump into any world to make sure the true function of the watch is working. 5. Give a random time limit on time to return to Master's homeworld. 6. Every 2 weeks continue to open a random gate or go to a world that has already been recorded. 7. Rule 5 and 6 can be overruled if the Master himself chooses to go to another world and if the Master is in life-threatening conditions. As you heard, Master, I will now begin a random jump. Wait, what? I can't leave. I have to go home already. Mom is probably worried sick right now. Do not worry, I will set the return point to be 15 minutes after this. What the hell does that mean? It means that no matter how much time we spend in the other world, like a year, it would only be 15 minutes here. BWA haha, I don't know what's going on. But it sounds interesting. Traveling to another world. I truly got lucky to have such an interesting partner. Well, I for one am interested in what will happen. Let's do it. Wait, Drake, don't make this worse. What about my opinion? Issei says, exasperated by the two ignoring his pleas. The area around Issei starts to bend from his vision, and quickly the boy disappears as if he was never there. Nesuverse, Fuyuki City 5 days before 4th Holy Grail War 12:30 p.m. A city is seen full of people going to and from work, and at home. On top of an apartment, the space around the roof starts to become distorted. Until finally a messy brown-haired boy with a red gauntlet and blue jeans and a red shirt suddenly appears. Transfer successful. The physical body of the host remains undamaged. No hostie. Arg. The boy suddenly feels extreme pain inside his body. As if something was tearing his body apart from the inside out and taking out his soul. Wrath. Strangely enough, Drake himself was screaming inside the sacred gear, feeling the same pain. Hostile entity detected. Source unknown origin. Presence coming from the ground. No physical injuries can be found. The host's soul is receiving damage along with Drake. Finding a solution without counteracting with procedures. Solution found. Inserting solution. Quickly a blue light starts to surround Issei, like a second skin, enlightening the pain from before. Once the barrier was around Issei, both Issei and Drake sighed in relief. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Both Issei and Drake yell, both angry and annoyed at the pain they felt. Apologies, Master. I did not realize that this world would be this hostile to foreign intruders. It would appear that this world has a defense system in which it tries to remove anything it thinks is a threat. It's interesting to think that such a system exists. It was either created by a higher being or the world created its own conscience, making it able to think and act out its own will. Since Drake and you are not from this world, it considered you unwelcomed and tried to remove you. Haha. Alright, but what did you do, Sherry, to help us? Issei said, not understanding any of that, sweating from the pain he felt. He appears to be trying to calm his racing heart. All I did was create a barrier using your reserves and the energy around you, which masked your presence from the world. Fooling it to think you were no longer here, as well as stopping any attacks it tries to do. If it tries to do this again. That was painful. Are you alright, Drake? Issei says with worry while talking to his left arm. It was interesting feeling pain again, makes me glad I'm dead a bit. But it's this world. What's wrong with it? Well, other than it trying to kill us. Don't know, just something about this world feels sickening, as if it's killing everything it hates. Well, whatever it is, this world is scary. Can we leave now? Agreed, the less time we spend here the better. Unfortunately, we cannot. Remember the rules the Creator placed. Only in life-threatening emergencies can we possibly go back. Currently, we must stay here for at least a week before it's time to go back. Fine. Just hope they speak Japanese here, or else we are going to have a hard time living here. Issei said, finally giving in to the situation. Do not worry, the watch is a multi-purpose tool. It has a built-in universal translator that I can use to send you an instant translation version of what they say to your brain. Of course you do. With that, Issei goes to the door on the roof and starts going down the stairs, hopefully without running into anyone asking why a high schooler was in their building. Fuyuki City Residential District. 7:50 p.m. Our otherworldly human now seems to be traveling through the residential district, trying to see if he recognized any of the streets or houses. He keeps looking around trying to find anything familiar while holding an annoyed expression. Partner admitted it, we're lost. Well, sorry, I had never been to this place. Look at the bright side, we are still in Japan. In a city that I have never been to before, and let's not forget we're in the 1990s. I just can't believe you forgot your wallet at home. Excuse me for not knowing I would be world traveling. Luckily this conversation was happening mentally, because if not people would be questioning his sanity at the boy arguing at his left hand. Gug! Suddenly a loud noise is heard below the teen. The boy quickly falls on his knees holding his stomach. I'm so hungry I wasn't even able to eat dinner. Apologies, master. It's fine, I just wished I had some food. Hey, think about it. If you starve for 3 days, then that watch has to take you back. Drake, please don't joke about it. Who said I was joking? Please help me. Suddenly a loud feminine scream for help came from across the house Issei was next to. Unfortunately, it would have been ignored seeing as the other houses were empty. But luckily it was heard from our otherworldly hero as he quickly barges into the surprisingly unlocked door. What he saw quickly shocked him and rapidly got him furious, unlike something he never felt before. Blood. What he saw was blood, the blood of a mother, lying on the floor trying to hold on to her daughter, willing to risk her life while protecting what was precious to her. The blood on the daughter's hands trying to keep her mother's side wound close, not wanting it to spill out. The blood on the monster's weapon holding it above his head waiting to strike again. The face of the monster, so very normal, so very human. Hiding behind it holds a vicious smile at the thought of what will become of his next victim, malicious eyes at the sight of the injury and agony he inflicted on his victims. Quickly seeing enough, Issei rushed at the monster, full of fury, at the sight of what he saw. Not giving the monster any time to think or act about the intruder that came barging in through the door. Instinctively Issei tightened his right arm muscle and somehow poured the mana he had in his body into his arm. The blow hit and sent the man flying straight to the wall. A nice crunch was heard from the man's jaws, probably losing a few teeth in the process. The mother and daughter looked at the scene with awe at their rescuer giving them hope. The monster strangely was able to stand up from the hard hit. When he looked up at his attacker, he was surprised it came from a 16-year-old boy, because that punch had more strength than a full-grown heavyweight boxer. What is also a surprise was seeing the killer being able to stand up after that. It speaks of him being able to take a punch. When the killer gathers his thoughts, he starts charging at Issei with the butcher knife in his hand over his head. Master, take 2 steps to the left and lean left. After that, throw an uppercut, following Sherry's directions without any hesitation. He dodges the knife with no difficulty, and finally gives another blow to his opponent's chin, throwing him again to the wall, and making him drop his knife. After that, he did not give the killer any time to gather his strength and threw an onslaught of punches, giving the killer no room to breathe. When it was all over, the killer was down in the ground with bruises over his face and blood coming out of his face. Hopefully Issei broke his neck or skull, but unlikely. When Issei calms himself, he turns to look at the mother and daughter staring at him with caution. Both hold a shock expression at their rescuer, not able to believe that someone actually came to help them. Are you two okay? Issei asks, coming straight at them with a voice full of worry and kneeling down to check their injuries. Yes, but Kazan is injured. The girl with long black hair, green eyes and a high school uniform answers, full of worry. It's fine, Yuka, it doesn't hurt that badly. The mother responded by lying to her daughter about the pain. As Issei checks the wound, he notices the beautiful mother having similar features as her daughter, but had shorter hair, and more importantly her chest was definitely bigger in the chest department. He quickly shook his head, saying it was not the time for that, then looked at the 17-year-old girl. Listen, I need you to go to a phone and call the hospital and the police. I don't know the number any hospitals around here, so you have to do this, but okay-san. I'll take care of her, I promise. Also, someone has to make sure he doesn't get up. Please trust me. Issei gives her a strong look that quickly assures with confidence that he would keep his promise, and also makes her heart go doki doki. Alright, the girl quickly leaves, running to the nearest phone, leaving the unconscious killer, her savior, and mother's POV. When her daughter was gone, the mother, now holding her stomach, watches the boy that saved her and her daughter's life. The boy had dark brown hair, brown eyes with a strong perverted face, trying not to show how truly scared he was. He looked as if he was contemplating something in his mind by the way his face kept changing, and keeping a close eye on the monster. Why did you rescue us? Asked the black-haired middle-aged woman, trying to start a conversation. That's stupid. I heard someone yell help. What other reason is there? Realizing he was talking about her daughter's desperate cry for help. But why? Why come at all? What if it was a situation you couldn't possibly win? The mother asks again, interested in his answer. Listen, lady, when you truly want to save someone, thoughts of reasoning, gains, and consequences no longer matter. Issei answers, annoyed at the questioning of his reasons with his trademark stupid honesty. But why? We are strangers with nothing connecting us to each other. If it was the other way around, I would not risk my life or of my daughter for a complete stranger. The persistent mother keeps asking, trying not to stress herself any further. Well, I guess that makes you and I different then. There is nothing wrong with your decision. But I will never allow someone to die in front of me if I can't prevent it. The boy answers with the stupid wisdom he somehow possesses, making it work. The mother calms down, hearing his answers, also causing the same feelings that started to appear on her daughter. My name is Hana Masuki. The woman answered with her best smile. Issei thought it was pretty if you discount the blood. Mine is Haida Issei. A pleasure to meet you. Quickly Yuka comes into the room, telling them that the police and ambulance were coming. Not long after, the sound of sirens was heard. The medics quickly approached the wounded Masuki and placed her delicately into a stretcher and took her to the hospital quickly. Yuka, filled with worry, wanted to go too, but thought it would be better to deal with the police and not get in the way of the medics. The police quickly asked them about what happened. After understanding the situation, they approached the murder, where they were surprised that he was the mass murderer killing the woman and children for Yuki City. Then they asked them if they could go to the station for a couple more questions. Outside Fuyuki Police Department, 7:30 p.m. My god, that took forever. Issei is seen talking his frustration out at being asked questions that never ended. Nice job fooling the police, never know you could give such a good lie. Drake said with mirth in his voice. Well, what else could I say? Not like I could tell them the truth. Not that they will believe me anyway. Couldn't you thought of something better than I was visiting relatives for a week and got lost in the city, coincidentally ending at that house. Quiet, by the way, good job helping me out back there. Issei said with sarcasm. I got to say you did well. Sure, it was nothing special, but you did well out there. Helping them, being a hero. Don't you go there too. It's bad enough. I'm going to appear in the morning news. Ha! I'm glad I made it in time. I would thank Sherry more than you. Master, I would appreciate it if you do not take such risk. Don't tell me it was wrong that I helped them. You misunderstood when I said not to be reckless. It was when you power your body with mana that was reckless. Please be more careful. If I wasn't there to regulate the amount of mana you were pouring into your arms, you would have made your arms explode. Quickly, the color of his skin turned white at that realization. What? If you had used the boosted gear, it wouldn't have happened. But that is true, partner, be careful. I know you're new to this magic stuff. But don't be careless in how you use it. Wait, so that was what I did? He looks at his arms in amazement. Correct, master. You drew the energy from your body and focused it in your arms to give it extra power, breaking your physical limitation. But do remember, you have no control over it, especially since you just received this power when I absorbed it from the surrounding plants. What you did sounds a bit like senjutsu to me. Senjutsu? It's the ability to harmonize with the earth and use it as a power source, but we are getting off track. Partner, remember your body is still weak, so you can't handle most of the power you collected, and you can forget about mastering the boosted gear at the level you're at. Just remember, master, that I will be here to help you in battle as well as in life. I remember you gave me directions on how to dodge that sicko's attack. How did you do that, master? I am basically a supercomputer. Being able to use your eyes to predict the most likely chance of travel is a child's play. But mostly the watch has a high-depth sensor capable of sensing over a 10 kilometers radius. Anything that is a threat within that range I will sense. But other than that, I can regulate the amount of power you draw from your core to make sure you don't overexert your limitations. Okay, I'll try to be careful. Said Issei, sighing in defeat that he had a long way to go. Issei-san. The one yelling his name is Yuka, coming out of the station waving at him. Yuka-san, are you now free to go too? Issei asks. Yeah, it was a bit hard telling them everything. But at least that monster is in jail now and in a coma. Yuka said with a smile. Issei doesn't know what to feel when he hears that he brought that man into a coma. A bit happy that the monster is gone, but angry that the man is basically sleeping in a bed and not suffering for the crimes he committed. Issei-san, I also wanted to ask, where are you staying? Staying? Issei parroted, not understanding until it clicks. Should I still don't have a place to stay for the week? Not only that, he hasn't even eaten anything yet for that matter. Really? Somehow his response made her happy for some strange reason. I mean, if you want you can stay with Kazan and me until you have to leave. What? Are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, what would your dad say about a boy living in your house? Issei was really surprised that they would let him stay in their home and was looking for any excuse he could use. That old man is no longer with us. Good riddance too. But it's fine, Mom called and said it would be fine. Issei was not going to ask about it. But he wouldn't feel right imposing his existence on their life. Are you sure you want me to stay? Because I'll have you know, I'm a huge pervert who only thinks of boba and mating. So for all you know I could be a… Yuka's eyes widened at that revelation, wondering how he could just reveal that information out on the open without any hesitation. But she was still okay with it, seeing how openly honest he was to her. I know Issei would never hurt Kazan or me, and I know you would protect us too. This day showed me that. She said all that with a cute blush and looking down at her small index fingers poking each other. All it did was make Issei blush hard and make his heart speed up at seeing how the cute girl answers. But he felt that he should say one more thing before he accepts. Is it really okay? You know my dream is to be harem king, so do you really want a pervert like me in your home? Harem king? Now, this really surprised her on how he could just say this with so much honesty. Here she wonders if it was worth it, knowing she would have to deal with other women for his attention and be accepting of it. But somehow, against her better judgment, she thought yes, because to her he was the man that saved her and her mother's life. I see, what an interesting dream. But still, I must repay you for helping us in our time of need. You don't have to repay me anything just as long as you're okay and safe, he says with his usual goofy smile, which gives her a bigger blush and reassures her heart to accept him. Well, let's go to my house, Issei, because I'll tell you here that you will stay with us. Okay. With that, Issei will now stay with Yuka and Ms. Hana. Both then start to leave the station. By the way, how old are you, Issei? 16. And you, Yuka? 17. Guess that makes you older than me. Fuyuki City Residential District, Yuka and Masuki's home, 10:30 p.m. Ah. That was some good food, Issei said, finally relieved he got to finally eat and take a bath. He was currently not wearing his red shirt or his jeans and only in his boxers, since both are currently drying from being washed. That sure was nice of the girl to do all that work for you. Drake said all that with mirth in his voice at the situation of the girl trying to be wife material to the boy. True. I'm going to have to tell her again that she doesn't need to do all this. He said this with a frown at the thought of misusing her hospitality. Master, I believe Ms. Yuka is trying to. Now hold on, Sherry, don't tell him just yet. But if the master truly wants to be harem king, then shouldn't we be helping him? The kid needs to learn these things by himself. If not, he will never grow up. Understood. What are you two talking about? He asks, annoyed about them ignoring him. Nothing. Well, I'm going to sleep. It's been a long day. Just as the light turned off and he was about to drift to sleep, the door opens and Yuka comes out, surprising Issei. Yuka is seen coming into the room wearing green negligee matching her green eyes. It quickly opens Issei's eyes, seeing as it was pretty much not hiding much. Sorry if I interrupted your sleep, Issei. But I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes I remember that man. Can I sleep here with you? She said, feeling a little guilty at using this to pull his strings. But Issei hardly notices, too busy seeing her body, and with a perverted smile, he accepted quickly. The door was closed, and the light was off. Issei is seen next to Yuka's left side. Quickly Yuka grabs his left arm and places it between her chest and thighs. She scoots over close to him, making them feel each other's breaths, sending shivers down their backs. Issei is quite shocked at the sudden development from being the high school pervert where the girls don't even give him the time of day to actually having a girl in his arms wanting him to sleep with her. In his little mind was racing 1,000 thoughts. Mostly the words were a pay, and it being soft, and him going to be harem king was heard 100 times. Also sick at Matsuda and Motohama, he has touched them first. But it also came to the realization that this was real. He was holding on to a girl, a year older than him, in his arms, because she felt safe with him. Soon both fell into slumber. One from the shock and fear of today's events. The other actually for being awake for 24 hours. Noon saw the glowing red tattoos appearing on his right hand. Expect the ever-dutiful AI. Interesting. The rune does not appear to be a threat. Possible to link the rune through Watch. Should I start without the permission of the master? Probability he would be fine with it. Starting connection. 10%. 20%. Fuyuki City Residential District Yuka and Masuki's house 7:30 a.m. 4 days till 4th Holy Grail War. Master, it's time to wake up. But the boy ignores it to continue his good dream and covers his head with the blanket. Master, Yukasen woke up half an hour already. The boy continues to ignore his AI, somehow making her feel annoyed at being ignored and impatient. I warned you. Suddenly a large noise starts coming out of the watch, scaring the shit out of the boy and causing him to jump out of bed and hit the floor. I'm up. Oh, what's with all the noise? Seriously, you two. It's morning and a perfect time for me to tell you all the new information I gathered. Issei just looks tired and scratches his head, not really processing much about her talking. Sherry, calm down. It can't be that important. Not important. Well, look at the top of your right hand. He does and stares at the red symbols on top of his hand with indifference. It's a kick-ass tattoo. What about it? It takes him a few seconds to realize the problem. Wait, tattoo? That's a sick tattoo, partner. Where did you get it? When the hell did I get this? It wasn't here yesterday. You acquired it last night. When you were sleeping. Did Yuka give it to me? She didn't. It appeared magically. I tried to understand more about the runes and succeed. I basically create a link through the rune. By doing this I connected with the root, which is a CPU of this world. Navigating through I reached the world library called the Akasha Records, which is a database of recorded history throughout this world. Basically, I now know everything about this world. Like why the world attacked us, what happened in a certain time, and every piece of recorded mystics or magic ever achieved. I have now been upgraded from a universal device to a universal mystic code. Everything, haha. Alright, what are the 3 measurements of Yuka? Scanning B85 W57 H79. Why Issei eyes open up at that revelation, shocked about knowing that. Quickly tell me what color and type of panties and bra is she wearing? She is currently wearing a matching set, dark green and with yellow frills. It is by your human standards erotic. Squirt. Issei's nose starts squirting blood at knowing what she was wearing. This is great, amazing, said Issei, trying to control his nose. Ho! You know everything, do you? Then tell me who is stronger. Me, the amazing Drake, or that bastard Albion? Drake said with all seriousness. I do not know about that since it's a situation involving your world and not this one. But in this world, there was also a red dragon named Drake with the same title, and he defeated the white dragon Albion. BWA, ha ha ha. Yes, said Albion. My counterpart in this world defeated you. That proves I'm more superior than you. Drake just laughed at knowing that Albion was defeated even if it wasn't really him. Good job, Sherry. You're the most awesome, Sherry. Yes, you are. Issei has now calmed down from bleeding and is petting the watch as if it was a dog with his left arm. Yes, you did good, Sherry, but remember, no matter the question, the answer is I will always be stronger than Albion. Please praise me more. The room was suddenly filled with praises over the amazing AI and her new intel. If the magus of this world ever saw this scene, they would kill themselves and the 2 idiots at having the Akasha records right in front of them, and using its knowledge to find out this useless information. They would probably kill themselves further if they know the trio used technology to gain safe access to the root. The runes on your hand are called command seals, given to 7 people to participate in a death tournament called the Holy Grail War, which will happen here in Fuyuki City. What? I have to participate in a death tournament, why? Issei was truly freaked out about when he heard the term death. The Holy Grail War was made when a family of 3 magus, the Tosaka, Ainsburn, Mikiri, created a ritual called the Heaven's Field to grant a single person a rule-free wish to enter the root and reach the Akasha records. Why is it that important? You did it in a single night. Noobs. But they all knew that this alliance ended with the creation of the ritual, and were not willing to share the wish. So they created the Holy Grail War, a war where 7 sorcerers summon servants, which is the name for heroic spirit from the past given fake bodies to fight for them, kill each other, and the surviving pair gets access to the Grail. The Grail then grants any wish to the winner. The command seals are given to people who have a strong desire, a wish. Since normal magi no longer have the necessary energy to summon the servants, they use the runes to help summon them. They also are useful in controlling the servants, giving 3 commands that the servant cannot break. Okay, so basically I got this from my desire to be harem king. Am I right? Issei said with a frown. Yes, master, that is how you became a participant. Also because of your magic reserves, which are 5 times bigger than a normal magus. You seem unhappy at this revelation. Sorry, it's just that a dream is something that you achieve with your own 2 hands and hard work. Just knowing that all I need is to wish for it, makes me not want that dream. It's understandable, partner. If I knew that I could kill Albion with a single wish, I would reject it completely. I mean, where's the satisfaction at knowing he died by my own power? Where's the glory at knowing the battle would have been epic? But I still believe you should enter. The idea of fighting the heroes of the past is interesting and a worthy challenge for you. There's no way getting out of this, is there? There is. The war starts in 4 days and the portal is ready in 6 days. You just have to survive the first 2 days of the war. What? I refuse for my partner to run away like a coward. Okay, here's what we'll do. We survive the first 2 days and then see what we do from there. Now, what do we do first? The war usually lasts only a week at most. But first, master, we should summon a servant to help us in battle and increase our chances of survival. Okay. Issei says, pumped and ready to go. How do we do that? Don't worry, master, I'll handle it. Let's first find someplace private where no one notices. That's probably a good idea. Why? Issei asks, confused. Master, the supernatural and the mundane do not mix well together. In fact, there's even a rule: if anything compromises the secrecy of the moonlit world, they are to be terminated. The magi community of this world also removes any witnesses that are not involved in the supernatural permanently. The answer surprises Issei, seeing as he has never thought they would go that far, just to make sure it stays a secret. I'm surprised. In our world, the most they'll do is a memory wipe or alter the memories. Alright, so we'll just make sure not to involve Yuka and Hana-san. Knock knock. The sound of the door being knocked stops the conversation. Asaizen, are you awake already? Yuka-san, yeah, I'm awake. That's good. Please come downstairs. Breakfast is ready. Thank you. With that, our hero quickly prepares himself for the day and comes down to the kitchen to eat. With breakfast done, the two are now cleaning the dishes and putting them in their correct place. Currently, Yuka was wearing blue short shorts with black leggings and a green tight sweater over her small blouse to heighten her assets. Asaizen, what are you going to be doing today? I'm just going to walk around the city and get myself familiar with the place. Why? I wanted to know if I could join you. Maybe with my help you'll get familiar with it faster. Isn't today Thursday? Don't you have school to go to? No, I talked to the school and they said it's fine if I take today off, seeing what happened yesterday, and with Kazan being in the hospital. That reminds me. We have to go to the hospital and visit. She especially wants you to visit. Alright, thank you. I would probably be living in the streets if it wasn't for you. Issei said, full of gratitude to truly have a roof over his head. And I, along with Kazan, would be dead if it wasn't for you. So we both have something to be grateful for. She answers with a blush in her cheeks and admiration in her eyes. With that said, both hold a blush in their cheeks. With all said and done, they go outside and lock the doors to explore the city. Fuyuki City, 1:00 p.m., shopping district, cafe. The date between Issei and Yuka took them all around the city that morning. Turns out the city was right next to the ocean and then separated by a river named Mayan. The two sections are called Shinto and Miyama, with Shinto being more modern than Miyama. Guess he landed in the Shinto area and crossed the bridge to reach Yuka home. How tired and hungry was he that he didn't even remember crossing the bridge. So far they went to the harbor, Yuka's school, park, and the arcade in Miyama. Then they went to Shinto, where they visited the aquarium, shopping center, movie theaters. Currently, they are at a cafe. The atmosphere around them gives a cute couple air. In how they are holding hands with Yuka dragging Issei everywhere telling him all about it. They are at a cafe waiting for their orders to come. The reason they stopped here was that it was close to the hospital where they were going to visit Hana-san and Shinto. My, this has turned out to be a nice date so far. Hasn't it, partner? Yeah, it has. Wait, this isn't a date. Master statistics show that yes, it's a date. What's wrong? You look shocked. The thought conversation ended with Yuka asking Issei why he froze with his eyes widening. As if he came to a shocking truth. Sorry, it just kinda occurred to me that this feels like a date. Issei answers before thinking, shocking Yuka. Yuka, play it cool, girl, just say it's only a small outing to get him to open up and not get scared. Of course it is. Got a problem with it? Yuka said with surprising confidence, and held a look of defiance of him questioning it. The answer also causes Issei to panic and Yuka to be sweating bullets. Shit, I wasn't supposed to admit it. These are the thoughts passing through Yuka's head. No, that's not it. I'm happy that you took me to one, it's like a dream. It's just that I've never been on one and I heard it's usually the guy who treats the girl, not the other way around. Issei weakly answers, causing a major blush to appear in Yuka. It made him happy to be with me. Yuka's head was in the clouds with the words being spoken by her beloved. I'm glad. It made me happy that you liked this date. Issei, what do I do now? I know that I want to be harem king, but I've never been on a date. Do I kiss her, tell her I love her, boba, compliment her hair, her eroges have failed me to prepare for this situation. Yuka, okay, so it worked out so far. Might as well go all the way. Tell me, do you really want to be harem king? Yuka asks in all seriousness. Of course I will be harem king. Issei answers without any hesitation, but seeing the way Yuka's eyes lower down fills him with worry. Why, he doesn't know, or maybe he does. Deep down he knows that he has grown to like her even in only 2 days. But knowing that his dream repulsed her made him wonder if it was worth it. Understood. Finally, Yuka came to a conclusion. Issei, if that is what you want I will accept it, but only if you take me with you. Really? Issei said excitedly at the thought, but suddenly remembered the discussion this morning. Wait, sorry, I don't think it would be a good idea. Why not? Do you not like me? Yuka said with sadness at the thought. It's not that, I have secrets like big ones and I worry that you'll get hurt. That's fine because I know that Issei will protect me. Partner, this girl is stubborn, just take her as your first mate. All the rest we'll settle them later. Master, from what I can calculate, Yuka-san is interested and approves of your dream. Why not just accept? After the agreement from the other beings inside his body, he didn't see the point to argue. Alright, but I'll tell you my secrets later in private. Right, suddenly realizing that they are in a cafe and embarrassed at having this discussion out in the open. But luckily no one was paying much attention to the couple. Suddenly the waitress comes in with their orders and they begin eating. Fuyuki City, Shinto Main Hospital. 2:30 p.m. After eating, the air around them has shifted in a good direction. Both are happy and with a smile on their faces. Both now are shoulder length apart from each other holding hands. They are now heading straight to the hospital to visit Ms. Hana. In a room, Hana-san can be seen reading a book while sitting up. She was wearing a hospital robe that hid her figure. Under the robe you can see bandages around her midriff. If you took a closer look at the book she was reading, you'd be surprised. For on the cover the title said How to Get the Attention of a Younger Man. Suddenly the door is knocked, taking Hana-san's attention away from her book. It's open, she says after she hid her book away. Yuka and Issei come together into the room. She was surprised that Yuka was holding Issei's hand, pulling him closer to her mother. Cousin, how are you? Yuka said with worry. I'm feeling all better now. They even said I can leave today, just needed somebody to pick me up. That's great, cousin. I'll call a taxi to take us home. Yuka is now leaving the room. Leaving only Issei and Ms. Hana in the room. Issei-kun. Yes, ma'am? Please call me Masuki. All right, Masuki-san, Issei said nervously at calling the middle-aged woman's name with a familiar tone. The mother then places a hand on Issei's cheek and gives him a longing look, making him nervous about what was happening. Tell me, how was your day at our home? It was nice, thank you. I didn't really have a place to stay and I was pretty much starving. So really, thank you. I won't ask why a 16-year-old was walking alone in the streets with no destination. Since it was because of it that I and my daughter are alive today, truly thank you. My circumstances are a bit confusing. And you do not need to thank me for that. It was what anybody would do. Suddenly issei is pulled in, and is embraced by Misuki-san to her chest, bringing the man to be in heaven, and with his trademarked perverted grin with a single thought in his head. I doubt it. But stay as long as you stay in our home and I'll do whatever you want so you can be comfortable. She says that in a seductive tone, giving him a bigger right. Suddenly the door opens up with Yuka coming in to see her mother and issei's intimate position. Suddenly the room atmosphere starts to become freezing cold. Warning, warning, dangerous threat detected. Even Sherry thought the situation was dangerous. Kazan. What are you doing? Yuka says in a very threatening tone, scaring issei, but Misuki treats it with a smile. Issei and I are just bringing our relationship closer to understand each other. I see. Issei, why don't you wait for the taxi? Yuka changes her sight to issei and with a smile asks him to leave. Right. I'll come back when IIT's here. Ha ha ha. Issei quickly leaves to not get in the middle of this conflict. Yuka watches her mother with a cautious gaze, trying to understand her reasons. Ka-san, do you have feelings for issei? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. She says that with an easy smile. You know about my feelings, right? Yuka said, looking down. Of course, sweetheart. I'm sure we can work something out. Misuki gives Yuka a knowing look to tell her she'll have her support. I thought I'll have more time before this happens. Yuka says with resignation. Time before what? This confuses Misuki about what Yuka meant. Kazan. Issei is very perverted, you know. Yes, I knew. Kinda hard not to notice. He keeps trying not to look at my bobas. It makes me feel excited, Misuki said with mirth, getting an annoyed look from Yuka for having a smaller chest. Then did you also know that issei dreams of getting a harem of women? Now that was surprising, but it was natural for men to fantasize about being surrounded by women. It is surprising, but I don't know if that's really something to be concerned about. I asked him if he was really serious about it, and he said that nothing will change it, so I asked myself, if I pursue him, will I be able to share his attention with other women? If I don't and stay friends, will I be able to handle the heartache as he gives his love and attention to others and never returns my love? I chose the first and told him about it. You should have seen him. He was so happy I accepted his dream even if it was unfair to me. He also said this, I didn't save you because I wanted your body. I saved you because you wanted to live, so that's why I got frustrated when I saw you, Kazan. I thought I would have more time to prepare myself, but now I know I have to go on an odd attack. I see, so you think it will happen. He will get a harem. Yes, Kazan, Yuka said after. Well, we fell in love with a strange boy, but for some reason I know we'll both be happy. Also, remember that we are in this together, so never think of me as a rival. Yes, with that Yuka and Misuki share a family hug and smile at being alive and well. Now tell me, how was your day living with him? Oh, you should have seen it. He has this sleeping habit where he grabs the nearest thing next to him and cuddles with it. My oh my, already in the same bed. Not like that, just sleeping next to him to feel safer. Like that the mother and daughter pair are seen wasting the time catching up with one another. Outside Shinto Main Hospital, issei is seen having another mental conversation and waiting in the front entrance for the cab to arrive. Guys, was that just me, or was Misuka-san coming on to me? It appears to be so, master. Hana-san is currently trying to get your attention. Does that mean the harem plan is a go? Because if it is, I could die happy. I do have a question. How are you going to make the relationship work when you live in two separate realities? Drake asks with boredom. That's a good question. The question quickly gets issei nervous as he tries to think of a solution. Do not worry, master. If you wish, we can bring anyone back with us to your world. Really? Yes, it is possible. Also, we can take people with us when we go world traveling. That brings up another point. Are you going to tell the truth? Yeah, I am. I have to tell them even if they don't believe me. I don't want them to get in the middle of this when the war starts. Is that really wise? Do remember, if they don't believe you and they accidentally go blab about it, they would get hunted down. Master, I have a solution. If they don't believe us, then we must make a tough decision and wipe their memories of us. That's fine. No, that's good. That way they don't think about me when I am gone. When do we tell them? Right after we summon the servant. Beep, beep. The sound of a car's horn broke their mental conversation. With that, they tell the cab to wait, while he gets Yuka and Nasuki. Fuyuki City, Miyama Residential District, Hana's residence 5 p.m. Home sweet home. Was said by Nasuki as she was finally out of the hospital and into her home, inspecting every part to see if there was any damage to it from the killer, and Issei kicking his ass. After she was done, she was glad the only thing wrong was the dent on the wall from the killer's body colliding with it, and the leftover blood on the floor, which was already cleaned up. Kao-san, the doctor said you shouldn't strain yourself with work. You might undo the stitches, said Yuka as she came in with Issei into the living room. It should be fine, Yuka, as long as Masuka-san doesn't work in anything heavy, but she should still be resting. Bo. After staying in that hospital all day, I had enough time resting. I'm just glad I can be in my own home. Masuki says that with a childish pout. Still, I will cook tonight. You just take a bath. Fine. Issei, would you mind helping me take a bath? Masuki said in a seductive voice, causing Issei's nose to start squirting blood. Cousin! Yuka yelled with a huge blush on her cheeks. I'd love to, but I can't right now, Issei said with his hand covering his nose. Why not? Masuki said with a whine. I'm leaving to do some stuff. Issei said vaguely. What? Where are you going? Yuka said with worry if he was going to leave them forever. There are some things I have to do in town, and now that I got familiar with this city, I believe I won't get lost. Are you coming back? Yuka said with more worry, and Nasuki just kept silent. Of course I am. I'm not leaving the city, I'll be back, I promise. Issei then starts to head to the door. But then he stops to face Yuka. Listen, when I get back I'll tell you all about my secrets. But just don't freak out on me for it, okay? Wait, why would we freak out on you? I'll tell you when I get back. With that, Issei opens the door and heads out to his destination. Meanwhile, Yuka and Nasuki look at each other with worry. Fuyuki City, Harbor, Storage House, 6:15 p.m. Alright, I have placed a boundary field around the warehouse. A field, what now? Issei asks, confused by the words. Just think of it as an invisible shield that can be made with magecraft to do specific instructions. I learned it through the Akasha records. The one I placed basically hides our magical presence, as well as sound and smell, from the outside and warn us if any step inside the warehouse. Cool, like the barrier around us, right? The one around you is a lot more special than this one. Yours is both a shield and barrier able to hide your presence and spiritually protect you from harm. Also, that one is always active, seeing as this world will try to kill you if it is lowered. This one only needs a tiny drop of magic to keep it running and can go for hours. You think we can place one in Yuka's home? We can, but remember, if anyone steps inside with experience in magecraft, then they will instantly know about it. But I bet I can make it unnoticeable. What do we do now? Drake says impatiently. First, let me explain what we are going to be doing. Issei, we are going to use the Grail to summon a servant, which is basically a reincarnated hero. The Grail divides these heroes among 7 classes consisting of Saber, the hero of the sword, heroes who are known to be agile, powerful in melee combat, and have adept swordsmanship. Lancer, the hero of the lance, heroes who are known to be quick on their feet, proficient with Hatandran tactics, and skilled with spears. Archer, the hero of the bow, heroes who possess great eyesight and proficiency with a bow or other projectile weaponry. These heroes were said to hit targets at long distances. Rider, the hero on the mount, heroes known for taking up a mount in their lifetime. They're commonly known for riding living beasts, or human constructs. Caster, the hero of spells and sorcery, heroes known for their mastery of sorcery in their lifetime. Assassin, silent killers, as well as the hero of assassination, heroes known for not have the most glorious of legends. They utilize killing a stealthy and covertly manner. Berserker, mad warriors, and the hero of rage, heroes who have gone berserk in at least one battle in their lifetime. These heroes trade their consciousness and sanity for power fueled by madness. So only 7 heroes are summoned, and why 7 masters get to participate. That is mostly correct. Okay, how is it mostly correct? There have been people who have found loopholes in the rule book, and have been able to summon more than one servant. Also, theoretically, if you have more than enough mana, you can summon 2 or more servants, but the magi of this world are no longer capable as they used to be and can barely summon one, so the Grail helps them by sharing a bit of its power. Also, the Grail only helps them with one servant. Interesting. How about partner? Is he able to summon more than one? Currently, the master is incapable of summoning two without danger. I suggest to wait until your reserves grow or find a power source for me to drain and absorb. Unless what, Sherry? Nothing. I will tell you if it is possible and seek your approval. Now let's begin, Master. Currently, all the heroic spirit classes are filled except Caster. What? I wanted to summon a berserker. Thank God. I don't think I could handle that. Now which type of hero do you want? Usually, the magus uses a catalyst to summon a specific servant, but we don't need to worry. By myself, I can forcefully go inside the root and enter the throne of heroes to force a connection without the need for a catalyst. Sherry, just summon a Busta Onizen and I will be happy. Of course, you'll say that. Just make sure you pick someone loyal. We don't need anyone backstabbing us. Understood, a loyal Busta Onizen. That matches the master's personality. Searching. Found. Alright, let's start now. Don't you want me to tell you who it is? Nah, I trust you found a good one. Alright, I'll show you. Issei, you just say these words and I'll do the rest. If you feel a bit of pain, just endure it, please. Alright. Silver and iron to the origin. Gem and the Archduke of Contracts to the cornerstone. The ancestor is my great master Schweinorg. A circle in the form of a crest came into existence, with a red dragon on the circle, humming and illuminating the room with a faint reddish hue, lightning bolts crackling at its edge. The elided wind becomes a wall. The gates in the four directions close, coming from the crown. The three-forked road that leads to the kingdom circulate. In the enclosed space a strong wind picked up, ruffling Issei's hair and clothes. Shut fill. Shut fill. Shut fill. Shut fill. Shut fill. Repeat every 5 times. Simply, shatter once filled. The air simmered above the circle, twisting in preparation to receive the presence that had yet to materialize. I announce. Yourself is under me, my fate doom is in your sword. In the empty void she waited. Time had lost all meaning, space was but a subjective concept, but even though she could wait for eternally, the absolute emptiness that surrounded her was becoming unsettling. Silently she wondered how long she would have to wait in the darkness before she could finally stop being alone. Then, her unspoken question found an answer. I announce. Yourself is under me, my fate doom is in your sword. A young voice filled with uncertainty, yet she heard it clearly nonetheless. In accordance with the resort of the Holy Grail, if you abide by this feeling, this reason, then answer. And answer she would. A push came from what could arguably be considered behind, propelled her toward an equally arguable forward. Here is my oath. I am the one who becomes all the good of the world of the dead. I am the one who lays out all the evil of the world of the dead. A light opened before her, and she could see again, hear again, smell again. The consistency of a body given shape once more assaulted her senses. You, 7 heavens clad in 3 words of power, arrive from the ring of deterrence, O keeper of the balance. Light engulfed her. As the light dims down in the warehouse, Issei can finally see. What he saw was a mating YQ pink-haired, fox girl, with 3 tails and fox ears, in a blue kimono that shows her thighs and black stockings to her knees. But the most important thing was her épées. They were big. I ask, are you my master? The fox asks, sure. Why not? Issei says, still checking her out, my what a perverted master I have. The fox girl says, feeling the intense perverted stare she was from her master. Lucky that brought Issei out of his daydream. Sorry, I'm Issei Hayadu, Issei said, trying to be polite for his not-so-good first impression. Tamamo no me or Caster if you don't want the other masters to find out. Nah, I prefer your name than that code name. You can call me Issei. It appears the summoning was a success. Sherry's voice comes out surprising Tamano as she tries to locate it with a glare. Tamamo no me. If I remember right, that's the name of the sun goddess Amaterasu, when she came down to the mortal realm disguising her powers with a fake human body to play with the humans. She failed and couldn't hide all of it, and became a kitsune. When she goes all out she becomes the Kyubi. Again another voice, but this one was masculine, full of power. She was filled with worry that the voice was revealing her past to her master before she had time to explain herself. She was scared her master would hate her just like the people from before. She keeps trying to find it until she looks at her master, and suddenly a red light comes from his arm. What appeared was a red gauntlet. That is correct. She reincarnated herself into a human and lost all her power and divinity. She became a young girl that only wanted to learn what it meant to be human. To laugh, to cry, to love. But at the time tragedy struck and an Onmyoji discovered she was no longer human. The people at the time started placing the blame on the emperor's sickness because she was no longer human in their eyes. She was quickly betrayed by the people she loved and was chased by an 800,000 army led by the Emperor of Japan. She has killed many humans, too many to count. She killed so many that by the end she was called one of Japan's 3 great monsters. Again a feminine robotic voice was heard. This time she saw it was coming from the device on her master's right arm. By the end of it, she was shocked they revealed everything to him, and got scared that she would be hated again. That she would disappear without even completing or attempting her wish. All she did was stare at her master's face and wait. Sniff, sniff, but she was surprised when she saw her master crying tears. Are you crying? I can't help it. The story was really sad, Issei said, trying to wipe his tears. Master? Tamamo was surprised and didn't know what to do. Suddenly she was pulled into a tight hug into the arms of her master. You must have had it rough, not receiving any help, being hated by everyone and the betrayal of the people you loved. But don't worry, from now on I'll protect you and give you a home, Issei said with his sincere words and a smile to make a promise that would last a lifetime. Tamamo, just hearing his words, his promise, receiving his warmth, receiving his love was suddenly becoming too much and tears were starting to form on her beautiful face. She started to place her arms around Issei and give him a response. Do you promise that you won't betray me, to give me what I desire most, to never hate and abandon me? Tamamo said, hiding her face through his shoulder. Yeah, I promise. Then I will be in your care through sickness and in health. Through good and bad. I will protect you and you protect me. Even in death, I will love you and only you. I'll do my best. Please do. A promise was made. One that would stand through the test of time. Soon after the hug the two calmed down and again tried to introduce each other. So I guess you're my partner for this Holy Grail war. Yes, Master. I am Castor. Can I ask you who those voices were? Sure. Sherry, Drake says hello to our friend. Greetings, I am Sherry, a personal AI made to help the user of the Dimensional Watch. It seems that the connection between Master and you is strong. I made the correct choice in choosing you as the servant. Tamamo was amazed that the strange device was speaking. Hello, Sherry, Tamamo said, bewildered. Then the red gauntlet started to shine. I am Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor. You are the sun goddess Amaterasu. With you by our side, the chances of winning have improved. An arrogant, rude voice came from the red gauntlet. What an interesting master I have. Master, just call me Issei, darling then. Just what are those two? Drake is a soul trapped in my body and Sherry is the most advanced technological machine you will ever meet. Master, I told you. I have been upgraded into a mystic code for as long as I have a connection to the root. Alright, what does Sherry mean when she says she chose me? I'll explain. You see, I am connected to the root by the command seals on Issei's hand. By using that connection I summoned a caster that fits my master's taste. Tamamo no Mei, you wanted to be loved. That's good, my master wanted the same thing, so I predicted the connection would be a strong union. Wait, does that mean you don't have a wish? My only wish was to be a good wife and yours. Sherry, you are amazing. Thank you. I don't have a wish. I have a dream. I am going to be harem king. Issei says that out loud with confidence while raising his fist in the air. What a perverted master I have. Fine, am I the only one in your harem right now? Nope, Issei already has two. A mother and daughter pair. Now that surprised Tamamo. She never thought he would already have women in it. You didn't use any underhanded tricks to those girls. Did you, Master? Tamamo said out of anger that she wouldn't have him to herself. Tamamo, I would never do something like that. Issei said, firmly, and offended at Tamamo for suspecting and accusing him of foul play. Gomen, darling, I'll try not to think poorly of you. I will also try to get along with them. She realized that her words offended him and made him disgusted at the mere thought of him harming them. She quickly tried to apologize, but the damage was done. It's fine, I guess we have just met, so you don't know me and I don't know about you yet. So let's get along. Luckily Issei doesn't have it in him to hold a grudge. I believe now is a good time to plan out how we are going to win. That's true, I also want to get started. Sherry, what information do you have of our enemies? I do have one question, Master. What do you plan to do if you win? Nothing really, I was just going to wish for porn magazines. What? Really? You can have anything you want, and that is what you would wish for. Well, I never really thought about it. Tamamo, what do you think I should wish for? Darling, you shouldn't waste the wish for that. Plus you have me, you don't need those dirty magazines. How about the world's most comfortable tatami mat? Or maybe a vacation to a hot spring resort? Ha, you're both idiots. What was that, you gecko? Tamamo angrily said from being insulted. Bitch, who are you calling a gecko? Drake argued back, setting a fight of insults between a goddess and a dragon. Enough, Drake. Tamamo, behave. Issei yelled, finally annoyed by their argument. Sorry, fine. Master, by now the supervisor of this war probably knows that the last servant has been summoned. If he knows, then the rest of the masters will start coming here. Currently, only 4 masters are in Fuyuki City including you. Sherry sure knows a lot. So who are the other masters? The other masters are Miya Kiritsugu, the master of Saber and the representative of the Einsburn family, a skilled mercenary and a hitman who employs whatever he can use to accomplish his goals. He is a master of firearms. He is also able to accelerate his body a few seconds, giving him a quick response through a bit of crude time manipulation. A hitman that can control time. Don't get nervous, you just have to get in close and personal. You don't have to fight at all, I'll protect you, Master. Kirai Kodomine, the master of assassin. He is a priest and one of the church's executors. He is capable of multiple forms of close combat, and a student of Tokiomi Tosaka. Currently, there is an alliance between the regulator of the church, Tokiomi Tosaka, and Kirai Kodomine to win the Holy Grail. What's a church's executor? Basically the church's lapdog. We have that in our world too. They are meant to deal with the supernatural that is a threat to the biblical God's teachings, the church, or humans. Be careful around them, partner. Most of them are nut jobs willing to kill what gets in their way. Master, what does Drake mean by our world? I'll tell you later, okay. Tokiomi Tosaka, the master of Archer, an arrogant and manipulative magus. He is skilled in fire manipulation and employs a large ruby set at the top of a staff as his mystic code to help him shape and control flames. Currently, there is an alliance between the regulator of the church, Tokiomi Tosaka, and Kirai Kodomine to win the Holy Grail. So, there's an alliance between 2 masters and the church. That will be hard if we get attacked by 2 sides and can't escape. As strong as Tamamo is, I doubt she can deal with 2 servants at the same time. Darling, I can deal with them, but I don't want to risk it. We might have just met, but already you are important to me, Tamano. This makes her blush like crazy and possess a cute laugh. Waver Velvet, the master of Rider, lacking in practical experience in the field of fighting in a war or combat. Kinda like me then. We are both in something that's bigger than we can chew. Nonsense, I'm sure we can take this noob with our own hands. Kariya Matu, the master of Berserker, his health is in question due to an experiment to significantly expanding his magic circuits and magical potential, severely lacking as a magus. The high volume of magical energy required to maintain Berserker causes him constant, excruciating pain. Wait, so he's dying. Is there a chance that is going to happen to me? Another easy picking, and don't worry, your reserves aren't even close to empty even after summoning the fox. Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, the master of Lancer, a nobleman from the Magus Association, a traditional magus, fights like one and believes the Grail will be an honorable experience. Drake, Tamamo, how do you fight magicians? Sorry, Master, I'm not the most suitable to tell you. Most magicians fight in mid-range, where they aren't too close to get hit by their opponents, and aren't too far for their spells to miss. There are some that fight in close range by controlling their magic through their bodies or weapon, enhancing them to perform superhuman feats. Like what you did at the Hana's residence. Currently the most dangerous threat for you is Kirai Kodomine. Since you do not have any form of combat training, you will most likely lose against him. Amiya Kiritsugu is at most a close second if you are caught unaware. But that is less likely since you have me. The rest are easy to deal with when you meet them. That is true, I have never been to a fight. Except for that time against that serial killer, but I don't think that counts, since it was mostly me hitting him until he didn't get up. You don't need to learn crazy and flashy techniques in a fight. All you really need is experience. And the only way to get that is through extreme life and death fights and physical training. Master, you don't need to learn how to fight. That is why masters have servants, so they can do the fighting in their place. I can fight for you and you just sit back and watch me, your beautiful servant, kick ass. Tamamo says, trying to convince Issei that he doesn't even need to do any part of the fighting. Unfortunately, this gives the opposite reaction than what Tamamo hoped. Issei was someone who truly believed that a man should fight his own fights and not let anybody else get involved. For Tamamo to say that he shouldn't even take part was a huge blow to his pride as a man. Drag, Sherry, is there any way I can fight in equal terms with them and the servants? Of course there is, just look at your left arm, dumbass. The boosted gear is more than a sacred gear, it's Mitter Longinus. Both Issei and Tamamo look at the red gauntlet in wonderment about what he meant. A sacred gear is only given the title of Longinus if it can do one thing. It gives the users the power to kill gods. That revelation truly shocked Issei and Tamamo, to think inside Issei that he could be capable of achieving that feat. Are you serious? Issei said, surprised. How is it possible for Master to have this inside him? That's right, we haven't told you everything, have we? I'll tell you later, Mo. You keep telling me that. It's not good to keep secrets from your wife. The only reason I am not telling anything is that I don't want to repeat myself again when I tell the other people that we are living with. So please wait until we get to their house? Fine, she said with a pout. Issei, while it's true to some extent on what Drake said, I believe knowing a few techniques can be useful, but we have no one to teach you. That is why I came to a solution. I will just use the Akasha records and download all the martial arts that involve unarmed combat ever existed into your brain. That way you will have references on what to do with your body in situations that need to get physical. Isn't that cheating? Who cares? It's your life that's in danger. That's true. Is it safe? It shouldn't be, but I'm here to regulate the information to make it safe. But you will feel an intense headache, as if someone was trying to tear it apart. Worst case scenario, you become a vegetable. Fine. Issei just resigns to his fate. What? Darling, are you sure? Tamamo says with freight. Yeah, it's fine, I trust Sherry to do her best. Issei said that while starting to close his eyes to calm himself. Understood now, starting to download information into host memory. Soon memories that never existed started to appear as humans, gods, demons, monsters, young and old, male and female kept practicing an art as old as the world existed. 10 percentage point 20%. A headache started to form as the images kept coming faster. 30%. 45%. The headache was getting worse but still bearable. The people kept practicing the art, and in some way Issei started to admire them for their dedication to the art. He started to wonder if he could one day achieve the same feats as these masters. 60%, 75%. The pain, it was stronger. He could barely think, but still, it was nothing compared to the amount of pain these people felt. But even through all that, they kept trying to improve themselves step by step, inch by inch. 85%, 100%. Finally, the memories were slowing down. As the memories were ending, Issei was now starting to be able to think. He saw many things, people that were successful in their search for strength and others who had lost their way through the endless journey. Issei truly admired them, but there were some who found an easier way in their path towards strength by abandoning all kinds of distractions, their happiness, family, lovers, children. Most were successful in the end, but Issei thinks, no, he knows that they lived unhappily till the end. Issei just couldn't understand them, but was it wrong of them? A part of his very soul said yes. Those people could achieve the same heights if they had friends, lovers, children standing by that person's side through the bad and good. They, and not just the practitioner, could become strong. Partner! A voice brought him back to his body and awakened him from his thoughts. Slowly he opened his eyes and realized that he was on the ground kneeling. Slowly he turned his head to see the sight of Tamamo's teary face for some strange reason that made him feel like a bastard for causing her to cry. He tries to get up to show that he was okay and tell her that he's fine. But his legs soon lost a bit of strength, and he was about to fall down. Until he was caught by Tamamo herself. Darling, please tell me you're okay? Tamamo said with worry at the confused Issei. What happened? Issei said weakly with a huge migraine. I'm sorry, Master, I thought I could control the amount of information passing through. But it backfired and started to send more than I predicted. You stupid machine, how could you not notice? Tamamo angrily said at Sherry for endangering Issei. Tamamo, stop, don't be angry at Sherry. She did nothing wrong. Issei said, trying to calm Tamamo. No, Master. She is correct, I could have killed you. I will fix this mistake, so it does not happen again. Did it work, partner? Do you now know how to fight? I think so. Tamamo, let me down so I can stand up. Tamamo did reluctantly. But she still had a worried look. She soon relaxed as Issei was able to stand without any help. Then Issei did something amazing. He soon started to get in a stance unfamiliar to her, and was soon punching the arm with complex movement. It was a little rough around the edges and slow since Issei's body did not have any muscle memory or reflexes to perform them fluently. But the amazing part was when he stopped and gathered his ki to punch the air and made a small burst of pressure. So it was a success. You still need training, but you now know how to throw a punch in at least 1,000 ways. I'm glad. Master, what was that strange way to use your life energy? I think it was called ki in Japan. I just remembered a lot of martial artists use it to hit things harder. Well, do be careful, you are using your life energy and not your magic reserves. Master, there is still a lot to talk about. Like the servants and their abilities. Plus, I also wanted to teach you a few spells for you to learn from the Akasha records. But I think that can wait until tomorrow, till I reach a solution to the problem. We also still have to explain the situation to Ms. Masuki, Yuka, and Tamano. That's right. Damn, they must still be waiting for us to get home. Before we leave, what do we do about the fox? She is not gonna blend in looking like that. Don't worry, I can change my appearance and hide my tail and ears. Instantly Tamamo started to change as a bright light flashed, and out came Tamamo without her 3 tails and ears. Her clothing also changed from the blue revealing kimono to a white and pink blouse that showed her red tank top, a black and red short skirt with black and red stockings. That's pretty cute, Tamamo. Can you change your clothes to anything? Not just that, Master, I can also change my voice, body, and face into anybody with my shape-shifting skill. Tamano said proudly while puffing out her impressive chest. That is another thing that I wish to speak about, but for now it is getting late. After lowering down the boundary field, they then head to Hana's residence. Fuyuki City, Mayan Residential District. Hana's residence, 8:15 p.m. The 2 Hana women can be seen watching TV with a worried expression as they keep watching the door, as if expecting another murderer will just barge into the room. Yuka has now realized that this is the first time she was in her home without Issei. Yuka, don't worry, he'll be back. Masuka-san, realizing her daughter's fear, tries to comfort her. I know, Kazan, it's just I'm worried that Issei is lost in Fuyuki City. He said yesterday was the first time coming to this city, and I doubt he truly remembers from just that one tour I gave him. Yuka said, lying to herself about the true reason. Knock, knock. Suddenly the door is knocked, startling the 2 Hanas. Yuka, Masuki, it's me, Issei. Issei's voice came from behind the door. Issei. Instantly, as if she teleported to the door. Yuka practically forced open the door from its hinges to see her beloved. What she saw wasn't just her crush by himself. No, leaning by his arm was a busted, otherworldly beautiful, pink-haired girl. When she saw the beauty, she didn't know what to feel. First, insecurity at having to deal with a rival like that. Second, worry at seeing the girl lean by his arm and trying to understand that meaning was she, his girlfriend, wife, childhood friend. Lastly, anger at Issei for inviting a random girl to her home and at the girl for laying her hands at her man without her permission. Oh my, that came from Kazan. Great, so she sees her too. Hey, this my friend Tammy, and she has no. Issei was trying to explain the situation, but had a massive stutter, because of the murderous glare he was receiving from Yuka. Tamamo wasn't making it any better by giving the same glare to Yuka and Masuki-san. Okay, can I just come inside and explain everything in private? If you don't like it, we leave? Fine, it better be good. With that, Yuka went inside and allowed Issei and Tamamo to enter. As all 4 were sitting on the rectangular table, Issei was busy trying to think how he would tell them delicately. Until the dimensional watch started shining to show that Sherry wanted to speak. Master, allow me to approach the subject? Sherry spoke, trying to get rid of the awkwardness. As the AI spoke, the two Hannahs have a bewildered expression with the attention on the watch. Issei, what is that? My watch, Issei said. Not really sure why they are surprised. Yes, but why is it able to talk? Yuka said, trying to explain the obvious. Oh, is it like in those spy movies where they have these futuristic devices to speak like a phone and hack into computers? Misuki was enjoying herself at the thought of the boy being a spy. What? No, it Issei tried to explain. He was interrupted by Sherry. Misuki-san, while it is true that I am capable of all that you said, I am more than a piece of cheap spy equipment. I am an AI meant to help the host of the Dimensional Watch. Artificial intelligence, Yuka said in disbelief. Wait, you can be a phone? Issei asks, surprised. That is correct. Why is this the first time I heard of this? You've never asked? That's incredible. Did you make this Sasiken? Misuki said, thinking the boy in their home was some genius. What? Of course not. I didn't even know it can be used as a phone. Issei denied it. Why is it called the Dimensional Watch? Tamamo asked about the watch that is somehow connected to Issei's existence. To answer Tamamo's question, the Dimensional Watch is an all-purpose magical tool meant for dimensional traveling. Dimensional traveling? Tamamo asks, unsure. Wait, it can do what? Yuka asks in confusion. Yes, able to travel through any barrier, connecting and linking the worlds to travel. Currently, we are in a different universe on Earth that has the same coordinates as Issei's world, but different and a bit into the past according to Issei about the date. And you expect us to believe you? Yuka said, slamming her hands on the table. Across from her, Misuki had a look of disbelief. That does explain a bit. Tamamo had a look of understanding. How can you believe that ridiculous story? Easy, unlike you. I'm not human. Suddenly, fox ears and three tails came out of Tamamo's body, shocking Yuka and Misuki into a state of disbelief. Tamamo, you weren't supposed to expose yourself yet. Issei yelled at Tamamo for being so reckless. But darling, if you keep trying to explain this situation, then they won't believe you. Tamamo said with a whine. I agree with the fox. Partner, it's better to show proof and be blunt with the situation. Drake quickly chipped in with the boosted gear coming into existence, further shocking the two normal humans into a state of disbelief. Thud! Suddenly the sound of two people impacting the floor is heard. Ah, Yuka, Misuki-san, are you alright? Issei quickly goes up to both of them to check if they were okay. Ha ha ha! The sound of Tamamo laughing at the sight of the two humans now unconscious. Damn it, Tamamo, stop laughing and help me. After an hour, Yuka and Misuki are seen nursing their heads on the couch with Issei fanning them. Tamamo was in the kitchen preparing a bit of food for her master, wearing a pink apron with her tails out to adjust the two normal humans with the situation. So let me get this right, you're not from this world? Misuki forces her voice to come out to address the dragon in the room. Correct, we are not from this world. Inside of you is a 1,000-year-old red dragon that was sealed by the biblical god, to be given as gifts to humans, so that they may be able to fight the supernatural. Yuka chimed in, trying to be nonchalant about it. I am not just any old dragon. I'm the heavenly red dragon, emperor of domination. Created out of the concept of pure power and legend, I am much older than 1,000. Drake said hotly about being referred to as just some random dragon. Right, my apologies then. Yuka answered with a sweat drop at the overgrown lizard. And Tamamo is the reincarnation of Tamamo no Me, one of Japan's 3 great monsters, known for the endless disaster that happened at the end of the Heian era. Yuka said, a bit scared that such a monster was in her home. Scared little girl. Tamamo said with a wicked smile on her face. No. Yuka said with confidence. Ho, why would that be? Because I know, if you were to try to hurt me, Issei would stop you. Yuka says with confidence that surprised Tamamo at how assured she was in Issei protecting her. Aren't you full of it? That's fine, because I know it will happen. After all, he did it even when we were just strangers. Well, don't be so full of it, cause I know he would do it for me too. Tamamo argued hotly, being a bit territorial of Issei. I would do it for both of you. So please, no more arguing, Issei said, not wanting the both of them to fight. Fine, both said, trying to keep the peace and Issei happy. But both still see each other as rivals for his attention. There's something I want to know, Misuki finally commented. What is it? You said that there is going to be a war that will happen in Fuyuki City. If that's true, then what are we going to do? If it is true, what will happen to us? Misuki said, scared for her and her daughter's lives. Best case scenario, nothing. You two have no connection with the supernatural and should not be important enough for the magus that will participate to notice. Worst case, death, because of your affiliation with us or possibly by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You would be pursued and killed for witnessing the war. Please understand, magus are heartless people that won't be stopped by anyone if they get in their way. The rules state that if any people were to witness the Holy Grail War, then they must be killed to silence them and not expose the secrecy of the supernatural. The answer quickly brings an air of silence with the humans in a state of shock. Then what are we going to do? Misuki says with urgency and distress. This is why Issei wanted to tell you the truth. So you can make a decision on what you want to do. Everyone has the right to make their own decisions. I thought it was unfair that because of me you two would be hurt, and wanted you two to have a way out. Make a decision, correct. The first choice is that you can leave Fuyuki City for 2 weeks. By then the war will be over and life will return to normal. We would also no longer be here and out of your lives, so that you may live peacefully. Unfortunately, we would have to erase your memories of us. What? Yuka said in disbelief that she would practically forget about the boy who saved her and changed her world. Please understand, it would be for your own protection. In this moonlit world, they would silence anybody that has nothing to do with the supernatural, in order to keep their secrecy of magic hidden. I refuse, Yuka Misuki said, shocked. Issei, why can't you run away with me? Sorry, I'm sort of going to be participating in the war. So I can't leave since I'm a part of it. Yeah, darling and I are going to fight for our marriage. Those other servants better watch out. When Yuka heard this, it affirmed her resolution to stay. I will stay. I refuse to forget and act as if I never met you. Sherry, what's the other choice? The other choice is to stay, and Issei will try to protect you until it's time for us to leave this world. When that happens, the two of you will join us to that world. If you choose that one, you will have to abandon the life you had here. Abandoning your home, friends, and family. Sherry, don't scare them like that. We could always come back here, right? Master, it would be better for them to prepare for a situation in which the chances of returning are slim. Making this decision is a life-changing action and makes them think things through. All right, I will come with you. Yuka says this with determination, interrupted the argument between Issei and Sherry. Are you sure? What about your friends and life here? Won't you be sad to leave your home? Issei says, bewildered. It's fine because I'll have you and Mom with me. Besides, I always wanted something interesting to happen. Yuka's answer brings a blush to appear in Issei's cheeks, making Tamamo jealous about the points the girl was winning over her. Misuki, seeing the determination in her daughter's eyes, brings out a sigh at seeing her stubbornness, and quickly accepts the craziness. Fine. If your mind's made up, I will go with you. Really, cousin? Yada! Issei, hearing the words of Yuka and Misuki-san, really touch him and silently made a promise to protect them and give them a better life. Fuyuki City, Park. 3 days before 4th Holy Grail War, 11 o'clock a.m. We can see the brown-haired boy Issei running laps across the park. Exhaustion was at an all-time high as sweat came pouring. Why am I doing this? He mumbles, too tired to talk loudly. You're the one who said you wanted to be ready to fight. While your magical reserves are high, your physical condition is at an all-time low. If you use the boosted gear at your current state, the power would cause your body to break down. The only solution to fix that is to increase your stamina and your body's endurance. Not to mention you have to be ready for whatever the enemy plans. I understand. But why are we doing this at the same time? He questions as he exercised and listened to Sherry explain the fundamentals of thaumaturgy, or magecraft. Because knowing is only half the battle. I get that, but even if you told me everything from the basics, I will never understand it. Can't you just tell me a few spells and tricks and be done? I mean, what the hell is a magic crest or a reality marble? If I don't explain everything, you'll never understand the danger you're in. While I don't think it's necessary learning all of it since you're not a person from this world, as there are some things that don't apply to you, like the magic circuits you don't possess. But there is some merit in her words that you must understand about the supernatural. Like dragons, there is much you don't know. You can do it. Darling! A voice of encouragement brought him out of his argument. When he turned his head, he saw Tamamo cheering him on. while wearing what appeared to be a cheerleader outfit. Where did she get it? And just looking at those bulbous bounce were the questions on Issei's mind. Yuka would be here too, but she had to go to school. Misuki's orders. Yuka thought it was ridiculous. The city could be on fire in 3 days, but she had to study. Couldn't she spend the rest of her days with Issei? It was good news for Issei because Yuka and Tamamo were like fire and water. He still remembered last night as they bickered on who would sleep with him. The road to becoming harem king was truly difficult. Why are you out? Issei questions as he remembered telling her to be in spirit form when they left at 9. It's so boring being in that form. I'd much rather be outside and experience a date like that show I watched with Hana-san, she said, remembering spending the night watching a rom-com with Misuki. Instantly liking the scenes as if a play was right in front of her. Sherry told me that there were familiars around the area. To make sure they don't see you, I'd much rather have you hidden. The moment they see such a beautiful girl like you, they'll instantly know it's not humanly possible. Issei says, complimenting without knowing as he looks around the area for any sign of danger. Darling, you just know how to make a girl special. Tamamo says with a blush, if her tails were out, they would instantly be seen swaying around. I'm just stating the truth, darling. She instantly tackles Issei and cuddles, bringing his mind back to the bulbas. You don't have to worry about me. With my abilities, they will never know it was me, she says, reassuring her abilities. Appay! Screamed his mind as his head was covered in Tamamo's bulbas. Hey! Don't interrupt his training, fox. Drake says out loud from Issei's hand, annoyed at the interruption. Don't interrupt our love, you gecko! Tamamo argues back. Don't think I won't find a way to shut you up. Luckily we're alone right now. Drake, what do you mean by there's much to learn about dragons? Issei says out loud so Tamamo can hear. The first thing you have to know is that dragons attract things. Like what? Plenty of things. Like the situation we're in now or the fox now living with us. Dragons attract the unwanted and the strong. Whether it's good or bad depends on you. Do be careful and train yourself. With Drake's warning done, Issei resumes his exercise and Tamamo sits with a thoughtful expression. Fuyuki High School, 12 o'clock p.m. Yuka was bored as she tried hard to listen to a lesson on history. While before she would be quite studious in her pursuit of going to a good university, she can't help but find it less important now that the supernatural comes crashing into her door. Literally, Issei basically broke it when she shouted for help. Of course, who would have known the boy would be a dimensional time traveler with a legendary dragon sealed in his left arm, that came to this world to fight in a magical death tournament with his fox waifu to get his wish granted. Yes, she knows he's not from our world's future but a world similar to our own, and he didn't even know he would be in a death tournament. But this is ridiculous. Why couldn't the person that saved her be a normal person that doesn't want a harem? Especially the fox, just seeing her brings nothing but insecurities in her heart. When she told this to Issei in bed, he just laughed, saying it's true that Tamamo is beautiful, but there were things that made Yuka just as beautiful that Tamamo didn't have. Those words instantly made her heart flutter, until Tamamo ruined it by getting in the bed where they were sweet taking. It would have been the perfect time to kiss. Damn fox, Hana-san, please tell me, on what lesson we're in. The old middle-aged man spoke, ruining Yuka's thoughts. Gomen-sensei. Feeling embarrassed, she apologizes. Please pay attention, you're usually more focused, so I'll let it slide today. With that, he resumes his lesson and Yuka tries her best to focus. Fuyuki High School, 3 o'clock p.m. As classes end, Yuka is seen walking out of the school building with a thoughtful expression. What would Issei love to eat today? Hana-senpai, wait. A voice of a female called out to her. When Yuka turned around, she sees a girl with long brown hair. The color was a lighter shade than Issei's chocolate hair, almost to the point of looking orange. The uniform was the same as hers of Fuyuki High. The only thing different from her uniform was the tiger-colored kendo stick hanging from her shoulder. Tiger-san, she said as she recognizes the girl as the infamous member of the kendo club. Not expecting her to skip her training. It's Taiga, she responded angrily. Never mind that. Are you okay, huh? She asked, not really sure what she needed. What do you mean, huh? She again responded in disbelief. They said you were attacked by the serial killer they caught. You almost became one of his victims. How do you know this? She asks, remembering the police weren't going to release their personal information to the public. To have someone who's a cop in the family. Yeah. He was talking all about the poor family that was almost killed. She says nervously not many would react well at knowing her Yakuza family. Well, as you can see. I'm fine. Yuka said rudely at knowing the situation was told to this loudmouth of all people. It's a miracle the whole school doesn't know by now. Are you sure? Everyone has been saying you've been acting weird. Weird how? Has she been acting strange? The studious Ice Queen has finally cracked. Taiga says as if she was reciting the words said by others. At the class, she's been spacing out, not even listening to the teacher as he goes on his lesson. At times you can see her with a blush on her cheeks and a smile on her face. When a boy bumped into her, instead of the cold look she usually gives to the male population as if the very sight of them was filthy, she apologizes. Can you believe that? Does that mean she no longer hates men? Taiga's words quickly bring a blush of embarrassment to her face. Has she really acted so out of character today, and was this what people think of her? Who's a man-hater? If Issei heard this, what would he think of her? Why should I care about what people think of me? Who cares what they say about me? And why do you even care? Yuka says defensively. Are you okay? Taiga says with actual concern over her. That quickly diffuses Yuka's anger. When I heard what happened, I was worried that you were hurt. I'm fine. Thank you for concerning over me. With a gentle smile on her face, she couldn't be angry at her. Guess she wasn't all that bad, Yuka's thought. Are you sure? If you're in trouble, you can always talk to me about it. She says, unsure, as it was only 2 days ago that Yuka was in that situation. It's true. I am fine, really. After Issei came, most of her old troubles left. Her thoughts were never occupied by the close encounter with death by the killer. If you ever wish to talk with me, I'm here. Of course. Their conversation ends as the two are near the gate when they notice a bunch of students surrounding the entrance. So can anybody tell me where Hana Yuka is? Yuka hears the familiar voice of a certain brown-haired boy. Why did he come here? She was happy he came, of course, but there was no reason to come. The crowd just wondered who this boy was. He wasn't handsome or looked rich, but knew the beautiful Ice Queen, Issei. Seeing him, Yuka jumps into his arms. Yuka. It took me a while to find you. I tried asking these guys, but they just looked at me weird. Why are you here? I was done with my workout, and when I noticed the time, Sherry told me you were finished with classes. So I came here so we can walk home together. You were kind of bummed out you couldn't come with me, so I thought we could spend a few hours together on the way home. Sorry that I came all sweaty, Issei, as the two lovey-dovey scenes were played out. The crowd was shocked by the sight. Is this the so-called Ice Queen they knew? Is this the reason she's been acting weird? Even Taiga was shocked. Wasn't she almost killed? The guys were mad with jealousy, wondering why it couldn't be them. Wait. Just as they were about to leave, Taiga spoke up. Who is this? Asking everybody's question. Issei, this is Taiga. She's my kohai. Remembering that she was talking to her before Issei came, she was a bit embarrassed for forgetting her. Taiga, this is my boyfriend, she says with a shy smile. Nice to meet you, he says respectfully after getting caught off guard by Yuka's word. He was truly embarrassed. Likewise. Taiga, I'll see you later. Right, Taiga said, not knowing what to say. The couple left, leaving everyone shocked. The couple can be seen going down the neighborhood. Yuka was leading Issei around wherever she wanted to go by his hands. I have a girlfriend, Issei screams in his mind. Looks like it. Congratulations, master. What do I do? I'm not prepared. Isn't your dream to be a harem king? Why are you freaking out over this? It's pathetic, you already knew she liked you. If you go by what Tamamosan says, you also have a wife. Issei, I've been wondering. While Yuka is happy, she can't help but feel a sudden glare. Where is the fox? She's right beside us. You see, to make sure no one can see her, she turned invisible to us. Is that so? Yeah, I kind of wanted to come alone, but Tamama wouldn't let me. But I couldn't allow her to be outside so everyone can see her. So I made her take something called her spirit form. I see. Not really, but she got the basics. MPH. A snort was heard coming from nowhere, proving Issei's point. Let's have a date. With a wicked grin, Yuka pulled him faster. Right now, of course. Unless you don't want to, she says, faking sadness. I do. It's just, Masuka-san is waiting for us. I'm sure Mom can wait. Let's go. With that, the couple went to their own world, completely ignoring the murderous intent Tamamo had. The date was nice. The last one was just a view of the city, trying to get Issei used to his surroundings while also distracting Yuka from her bad experience. Now they were living in it. First, they went to the arcade and played the games. Issei had to show her how to pay most of them since Yuka wasn't much of a gamer. It was a retro experience for Issei since all of them were old games. Some he never played before, but the strangest were the games he knows that existed in his world before. He wondered if the creators existed in both worlds. Does that mean a Hayate Issei also exists here? Weird. After that, they went window shopping, trying to see what's new. The first store was a clothing store, as Yuka was interested in what sort of styles Issei would like her to wear. The results were anything revealing a bit of cleavage. When Issei saw a manga store, he was interested if some were also the same as his home. Again, Yuka did not have much experience, but she gladly went with him to check it out. The result was the same as the arcade, with some being new and old to him. Yuka quickly fell for the shoujo romance books. The final stop was karaoke. The girls in class were all talking about how fun the place was, and Yuka wanted to know what it was about. Once the two were alone in their room, Tamamo could not hold it and came out, causing a fight between the girls on how she was ruining their date, and it was not fair. With Issei acting as peacemaker, both settled down and enjoyed their time. Both girls were great singers, not so much Issei. They had fun, and Issei finally had a true wish. These days could always be like this. Peace was best after all. 7:30 p.m. Hana residence. You three are late. To leave this poor injured woman at home alone, Masuki says as she watches the hour that the trio arrive. Masuki is seen placing 4 plates on the table full of today's dinner. Tamamo does not need to eat, but it feels weird having a guest and not eating with them. Issei would feel bad if she was left out. To make her master happy, Tamamo went along with it. Gomen. We were having too much fun. We lost track of time. Issei apologizes, feeling bad for forgetting Masuki was at home. It's fine, Issei. Kazan is just being dramatic, Yuka says, annoyed at her mom's poor attempt at winning Issei's sympathy. Darling is truly naive and innocent. Tamamo hugs him, rubbing her face with his. Now that she can phase out, she won't spend a second away from him. You truly don't have to worry. I'm just glad my daughter has such a considerate friend. Masuki giggles at Issei's cute honesty. The family soon sat and ate. While the food was delicious, the people could not enjoy it as they waited for Sherry, who would begin explaining the war. They did not have to wait for long, now that everybody is present. I shall explain the war and our opponents to those who don't know. Sherry spoke from the watch. How lucky of you, partner. If we didn't have this AI, we would have gone in blind to this fight. Drake interjects. As said, the war involves 7 magas summoning 7 servants to battle for supremacy. The last one standing obtains the Holy Grail, an artifact capable of giving one true wish. A wish? Can it truly be anything? Masuki wonders if it's true. Must be dangerous if it falls into the wrong hands. Yuka brings a good point. Issei, what's your wish? Ha! Funny that you should mention it. I do have one, but I kind of want to accomplish it by myself and not cheat. I am going to be harem king. That's nice, Yuka says with a sweat drop at his wish. Hopefully, she can keep the number small. Darling, you don't need anybody else. You have me. Tamamo says. What are servants? Masuki says, wanting Sherry to continue. Servants are heroic spirits, reincarnated heroes of the past, future, and present. Like Tamamo no Me you see before you. Each servant is given a total of 7 classes that will either limit or strengthen the hero. Tamamo is given the class of caster, a master of magecraft, because she is the incarnation of the sun goddess Amatsuru, who has control over magic. Even though she has never used it during her time as Tamamo no Me, that's not true. She and I are totally different people. Sherry, Who are the 7 magus? Masuki just ignores her, not caring. The first is Kiritsugu Emiya, the master of saber. To the rest of the world, he is a mercenary and a terrorist. To the Mages Association, he is the Magus Killer. A master of firearms and explosives. A man who hunts down any monster or rogue magus through any means, uncaring of who gets in the way. Or that is what he wants the world to believe. I've heard of this man. The USA is searching for him and placed a big bounty for any information regarding him. Masuki said. Does he have any weaknesses? Yuka says, worried at knowing he was a terrorist. Weaknesses his wife and daughter. I mean anything issei can use against him in a fight. Has not trained in any known martial arts. But is able to reinforce his body with magecraft, making him stronger and faster than normal humans. Always carries around personal hand grenades, stun grenades, smoke grenades and firearms. While he can kill humans with ease, he does not have the power to kill servants. Issei can now protect himself, but it's highly unlikely he can kill the man unless completely caught unaware. Wait to kill! Yuka and Issei spoke up. Yes, kill. I don't want to hurt anybody, partner. While I understand your unwillingness to finish your opponent, you must understand that they will not give you that kindness. This is a war, and they will stop at nothing to end you and your loved ones if it gives them any advantage. Drake finally speaks up, telling him some hard truths. Is there any way I can beat them without killing them? There are 3 ways that are possible. First is the death of the servants. Second would be to take their command seal. But the only way for that to happen is if they willingly gave them away or broke the contract they formed with their servants. The third is to destroy the Holy Grail completely. How do I do that? Issei wonders over the third one. The easiest way to do that would be to destroy the Lesser Grail. Which are the foundations of the Holy Grail. Where is it? If he finds it first, maybe the war wouldn't have to happen. Master, the question is, who is it? Irisville von Einsburn. She is the wife of Kiritsugu Emiya, a homunculus of the Einsburn. A white-haired female with red eyes. Homunculus? Yuka asks. An artificial human. Capable of speech and actions just like any humans. Is that possible? Masuki asks. She is the vessel of the Holy Grail. A humanoid-shaped vessel that has a consciousness, and that can be independent to defend itself from harm. When 4 servants have died, her body would be destroyed and give birth to the Holy Grail. Silence. You mean she just dies? Issei asked, his voice quieter than before. Yes. Masuki's hands clenched into fists. That's awful. Did that man do this to her? She asks, barely hiding her disgust. No, her fate was decided long ago by the Einsburn family that she would be sacrificed and turned into the Holy Grail, and she just accepts it? Yuka mutters bewildered. Why? Issei says, truly bothered with this. In fear that the Grail is damaged or stolen, they created these vessels to defend itself. Why doesn't he stop it? I mean, isn't he her husband? How can he or she accept this? Issei asks. Partner, you should know why. A true wish is truly something humans would die for, from what I can tell. This situation is killing the man Kiritsugu, breaking him further. Irisville has accepted her fate as she was programmed for this. Is there any way to destroy the Grail without killing her? I am uncertain since the Grail is infused into her organs. I'll have to look into her design and structure. How do I get that? It's usually impossible, but luckily we are connected to the root, which gives me access to the Akasha records to look up her making. Just give me time. For now, let's get back to devising a strategy against the other masters. Right. Thank you, Issei says with relief. Destroying the Grail was now no longer an option if it involved murdering an innocent woman. Darling, you're too kind, Tamamo says, hugging Issei, who was still seated, her boba soothing the worried boy. What makes Emiya Kiritsugu even more dangerous would be his magecraft and mystic code. Magecraft? Mystic code? Says the 2 non-mages. Magecraft or thaumaturgy is the artificial reenactment of mystery, which is ordinarily possible by a person's magic circuit. It is the ability to bring about what is possible through science with supernatural means. Although the process is considered a miracle, the end result is not. The one you should watch out for is his innate time control. Which, Sherry, dumb it down so everyone can understand. Understood. It allows him to speed up or slow down objects by controlling the time around it. It only affects him and doesn't affect the actual world. Better. Is she pouting? Crystal, don't worry, Sherry, you can tell me everything next time? Yuka says, trying to reassure her. Her interest in magic is growing. Next is his mystic code, the Thompson Contender. While the weapon could be considered a hunting rifle, the power it releases to shoot an opponent is greater than your average gun. The bullets aren't simple either. Origin bullets, which can cripple living creatures that are fired upon. The effect could be described as the corrosion of the nerves. It's worse for Magus as the bullets even affect the magic circuits, destroying their magecraft abilities and causing excruciating pain within the body as the nervous system spasms while being broken down. Their internal organs are then destroyed as if the victim was poisoned, and numerous muscles and nerves are damaged. That hats? What would happen if Issei was hit? Yuka says, terrified. Hana and Tamamo are also worried. Who knows, since Issei has no circuits in his body. Instead, he has something called a magic core. Do make sure you avoid getting hit by it. I'll do my part and tell you if he decides to use it against you. Right. Can he even dodge regular bullets? Saber. A blonde-haired woman wielding an invisible blade covered in wind. Her true name is the legendary King Arthur. Her noble phantasm is Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. A master swordswoman whose skills are so great she can even predict her opponent's attack. Normally her magic resistance would make casters' attacks ineffective, but Tamamo's divinity can go around it, allowing her to cause damage. Weakness would be her chivalry of fighting honor duels. Wait. King Arthur is a girl. Is she hot? Issei says, darling, don't go focusing on other master's servants. You already have me. Tamamo yells. I'm just surprised the stories are true, Misuki says. Why was she called king? If she was a girl. Hana questions. Back then women couldn't rule. But she was the only heir to the throne and the sword chose her. So she had to disguise herself as a man. That's so matingist, Yuka says angrily. Next would be the Master of Lancer, is Kenneth Elmalloy Archibald, a high-ranking aristocrat from the Mages Association and a so-called prodigy. He is a noble from the Elmalloy family, known for their prestige and deep knowledge of magical theories. Kenneth is incredibly prideful and looks down on those he considers beneath him, which, unfortunately, means just about everyone. So an arrogant rich guy. Yuka summarized. Just hearing the description makes the Hanas frown, bringing memories of a man they did not want to remember. Precisely, Sherry confirmed. His servant, Lancer, is the tragic hero Diarmuid Dubni, a warrior of the Fianna from Irish legend. He is a peerless spearman who wields two cursed spears, one that inflicts wounds that never heal and another that nullifies magical protection. Sounds like a nightmare to fight, Misuki noted, frowning. He is, Sherry admitted. Lancer is an expert in close-quarters combat. His agility and precision make him a deadly opponent. However, his greatest weakness is his unwavering loyalty and sense of honor. Unlike Saber, whose chivalry is grounded in duty, Lancer's code of conduct can be manipulated. If you challenge him to an honorable duel, or appeal to his knightly nature, you may be able to control the flow of battle. So I can just be like, hey, fight me Onionon, and he'll go for it? Issei asked. Indeed, but I doubt the Master of Lancer would allow for a fair fight. Thinking it to be a waste of time and effort, Sherry said, Ugh. A rich, snobbish rich guy with an ego complex. I know the type. Yuka groaned, with Misuki nodding. This is how most magus think and act. They can be quite prideful of their abilities and privileges. Now be warned, Lancer's noble phantasm allows him to bypass most defenses. Even Tamamo's magic barriers might not fully stop his cursed spears. Great. Another way to die horribly, Issei groaned. Darling, you won't die. I, your divine and beautiful wife, shall vanquish all who threaten you. Tamamo declared, dramatically pressing herself against him. Right, he wheezed as he struggled for air. Sherry moved on. Kenneth himself is no pushover. His signature magecraft, Volumen Hydrargyrum, is a fluid, mercury-based mystic code that can shift between offense and defense instantly. It's a near-indestructible metallic liquid that can pierce, crush, or restrain enemies while forming an impenetrable shield around him. How the hell do I fight liquid metal? Issei blurted out. With patience, Sherry replied. It is powerful, but not perfect. The mercury relies on Kenneth's concentration. If you disrupt his focus, it becomes significantly weaker. And while his mystic code can protect him from physical attacks, it has trouble dealing with wide-area magical assaults, meaning I can fry him with my flames, Tamamo mused. Exactly, Sherry confirmed. But you'll have to act fast. If he sees you as a major threat, he won't hesitate to take you out first. Then Issei will have to be smart, Yuka said, rubbing her chin. If his mercury defenses are tricky, we need to force him into a situation where he can't use them effectively. That would be the best approach. Alright, next. Who else do we have to worry about? Masuki prompted. The next master is Waver Velvet, the youngest and least experienced participant in this war. He's a student from the Clock Tower who stole his way into the Holy Grail War by taking Kenneth's relic. He stole from another master. Issei asked, baffled. Waver intercepted a relic meant for Kenneth, and used it to summon his own servant. He's nowhere near as skilled as the other masters, but he makes up for it with creativity and adaptability. And his servant? Ryder, a giant of a man, loud, boisterous, and larger than life. His true identity is none other than Alexander the Great, the legendary king of conquerors. Who? Now that's someone even I know. Alexander the Great. Are you serious? Yuka gawked with everyone except Tamamo, bewildered by the fact of fighting such a legendary historical figure. Very, Sherry replied. Ryder is one of the most formidable servants in this war. He possesses overwhelming strength, charisma, and a powerful noble phantasm Ionian Hetaira, a reality marble that summons his entire army of heroic spirits to fight alongside him. Wait. You're telling me he can summon an entire army? Yuka exclaimed. Yes. That's what makes him so dangerous, Sherry said. Unlike the other servants who fight alone, Ryder brings the full force of his legend into battle. He is also incredibly durable and nearly impossible to fight heat-in. Then how do we deal with him? Masuki asked. His weakness lies in his master, Waver. Unlike the other masters, Waver lacks resources, combat experience, and powerful magecraft. If you put enough pressure on him, Ryder might be forced to retreat to protect his master. So, take out the squishy mage, and the army disappears? Issei mused. Essentially, yes, Sherry confirmed. That's not exactly reassuring, Issei muttered. Now hold on, partner. I don't believe it will be wise to count your defeat just yet. What do you mean, Drake? I can't fight an army. Ha! Not yet. But give it time. Who knows, with enough training maybe one day you'll have the strength of an army. Plus you never know how a battle will play out. Issei, let's look at the positives. We probably won't be his target. I believe the Master of Lancer will start attacking the Master of Rider first if it's true he stole from him. Yuka says, reassuring the boy to not freak out. Of course, he sighed. Alright, hit me. Who's next? The next master is Korea Matu, and his servant is Berserker. The room grew tense. Berserker? That's never a good word, Yuka muttered. No, it isn't, Sherry agreed. Korea Matu is a tragic figure in this war. Unlike the other masters, he didn't enter for personal gain, did it to save someone. But in exchange for his participation, he was subjected to horrifying magical experiments that have left his body in constant agony. That's messed up, Issei murmured. It is, Sherry said. And his servant Berserker is unidentifiable. What? Said everyone in the room. Sherry, what do you mean you don't know who he is? Issei groaned. It must be one of his noble phantasm that is blocking me from obtaining more information from him. For now I will just give a trait most berserkers are given. Their madness enhancement gives this servant monstrous physical strength and agility. However, it makes them extremely unstable. His rage can be used against him if you can force him into a situation where he loses control. So we gotta make him angry but not too angry, Issei summarized. Exactly, Sherry said. Great, we have to fight a complete unknown. Who's left? Just two more masters. Alright, hit me. The first is Tosaka Tokiomi, the master of Archer. He is one of the three main families responsible for creating the Holy Grail War and an extremely powerful magus. A man of nobility and refined manners, but also ruthless when it comes to achieving his goals. Wait, Tosaka? Misuki blinked. That name sounds kinda familiar. It's a well-known family, here in Fuyuki. Sherry explained. They have a long history and are known for their powerful jewel-based magecraft. Tokiomi is the current head of the family, and he wields powerful magic accumulated over generations. And Archer? Archer is the legendary Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. The air in the room grew heavier. King of heroes? Misuki echoed. That sounds concerning. It is, Sherry admitted. Gilgamesh is, without exaggeration, the strongest servant in this war. His treasury, the Gate of Babylon, contains countless noble phantasms more than any other hero in history. Unlike other servants who have just one or two legendary weapons, Archer possesses an entire arsenal of divine weapons that he can summon at will. Hold on. You're telling me this guy has every legendary weapon? Yuka asked in disbelief. More or less, Sherry confirmed. As the oldest recorded hero, every weapon in existence is said to originate from his collection. He can rain down noble phantasms like arrows, making direct combat nearly impossible. That's not even fair, Issei groaned. What's his weakness? Arrogance, Sherry said simply. Gilgamesh considers himself superior to all beings. He rarely takes his opponents seriously and often toys with them rather than finishing fights immediately. If you can exploit his ego, you might create an opening. So he's the type that looks down on everyone, then we can use this to our advantage, Yuka says, tapping her fingers on the table. If Issei can bait him into underestimating him, he might be able to get a surprise attack before he notices. That's a huge gamble, Misuki warned. It is. Master, don't underestimate him. If he decides to fight seriously from the start, there may be no way to stop him. I'll try my best, mostly not to get killed, Issei muttered. Okay, who's the last master? The final master is Koto Mine Kirai, the master of assassin. Koto Mine Kirai, what's his deal? Kirai is a student of Tosaka Tokiomi in the art of magecraft and an executor of the church, Sherry explained. On the surface, he appears to be a devout man following the will of the church. But underneath, this man feels nothing. No joy, no sorrow, no purpose. Nothing? Misuki asked, her expression darkening. That's creepy, Issei says with a chill down his spine. He doesn't understand why he was chosen to be in the Holy Grail War, and is searching for meaning and answers. He's a highly trained combatant skilled in assassination and hand-to-hand combat. Even without magecraft, he is a terrifying opponent. He has superhuman strength, speed, and precision, capable of killing experienced magi with ease, Issei gulped. And his servant? Assassin, Sherry said. Unlike the other servants, Assassin is not a single person, but an entire group. Hasani Sabah, a lineage of legendary assassins. This allows him to appear in multiple locations at once and gather intelligence across the city, so he can be everywhere at once. That's insane, Issei exclaimed. Yes, but Assassin is not built for direct combat. Individually, they are weaker than most other servants. Their strength lies in deception, ambushes, and espionage, so we gotta be careful not to get attacked from the back, Issei muttered. A heavy silence filled the room. So what's the plan? Yuka asked. For now, we need to gather information and locate the other masters. We also need to determine which ones are the biggest threats, and if any can be reasoned with. Are you saying we should team up with some of them? Issei asked, surprised. If possible, yes, Sherry admitted. Some masters have conflicting goals, and alliances can be formed if it benefits both parties. However, we must be careful. Trust is rare in a war like this. Great, so we either make allies or fight an uphill battle against broken servants and insane masters, Issei muttered. No pressure, my precious beloved husband. Tamamo purred, draping herself over Issei. Taking a lot of his worries as her bobas heal his mental health. Fear not. I, your perfect and adorable wife, shall protect you from all your enemies. Tamamo Issei wheezed, his face turning blue. Ah. My apologies, my beloved. I just love you so much. Tamamo says, letting go. Thanks, Tamamo, Issei smiled. What an awesome way to die. Alright then. Let's get ready. If we're gonna survive this, we need to be smart. For now, partner, we will continue focusing on your physical training. Clap. Now I believe that's enough serious talk. I believe we should go to a lighter subject. Yuka, how was school? Masuki says while she clapped her hands to change the subject. Soon the heavy talk went to the mundane, with Issei giving his own input, while inside his mind was full of worries. Everything alright, partner? Drake talks in his mind. I'm just worried. I have never really done this before. It's normal to feel afraid, I know. But what if I freeze up? We could die. I can't let that happen, Issei says while clenching his fists. That is why you train. Just prepare yourself the best you can and hope for the best. You're right. I just have to survive for 2 days of this war, and then we can leave. A lone priest stood in a quiet forest, the moonlight casting eerie shadows across the ground. His expression remained unreadable as he gazed downward, as if lost in thought. The church has contacted me, Koto Mine Kirai murmured. They say the final servant, a caster, has finally appeared. The final servant has been summoned? Then it's time, says a voice telepathically in his ear. Koto Mine nodded slightly. Indeed. You are to head immediately to Tosaka Manor. The words seemed to linger in the air as a figure stepped onto the dimly lit road, his form barely visible against the darkened landscape. It was Assassin, his presence like a whisper of death moving through the night. And once I arrive, the manor is surrounded by a number of powerful barriers, Koto Mine continued. But they should be child's play for you. Assassin chuckled, his voice laced with mockery. Ha ha ha. Are you sure about this? I was under the impression that you were allies with Tokiomi Tosaka. Don't you worry about that, Koto Mine replied calmly. Even if it means that you have to engage with Archer in battle, there's no need to fear. Assassin's mirth deepened. To fear Archer, one of the 3 knight classes of the Grail Wars. With that, Assassin vanishes and goes into action, infiltrating the manor. Hana resident. Master, I believe the war has begun. Issei Hayata looked down at his watch as he was stretching. Why do you say that? Says Issei as he, Yuka and Tamama were preparing for bed. I just witnessed a battle between Archer and Assassin, the AI replies. Yuka, as she was brushing her teeth, paused mid-motion and frowned. But aren't they allies? The most likely explanation is that this is an act to make others believe that Assassin was defeated and that Koto Mine was no longer in the war. It's probably also a way to flush out the other masters and servants out of hiding. I just felt the energy spike. It ended pretty quickly, Tamamo says in her pajamas, her tail flicking behind her. If we didn't have Sherry watching, I'd probably have familiars keeping watch. But that would ruin the element of surprise. Even if they did sense my summoning, we must still be pretty unknown. Luckily, none of their familiars noticed us. We had some pretty close calls, Issei recalled, remembering how they almost crossed paths with a few of them during the day. Yuka sighed, rinsing her mouth before turning to Issei. If Issei did lose Tamamo, where was he supposed to go? Yuka questions. Tamamo bristled immediately. Hey! Master, and I would never lose, Tamamonome said angrily at Yuka. Yuka crossed her arms. I'm simply asking just in case. What if you really aren't as strong as you claim? How dare you! The girls were now staring daggers at each other. Sparks flew as the two locked eyes, their silent battle raging through stubbornness. He would have to go to the church outside the city. It's considered a neutral ground. They would usually keep the master that have been disqualified safe. But isn't the church in an alliance with the master of Archer and Assassin? Issei frowns. Indeed. Right now the master of Assassin has gone there to seek sanctuary, even though he's still in the war. Yuka's annoyance with Tamamo faded as she processed this information. Saber should be arriving tomorrow. I'm certain one of the masters will start something. Yuka hesitated before asking Issei, will you be going out tomorrow? Yuka questions in worry. My guess, Issei admitted. We'll probably just sneak around and watch them from a distance, making sure they don't destroy the neighborhood. Tamamo, is the boundary field active? Yes, darling. This place is well protected. We can leave here without worry, she assured him. I'll make sure to cloak ourselves to not be noticed when we go out. Ah. Yuka sends out a yawn. Then we should sleep. After tonight I doubt we'll be getting any. The three of them crawled into bed, with issei in between the two girls as they cuddled up to him. Tosaka Manor night, everything went smoothly, said a black-haired man in a red velvet suit sitting in a chair, swirling a glass of fine wine in his hand, his movements practiced and elegant. From the shadows of the room, a golden light shimmered, a figure of overwhelming presence. Draped in golden armor, his crimson eyes gleamed with disinterest. "These games of yours squander my time, Tokiomi," said the golden-armored man magically appearing by the window. Tokiomi quickly stood, straightening his posture. He knew better than to remain seated in the presence of the King of Heroes. "I am very grateful, Gilgamesh, King of all kings, King of Heroes," he said with a respectful bow. "Your deeds tonight will establish your prowess as the King of Heroes, and they will reveal which of our foes we must hunt. I ask only that you stay your hand for just a short while longer." "Very well. For the time being, I shall amuse myself with simple reconnaissance. This age fascinates me." Gilgamesh smirked, satisfied by Tokiomi's flattery. Tokiomi tilted his head. "Is the modern world to your liking?" Gilgamesh scoffed. "It's unspeakably ugly. But that is fine, in its own way. The important thing is whether any treasures here are worthy of me." His expression darkened. "If there is nothing here that deserves my adoration, you will pay dearly for summoning me, Tokiomi." Tokiomi's smile remained composed. "Worry not. The Holy Grail is surely an item fit to please the King of Heroes. That is for me to determine. No matter. I'll play along with your schemes for now. Everything of value in this world belongs to me. No matter how precious a treasure this grail of yours may be, I'll never let anyone have it without my permission. Tokiomi, I'll leave the details to you." Gilgamesh left, now bored with the conversation, and vanished. My, honestly. Tokiomi sat down, now exhausted after dealing with the selfish king. He sipped his wine, watching the candlelight flicker. "I'm still amazed that Gilgamesh materialized within the archer class, considering their solo combat skills. Well, I can let Kirai handle things from here. For now, everything is proceeding according to plan." Waver's hideout, inside a 2-story house. Books, maps, and notes lay scattered across the wooden floor with nice furniture around it. "Assassin was killed? Hey, Ryder, this is big news. One of the 7 has already been knocked out," said excitedly the black-haired young man, turning to look at the massive, muscular red-haired man watching the TV. Ryder sat comfortably, his large frame almost comically out of place in the small space. A can of beer in one hand and a plate of snacks in the other, he stared intently at the flickering television screen, where a documentary about modern warfare played. His expression was one of childlike wonder, utterly captivated. "Hey!" the boy said, trying to catch Ryder's interest. "Come on! Don't you get it? Assassin was killed." Again he was ignored. Ryder didn't even glance at him. "Ryder, the Holy Grail War has started. I've been out gathering information, and day after day after day. Every single day. You sit around eating cookies, watching stuff on the VCR. You're worse than a familiar. Worse than a rat. And I told you to take spirit form when I don't need you. I'm giving you all the mana you need to do your job," he says passionately at the man. The giant finally responded, not with interest, but with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Kid, no one cares about Assassin. He's only good at skulking in the shadows. He could never pose a threat to me," was Ryder's response. "Anyway, boy. Here, this is what matters. This. The big, black thing they call AB2. It's wonderful." He leaned forward excitedly. "I'm thinking of buying 10 or so." "What do you think?" Ryder exclaimed, pointing at the screen. On the other side of the room, Waver Velvet, his scrawny frame tense with frustration, exhaled in exasperation. With that much money, it'd be faster to just buy the country outright. Waver muttered, barely concealing his irritation. "Oh, I see. So, the question is where to procure the money. Were there some major city nearby, such as Persepolis, we could simply plunder it, and get what we needed." Ryder says. Waver exhaled sharply, feeling a headache coming on, for the moment. Ryder continued, crossing his arms. "Our biggest obstacle will be this Clinton guy. He will prove a more formidable opponent than Darius III. Sighing, he tried to get the conversation back on track. Regardless, it's good that Assassin was eliminated first. Aren't you the type who prefers to face his enemy hidden? So it's good news for us that the guy who uses sneak attacks and tricks is out. We could get some good use from these tomahawk things, too. Ryder continued to ignore him in favor of holding the TV. Completely thrilled at the idea of owning a tomahawk, again he changed the subject with an eye twitch. Saber, Lancer, Archer, the three great knights and the Berserker, whose sole skill is to break things. They're gonna be toast when you use that noble phantasm of yours. That just leaves Castor. If we knew his true identity, Ryder finally turned to him, more serious now. How did Assassin fall? Who was it that defeated him? You saw it, right? Waver hesitated. I think it was Tosaka's servant. His appearance, his axe, everything was gold and flashy. It all happened so fast, I couldn't tell. Fool! Ryder yelled. Before Waver could react, the large man flicked him on the forehead. If I am to fight someone, it will be the victor, Ryder declared. Why weren't you paying attention to him? Well, it matters not. Did anything else strike you about the flashy gold guy? Waver held his head in pain. But it was the middle of the night, and it was all over in a second. He noticed Ryder's hand raising for another flick and quickly blurted out. Hey, Ryder, normally, a servant only has one noble phantasm, right? Ryder narrowed his eyes, lowering his hands slightly. That's the rule. But how many isn't the right way to conceptualize a noble phantasm? As you know, a noble phantasm is the physical manifestation of a hero's legend or tale. Sometimes, it may be a specific ability or method of attack. Waver hesitated. Then is there a noble phantasm that consists of throwing dozens of swords at an opponent? Ryder's expression turned contemplative. A sword that splits into infinite copies? It's possible that could still qualify as a single noble phantasm, but those weren't copies. Waver muttered, recalling the scene. Each sword had a different shape. Ryder smirked, stepping back before suddenly slapping Waver on the back. The boy nearly stumbled forward. Ah, forget it. We'll learn each enemy's identity as we encounter them. Two's that really wise? He said in pain. Ryder let out a hearty laugh. It is. Actually, it's more fun this way. Food, mating, sleep, and war, whatever you do, enjoy it to the fullest. That is the secret of life. Ryder stretched his arms now. Let's go find some entertainment outside. We ride forth, boy. Prepare yourself. Our ride forth? To where? Waver questioned, confused. Ryder rolled his shoulders. Somewhere. Anywhere. Oh, come on, you can't have been the only one who was watching Tosaka. Which means that news of Assassin's death is making the rounds. All the others are going to spring into action all at once. But we shall crush them as we come across them. Waver stumbled back. Find and crush them. It won't be that easy. I am Ryder, the large man boasted. My speed far exceeds that of any other servant. Ryder proclaimed, bring out his noble phantasm inside the house. Waver quickly went to stop him. Wait. Wait. Not here, you'll blow up the house. Ryder merely laughed, the air around him trembling from his sheer excitement. Waver, meanwhile, felt his sanity slipping away. The airport afternoon. The automatic doors of the private terminal slid open with a soft hiss, allowing the cool afternoon air to flow in. The faint hum of aircraft engines and distant airport announcements filled the background, but none of that mattered to the figures stepping onto the pavement. We see a couple of elegantly dressed women stepping out of the plane. A woman of ethereal beauty, long silver hair cascading over the fur-trimmed white coat she wore, her piercing crimson eyes, a furred hat. Along with her stood a young woman clad in a butler uniform, her golden hair neatly tied back, sharp blue eyes scanning their surroundings with the vigilance of a warrior. Despite the formal attire, her posture held the rigid discipline of a knight prepared for battle. Irisville von Einsburn inhaled deeply, letting the cool air fill her lungs as she took her first real step into the land her husband once called home. So, this is where Kiritsugu was born, she murmured, her voice tinged with curiosity and something almost wistful. Well, Saber? How did you enjoy your journey through the sky? Beside her, Saber, King Arthur, the once and future king, remained composed, her expression unreadable as she surveyed the city. It was nothing to speak of. Far simpler than I'd anticipated. Irisville chuckled. I suppose flying is nothing to a hero, right? That isn't it. Saber replied, shaking her head slightly. Upon materialization, servants receive knowledge of the modern world. If required, I could even pilot this aircraft. Irisville's eyes widened slightly in surprise. You could pilot this? Saber nodded. My riding skill allows me to command any beast or vehicle, with the exception of phantasmal beasts or divine beasts. Once I put the saddle between my legs and take the reins, intuition does the rest. Irisville blinked, then suddenly giggled behind her hand. Put the saddle between your legs and take the reins, Sabor frowned, tilting her head slightly in confusion. Did I say something amusing? No. Irisville waved her hand dismissively, though her laughter didn't quite fade. Still, Saber's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing there was something hidden behind her amusement. The duo can now be seen walking out of the airport, accompanied by two maids with the same red eyes as Irisville. Still, you must be the only servant who has flown in an airplane in physical form. Irisville mused as they exited. Saber exhaled lightly. I apologize for that. If only I could take spirit form. Einsburn tilted her head. No, I didn't mean it like that. Don't worry about it. I never get tired of watching you. Saber hesitated for a moment. Irisville, is there something odd about me? No, not at all. Saber's frown deepened. When you laugh like that, there is some hidden meaning behind it. What is it? I want you to be frank with me. Irisville's smile turned playful. It means that your being stuck in physical form isn't without its merits. It's given me many enjoyable hours choosing outfits for you. Saber paused, glancing down at herself. The tailored black suit she wore was neat and efficient, fitting her slender frame without restricting her movement. Irisville, is this manner of dress truly common in this era? Saber asked. I chose it to balance out my own outfit. You don't care for it? Saber paused, rolling her shoulders slightly as if testing the fit. No, it is fine. It's rather easy to move in, and besides I am used to dressing as a man. Hana residence. Master, Saber has arrived in Fuyuki. Today is the day, huh? Can't say I'm not excited to meet these fighter. Both Sherry and Drake were supportive to say the least. Right. Issei nodded, adjusting his stance as he readied himself for what was to come. Misuki stepped forward, her hands gently fussing with his hair and clothes. Her usual composure wavered slightly, replaced by a faint concern. Issei, I know we won't be much help in this war, but please be careful. He met her eyes, offering a reassuring smile, though it wasn't as carefree as usual. No need to worry, Misuki. I'll be careful. Or Fox. Don't even think about slacking off and leaving everything to Issei. Yuka's voice rang out with mock sternness, but there was a playful edge to her words. Says the little girl who can't even contribute anything useful to the group. Tamamo shot back, her teasing tone sharp as ever, but there was warmth beneath it as always. Tamamo, let's go, Issei said, a grin tugging at his lips as he watched the girls bicker. Coming, husband. Tamamo's voice was a soft purr, teasing yet affectionate. She stuck her tongue out at Yuka before following Issei, her presence a calming counterpoint to the playful chaos. Saber and Irisville. The two are now seen in a black car. The hum of the engine was smooth, barely noticeable as the car drove through Fuyuki's streets. Saber, seated beside Irisville, kept her gaze on the passing buildings, observing the unfamiliar world around her. This place is so alive. Irisville says, looking at the city with wonder. Saber agreed. She had seen many cities before, but never like this. The roads stretched endlessly, glowing with unnatural lights, filled with people who had never known war in its truest form. It was strange but not unappealing. Kiritsugu was said to have arrived here already, yes? Saber asked. Yes. 12 hours before us. Irisville confirmed. But he'll find us. Don't worry. For the moment, we'll keep an eye on things so we can act when the time comes. She smiled softly. We've come all this way to Japan. I'd like to enjoy it before the fighting starts. Saber's gaze hardened slightly. That's dangerous. We should secure a base of operations and then discuss plans with Kiritsugu. Irisville sighed. I suppose you're right. But it's such a waste. Her voice grew softer. We've come all this way. And it's my first time. Saber turned to her, slightly surprised. Eh? This is the first time I ventured into the world outside. Then you've spent your entire life in that castle? Yes, I was a puppet created for the Holy Grail War. She glanced out the window, watching the city lights blur past. Of course, it isn't as though I'm wholly ignorant of it. Kiritsugu brought me movies and pictures, and he's taught me all about the outside world. But this is the first time I've seen it for myself. She let out a small laugh. So forgive me. I got overly excited. Saber's expression softened. Please stop the car. Irisville blinked. Huh, Saber looked at her firmly. Walking through the city will be a new experience for me, as well. But it is a knight's duty to serve as escort. I shall do my best. She gestured forward. Come with me. Irisville's red eyes widened slightly before a genuine smile graced her lips. The car pulled to a stop, and so, hand in hand, the two stepped out into the bustling streets of Fuyuki, one experiencing the world for the first time, while the other prepared to grant her request. Hotel. Kiritsugu Emiya knocked twice on the door, his posture tense, his sharp eyes scanning the hallway for any signs of movement. After a brief pause, the door unlocked with a soft click. Opening it was Mia Hizo, her black hair tucked neatly behind her ears, her expression impassive. She stepped aside, allowing him entry before locking the door behind them. Inside, the hotel room was sparse functional, devoid of comfort. The bed was covered with firearms and tactical gear, each weapon meticulously arranged. A single suitcase sat open on the table, revealing a disassembled sniper rifle. Mia turned toward him. The equipment you requested has arrived. Kiritsugu glanced at the bed before giving a slight nod. Mia continued, her voice level. The mistress and Saber have arrived as well. The other masters will likely assume she is Saber's master. Kiritsugu nodded slightly. Understood. Mia clicked a button on the remote, turning on the television. There was an incident last night at the Tosaka estate. Here is the footage I recorded. A video playback began. A series of grainy images flickered across the screen. Tosaka Manor showing assassin's infiltration, or rather, his attempted infiltration. The recording showed golden light illuminating the night sky, followed by a brief but violent retaliation. Kiritsugu's eyes narrowed. His cold, calculating eyes remained locked on the images before him. What do you make of this? It seems too good to be true. There is insufficient time between Assassin's infiltration and the Tosaka servant's attack. Assassin has a skill that masks his presence, making it highly improbable that he was detected in advance. I believe Tosaka was expecting an intruder. Kiritsugu's gaze darkened. In a battle among servants, learning their identities is critical. Why would Tosaka expose his servant this way? Mia's tone remained neutral. He had some reason to, I suppose. Mia, what became of Assassin's master? He took refuge in a church last night. The overseer declared him to be under his protection. Assassin's master is Kirai Kotomine. His eyes widened at the information. Mia, said a familiar to watch the Fuyuki church. Are you certain? Masters are forbidden to take action inside the neutral zone around a church. Place it just far enough away that the priest won't spot it. Mia nodded. Very well. Understood. Where is the item I left with you? Right here. Mia turned, walking to the closet. She retrieved a brown suitcase, placing it on the table before unlocking it. The case snapped open, revealing a Walther nestled in foam. Kiritsugu stepped forward, running his fingers over the rifle before carefully lifting it from the case. He expertly checked its scope, barrel, and magazine, muttering under his breath. Approximately 2 seconds, I'd say. I've slowed down. Mia, standing beside him, responded in a matter-of-fact tone. Indeed. Kiritsugu sighed, setting the rifle down for a moment. His shoulders tensed slightly, his expression darkening, and falls to his knees in despair. Ilya weighs less than that Walther. Even though she's 8 years old already. He couldn't help but think of just what he was about to do to his wife. Mia's expression remained unreadable as she observed him. Then, without hesitation, she reached out, gripping his collar and pulling him into a kiss. Kiritsugu didn't react. She pulled back just as quickly, her tone devoid of emotion. Focus on the matter at hand. Think of nothing else. Kiritsugu stood there for a moment before exhaling slowly, his face betraying no reaction. Without another word, he turned back to the rifle, resuming his preparations. Fuyuki Beach. The sound of waves lapping against the shore filled the quiet night air. The two women had wandered until they reached Fuyuki's beach, where the vast expanse of the ocean stretched beyond the city's glowing skyline. It's wonderful, she mused, tilting her head slightly as she gazed at the ocean. Like a mirror that reflects the night sky. A few steps behind her, Saber stood with her hands behind her back, her emerald eyes scanning the horizon with quiet contemplation. She was ever vigilant, always aware of her surroundings, but even she couldn't deny the peacefulness of the moment. Irisville turned, a playful twinkle in her crimson eyes. It's fun to walk around a new town, accompanied by a gentleman. Saber, standing with perfect posture, regarded her with mild curiosity. Did I make an acceptable gentleman? Irisville giggled softly. You were perfect. You were a wonderful knight today. Saber inclined her head. You honor me, Highness. Irisville turned back to the ocean, letting the water kiss her ankles once more. Her voice was softer when she next spoke. Saber, do you like the sea? Saber hesitated, as if unsure how to answer. I guess I don't really know. She looked out at the water. In my country and in my time, the sea was the source of constant barbarian attacks. Sometimes I hated it. But I never felt any affection for it. Irisville's gaze softened. I feel kind of bad. You're a girl, just as I am, but when you were King Arthur, you never had the luxury of enjoying simple things like this, did you? What of you? Saber asked suddenly, hoping to change the subject. Surely you would have preferred Kiritsugu to escort you, right? Irisville's smile grew faint. He couldn't. It would only cause him suffering. A brief silence settled between them, the sound of the waves filling the space where words should have been. Saber studied her carefully. Does Kiritsugu not enjoy the time he spends with you? Irisville's eyes softened, but her smile was tinged with sadness. When he's happy, it causes him pain, Saber was about to ask. But instead, she turned toward the harbor next to them. Her posture shifted slightly, her battle instincts kicking in. Irisville noticed immediately. An enemy servant? Saber's voice was calm, but firm. Yes. Making its presence known from the shadows, 100 meters ahead. It appears to be inviting us to go see it. Irisville exhaled. How thoughtful. It wishes to decide on a battlefield. Shall we take it up on its invitation? Saber's eyes sharpened with an excited smile. I'd like nothing better. Fuyuki Bridge. A red bridge that interconnected the town's two sides. Two figures stood at its peak, one frozen in fear, the other basking in exhilaration. Ryder, let's go back down. Right now. What? Screams waver as he clung desperately to one of the metal beams, his knuckles white as he held on for dear life. His entire body trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he dared not look down. Ryder and him could be seen on top of one of the bridge's support beams. The massive, red-haired warrior beside him stood completely at ease, gazing out over the city with an amused grin. This is the perfect vantage point. I'm climbing down. No, take me back down. Two can't handle any more of this. His voice cracked as he tightened his grip on the railing. Ryder simply laughed, crossing his arms as he remained unbothered by the sheer drop beneath them. Calm yourself. Waiting is a part of war. I want to go home. I want to go back to England. Waver practically wailed, his entire body pressed against the cold steel for any semblance of security. Ryder rolled his eyes, stroking his beard. I told you not to be in such a hurry. See? Things have finally begun to unfold. This will be fun. Ryder could feel it. Two servants were about to clash. Fuyuki Harbor. Ahead, the figure of a man stood waiting. His dark blue armor gleamed under the moonlight, his lance resting lightly in his hand. His presence exuded confidence, but not arrogance. He stood with the grace of a knight, one who had lived and died by the way of the spear. As Saber stepped forward, her emerald eyes locked onto his. The man smirked. Welcome. I have spent the whole day searching the city. Everyone simply slinks away, hiding in their little holes. You alone have accepted my offer. That pure energy surrounding you. You are Saber, I presume? Saber met his gaze without hesitation. Indeed. And you are Lancer. Lancer's smirk widened. Being unable to honorably name myself to my opponent in combat troubles me. I dislike these rules. He raised his spear, his stance shifting slightly. No matter. A true knight does not shy away from battle. Saber formed her battle dress and raised her invisible blade, her stance unwavering. Agreed. Irisville spoke out, stepping back slightly. Saber. Be careful. I can use healing magic to act as support for you. But more than that, leave Lancer to me. Sabor interrupted, her tone left no room for argument. But it troubles me that the other master has not shown himself. Perhaps they plot something. Watch yourself. Irisville, watch my back. Very well, Saber. Grant me victory, I will. Saber declared, taking her stance. Fuyuki docks. The night air was thick with anticipation. The cold breeze carried the scent of salt from the ocean, the rhythmic crashing of waves providing a steady backdrop to the scene unfolding at the docks. Two warriors stood poised on the open ground, one clad in black, the other in shining silver over a blue dress. Saber and Lancer faced each other in perfect stillness, their gazes locked in on their respective opponents. The tension between them, ready to snap at the slightest movement. Their postures betray neither hesitation nor doubt. It's pretty cool that we have front row seats, and that nobody is noticing us. Your illusions must be pretty powerful, Tamamo. Issei smiles while sitting on a stack of the storage containers. Tamamo, nestled comfortably beside him, leaned in with a satisfied smile. Aren't I amazing, husband? She nuzzled against his arm, tail swaying with amusement. Focus Drake screams in his mind with a growl, causing Issei to wince. All right. No need to scream my head off. He turned back to the duel and notices that Lancer was just a pretty boy with two spears, one long and the other short. He frowns, wanting to punch his face. He quickly pays more attention to the two bombshells that were Saber and Irisville. Too bad one of them is married, so he mainly focuses on Saber. Hey, where's her sword? At first glance, it looked like she wasn't holding anything, yet her stance was unmistakably that of a swordswoman prepared for battle. Tamamo, sitting beside him with her arms folded beneath her chest, thought. Ah, you noticed. Saber is concealing her blade with a powerful enchantment. Possibly the element of wind. Issei's eyes widened. Whoa, that's pretty cool. An invisible sword. Tamamo's ears flicked as she observed the battlefield. It keeps her sword hidden, forcing her opponents to fight without knowing its reach, making it harder to defend. A charm spell. Saber remarked coolly. As she noticed the mole, Lancer gave a casual shrug, his expression wry. Sorry. It's a curse I was born with. There's nothing I can do about it. Blame it on my birth or the fact that you were born a woman. Saber's eyes narrowed, her stance unwavering. Surely you don't believe that a pleasant face will save you from my blade, spearman. Saber, I certainly hope not. It would spoil the fun. Lancer smirked, rolling his shoulders as he adjusted his grip down on his weapon. Then the tales of the Saber-class magic resistance were accurate. Very well. I prefer not to kill a girl who's throwing herself at me, anyway. It would sully my reputation. I'm pleased that my first opponent is made of stern stuff. Oh? So you desire a fair fight? A glimmer of approval flickered in Saber's eyes. I consider myself fortunate to encounter such a proud hero. Then let us begin. Then, in an instant, the silence was broken. They moved. Lancer lunged first, his long spear lashing out like a striking viper, aimed directly at Saber's heart. She pivoted, her invisible blade flashing up to deflect the blow. The force of the impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air, scattering dust and loose debris across the ground. Saber countered immediately, pressing forward with a precise thrust aimed for Lancer's midsection. But before her strike could land, Lancer twisted his body, his second, shorter spear flashing upward in a brutal arc. The deadly tip skimmed past her face, slicing through the wind as she barely managed to evade. The deadly exchange lasted only seconds, but in that short span, steel had clashed, dust had risen, and the air buzzed with the sheer speed of their attacks. From their vantage point, Issei and Tamamo watched the battle unfold. "That's insane," Issei muttered, his eyes locked onto the duel. "They're fighting so fast, I can barely keep up. Here, master, this should help." With Sheri's help, his eyes acquired a glow. Issei felt a shift in his eyes, acquiring a faint glow. "Thanks, Sheri." He quickly thanks his helper AI. "I can see the fight, but even then they are so fast." Seated beside him, Tamamo rested her chin on one hand, her ears twitching as she observed the rapid exchanges. That's to be expected. Even among servants, Saber and Lancer belonged to the fastest classes. Her tail flicked idly as she analyzed their movements. Saber's got excellent footwork, but Lancer's attack range is keeping her at bay. Issei clenched his fists. "I see. Saber's kind of on the back foot," Tamamo smirked. "Yes, but for how long?" Across the battlefield, hidden figures observed the fight with calculating eyes. "It started. Someone's put up a barrier," Kiritsugu noted, his voice clipped and precise. "Probably the master of the enemy servant," Mia nodded, her sharp gaze scanning the area. "From up there, we can survey the entire battlefield." "Indeed. That's the best vantage point." "Anyone would think so." Kiritsugu's tone was measured, but his mind was already working through possible strategies. "You circle around to the eastern wharf. I'll take the west. We'll find spots where we can monitor both the battle and that crane." "Understood." Mia moved swiftly to position. Kiritsugu remained still for a moment longer, his eyes narrowing as he watched the duel unfold. "Let's see what you're capable of, my adorable king of knights." On the battlefield, the fight had only grown fiercer. Saber pivoted sharply, using the momentum of her last dodge to launch a sudden vertical strike. Her sword descended with enough force to cleave through steel, but Lancer reacted instantly. His right-hand spear, the longer of the two, rose to meet her attack. Sparks erupted as their weapons clashed, the impact forcing both warriors apart for a fleeting second. Then they engaged once more. Lancer's assault was relentless, a barrage of rapid thrusts aimed with pinpoint accuracy at Saber's vitals. He weaved seamlessly between his two weapons, a long spear pressing her back while the shorter spear lashed out like a concealed dagger, seeking an opening in her defense. Yet, despite the overwhelming speed of his attacks, Saber held her ground. Each movement she made was precise, every step calculated to avoid wasted motion. Her sword flowed like liquid steel, deflecting each thrust with minimal effort, redirecting rather than absorbing the full force of Lancer's strikes. It was hard, but Issei could tell who had the advantage. "She's stuck reacting to him," he murmured. Tamamo nodded. Lancer's dual-wielding technique forces Saber into a defensive stance. If she had more room to move, she could shift momentum, but with how close he's pressing her. Issei watched as Saber barely evaded another strike, Lancer's spear slicing through the air a mere hair's breadth from her shoulder. "This guy's insane," Issei muttered. "It's like he's using two separate fighting styles, and she has to defend against both at once." Tamamo's ears twitched, her expression turning more serious. "It's worse than that." Issei turned to her. "What do you mean?" "One of those spears is a noble phantasm," she explained. "If she doesn't figure out which one soon, she's going to get seriously hurt." Issei swallowed. "Then shouldn't she just go all out?" Tamamo smirked. "Oh, I'm sure she will. The question is, will she still be standing when she does?" On the battlefield, Saber's sharp eyes tracked the two spears Lancer wielded. Saber is watching both spears simultaneously. Lancer's greatest advantage is his opponent's uncertainty as to which he will use. Iris feels thoughts as she notices Saber struggling. The long spear in the right hand, or the short spear in the left. I wonder which is the noble phantasm. If I were sure, I could attack. Sabers continues to keep track of both lances, wondering which was the noble phantasm. Lancer's strikes came fast and fluid, his crimson spear cutting through the air in vicious arcs while his shorter yellow spear remained poised for an opening. "What's wrong, Saber?" "You're on the defensive," cursed that blade of hers. "Without knowing its exact length, I cannot get close enough to strike. The fact that she is able to repel my strikes so easily means that she must be a master swordsman." Lancer, even though appearing to have the edge, is also struggling to know the length of Saber's blade. Saber pivoted sharply, using the momentum of her last dodge to launch a sudden vertical strike, her sword cutting downward with enough force to split steel. Lancer reacted instantly, raising his right-hand spear, the longer of the two, to parry the blow. Sparks erupted as their weapons clashed, the sheer impact forcing both warriors apart for a brief second. Then they engaged again. Lancer's assault was relentless, a barrage of rapid thrusts, each one aimed with pinpoint accuracy at Saber's vitals. He weaved seamlessly between his two weapons, his long spear forcing her back, while the shorter spear lashed out like a concealed dagger, seeking any opening in her defense. Yet, despite the overwhelming speed of his attacks, Saber stood her ground. Every movement she made was precise, each step calculated to avoid unnecessary movement. Her sword flowed like liquid steel, meeting every thrust with a deflection, redirecting the force of each attack rather than blocking Hedon. Meanwhile, on the distant rooftops, the other masters observed the battle. Kiritsugu, watching through his scope, muttered to Mia, northeast of Saber and Iri. On the roof of that warehouse. That is Lancer's master. Can you see him? Mia's voice crackled through his earpiece. Negative. Not from my position. Understood, Kiritsugu murmured. I'll take him out from here. Just as he was about to squeeze the trigger, movement in the shadows caught his attention. His sharp eyes narrowed. Assassin? As he sees a figure long thought dead. Elsewhere, within the church and Tosaka Manor, Koto Mine Kirai and Tosaka Tokiomi conversed while monitoring the fight through Assassin's eyes. There is activity at the warehouse district at the mouth of the Mayan River. The first battle has finally begun, Kirai reported. Not the first, Tokiomi corrected smoothly. To the others, this would be the second battle, Kirai. Kirai's gaze remained steady. It would appear that Lancer and Saber are the combatants. Tokiomi swirled the wine in his glass. Can you ascertain their status with Assassin's eyes? With ease. Saber's abilities are especially high. Most of her parameters are rank A or higher, Kirai noted. Tokiomi's brow arched slightly. I see. It's no wonder that they are considered the strongest class. Saber likely presents a greater threat than Lancer. Can you say their master? Koto Mine focused, then spoke again. There's only one person besides the servants who is in the open. Standing next to Sabra, woman with silver hair, Tokiomi's expression hardened. Then Lancer's master is wise enough to remain hidden. That's no novice. They understand the rules of the Holy Grail War. His brow furrowed slightly. Wait. A silver-haired woman? Yes. Caucasian, with silver hair and red eyes, Kirai confirmed. That doesn't sound human, an Einsburn homunculus? Tokiomi muttered, his mind racing. I had thought the only pawn Jubstachite had on the board was Kiritsugu Amiya. It would appear that I was wrong. Kotomine's tone remained unreadable. Then that woman is the Einsburn master? Either way, she will be a critical factor in the rest of the Grail War, Tokiomi stated. Kirai, keep a close eye on her. Kotomine's tone darkened. Agreed. I shall keep one assassin tasked to her at all times. I can see them. But Assassin should be dead, so why is he here? Mia wonders has seen the footage of Assassin's death. I knew something was up. Let's see how this plays out. Continue to observe Assassin. I'll watch Lancer. Kiritsugu quickly figures out that it was all a setup to make them believe that Assassin was dead. Let me attack Assassin, and while I have him distracted, you take out Lancer's master. Mia says pragmatically. No, Mia. Not against Assassin. We're not equipped to fight servants right now. Kiritsugu says, as humans are no match against servants. Understood. Back at the docks, Saber and Lancer continued their intense battle. There is no honor in a battle fought without an exchange of names, Lancer called out between clashes. But allow me to offer my regards. It is quite impressive for a woman to fight so hard without even breaking a sweat. You needn't be so humble, Lancer, Saber replied, her voice steady despite the brutal pace of their duel. Even without knowing your name, words from such a master of the spear do me honor. I gratefully accept them. A voice interrupted their moment. That's enough fun for now, Lancer. Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald's cold command rang out. Lancer's master. Iris Veal's expression hardened as she glanced toward the source of the voice. Do not allow this battle to go on. That Saber is a formidable opponent. Eliminate her at once. You may use your noble phantasm. Lancer's grip on his spears tightened. Yes, my master. From the sidelines, Tamamo's ears perked up. Oh dear, she mused. Lancer's master just gave him the order to use his noble phantasm. Issei tensed. Wait, that means, Tamamo's tail flicked. He's going for the kill. On the battlefield, Lancer exhaled sharply, then shifted his stance. His right hand spear, the long crimson one, glowed faintly in the moonlight. Saber immediately noticed the change. So the long spear is his noble phantasm, she thought grimly. Lancer smirked. You heard him. I'll go for the kill now. Saber, are you using focused wind mana to keep your blade concealed? I see. You have a reason to hide your sword. My guess is that the sword reveals your true name. How unfortunate, Lancer, Saber countered. You will never know the name of my blade. I'll finish this before you get that chance. We'll see about that. Lancer's eyes gleamed. You've exposed your sword. A sudden shift in the air made Saber's eyes widen in realization. The invisible air is disintegrating? Irisville gasped. What's going on? Issei watched in shock as the shimmering distortion around Saber's hands flickered and began to unravel. That red spear is chipping away at the invisible air. Saber thought. Lancer smirked. I have the length of your blade now. Now I needn't worry about being struck. On the sidelines, Issei clenched his fists. He was really getting engaged in the fight. Her sword figured it out. Tamamo nodded solemnly. Now that he knows its reach, Saber's advantage is gone. Then she has to do something before he attacks, Issei muttered. Tamamo tilted her head. The question is, does she have an answer to that spear? Saber narrowed her eyes. I still have ways to counter it. I just need to wait for an attack one less powerful than the rest. She adjusted her stance, watching carefully for the right opening. Just as the servants were about to clash, Saber quickly brings her plan into action, but just as everything was going to plan, Lancer's red spear pierces through Saber's armor, causing her to bleed at her midsection. Saber quickly steps back from Lancer's range, placing distance between herself and Lancer. Irisville, she spoke calmly, despite the tension. Yes? Irisville quickly starts healing Saber's injury. She quickly channeled her magecraft, the wound closing as healing energy worked its way through her wound. My thanks. The healing is working. Irisville nodded, but concern lingered in her eyes. So, this won't be an easy victory, Lancer remarked, twirling his spear as he almost killed her. But why? Saber's mind raced. My armor should have easily deflected that strike, yet the blade of his spear. Her gaze darted to her armor. It was intact. The armor itself isn't damaged? What is at work here? The only explanation is Lancer's spear bypassed the magical protection. Realization struck her. So that's it. I see the secret of your spear, Lancer. Lancer, noticing the shift in her expression, chuckled. Oh, that red spear. Saber's grip tightened. It negates magic, Lancer smirked. Your armor was created using magic. If you were counting on it to protect you, you should surrender, Saber. You're as good as naked before my spear. Saber's gaze sharpened. Don't think that simply defeating my armor gives you the upper hand. If I cannot block your blade, I need only kill you before it strikes. As she quickly casted off her silver armor protecting her, leaving her in only her blue dress, Lancer's smirk widened. A bold move. Betting everything on one strike. Courageous. I like it. He shifted his stance. But in this case it was a foolish mistake, Saber. We shall see. Saber's voice was steady. Tell me your opinion again after my next attack. The moment the heavy plating vanished in shimmering golden light, revealing the slim blue dress beneath, Issei's eyes widened in disappointment. That's it. He muttered under his breath, staring at Saber's modern chest. Tamama's ears twitched. What was that, dear? Nothing, Issei said quickly, looking away, reeling. All that majestic presence, and she's totally flat. Tamama wasn't fooled. She smirked knowingly, leaning in slightly. Oh my, were you expecting something more abundant? Issei coughed. I mean, with all that knightly confidence, I kinda thought. He signed. Never mind. Tamama's tail swayed mischievously. You should know by now, darling. Size isn't everything, Issei sighed. Yeah? But still, on top of the Fuyuki Bridge, this is bad. Extremely bad, Ryder rumbled, his arms crossed as he observed the duel with a deep frown. What is? Waver asked nervously, trying to keep up with his servant's train of thought. Lancer has begun his ultimate attack. He intends to end the battle here. Isn't that better for us? Ryder turned to him with a sideways glance, unimpressed. Idiot! What are you talking about? I wanted to sit back and watch until we saw a few more masters. But at this rate, Saber may fall. Then it will be too late. Too late for what? Waver stammered. The plan was to attack once they'd weakened each other. I admit, I had hoped another servant would answer Lancer's challenge. Ryder's voice took on a wistful tone. Of course, it would be faster to fight them together than to find them one by one. Waver frowned. Together? Yes. Rarely does one have the chance to exchange blows with heroes from another time. And with the chance to fight as many as 6, I'd hate to miss out on a single one. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he gestured toward the duel. Observe, boy. Saber and Lancer both are valiant warriors whom I would dearly love to duel. I cannot let either die, but isn't that the point? The Grail War's objective is to kill one another. Waver exclaimed. To win, but not destroy. To subjugate, but not humiliate. Ryder's lips curled into a confident grin. That is true conquest. We will watch no longer. We shall join the fray, boy, you idiot! What you're doing is insane! Waver nearly shrieked. Ryder let out a booming laugh. If you don't approve, will you stay here and observe? Waver gritted his teeth. I'll go. Take me with you, damn it! Ryder's laughter rumbled across the rooftops. Excellent. That is my master. On the battlefield, the decisive clash was about to begin. Lancer's stance shifted, his movements sharper, more deliberate. He's preparing something, Saber realized. Then, in a blur of motion, Lancer revealed his second trump card. The shorter spear, his left-hand weapon, glowed with the same ominous energy as the first. That was a misstep. A chill ran down Saber's spine. A noble phantasm needn't be merely a single weapon. The realization came too late. Lancer's golden spear shot forward, its tip striking true. Pain flared in Saber's hand. Her fingers trembled as she felt the control over her grip loosen. No, her mind raced as she tried to close her fingers into a fist, but they barely responded. She stole a glance at her hand, her thumb's tendon had been severed. You aren't going to make this easy, are you? Lancer chuckled. Still, I really do like your indomitable spirit. Get to work, you fool. You haven't finished her. Came Kinetha's impatient voice from the shadows. Lancer sighed. I apologize, my master. Saber took a steadying breath, shifting her stance despite the pain. Irisveal. I require healing. Irisveal immediately focused her magic, sending healing energy towards Saber's wound. Yet something was wrong. I have, but Irisveal's hands trembled. The healing worked. I'm certain. Saber, you should already be fully healed, and yet, her hand remained weak. Lancer watched the exchange with a knowing smirk. You were sharp, realizing that my dirge could penetrate any armor. He twirled his shorter spear. But it was foolish to abandon your protection. Had you not done so, you would have blocked my bid. Saber's gaze darkened as the pieces fell into place. I understand now. Accursed spear, whose wounds never heal. I should have realized it sooner. Her eyes traced over Lancer's form, his weapons, his stance, his smirking confidence. A red spear that destroys magic. A cursed yellow spear, and beneath your right eye, a mole that enchants women. The answer was undeniable. First of the Knights of Fianna, Diarmuid of the Love Spot. Lancer's smirk widened. Such is the pleasure of the Holy Grail War. But it is I who have the honor here. No hero summoned by the Grail could mistake that golden blade of yours. His voice carried a note of genuine admiration. To face the legendary king of knights and land even a single blow, I must be pretty damned good. Saber straightened, refusing to acknowledge the disadvantage she now faced. Lancer chuckled. Now then, since we both know each other's names, we can duel honorably, as knights should. His smirk turned teasing. Or does this displease you, occurring only after you've lost the use of an arm? You jest. Saber's expression didn't waver. It's humiliating that you would show me concern over such a scratch, Lancer grinned. Prepare yourself, Saber. Next time you're mine. Saber's fingers curled slightly around her sword. Only if I failed to strike first, Lancer. A sudden gust of wind tore through the battlefield, sending loose gravel skidding across the docks. Descending from the sky was a massive golden chariot pulled by bulls, its wheels crackling with energy as it landed on the open ground. The air around it shimmered with sheer power, like the arrival of a storm. Standing atop the chariot was a towering figure, clad in regal crimson. His mantle billowed behind him, his imposing form exuding an undeniable presence of authority. By his side a quivering young man stood next to him. His arms were crossed, a confident smirk plastered across his face as he gazed down at the warriors before him. Ryder and Waver had arrived. The tense duel was shattered by a sudden, thunderous voice. Ha ha! Such skill! Such passion! Both of you, sheathe your blades. You are in the presence of the king. I am Iskandar, king of conquerors. His booming voice carried across the battlefield. In this Grail war, I am of the rider class. Everyone from the servants of the duel to the masters hiding in the dark were astonished and stupefied. Well, what are you thinking, you idiot? Waver Velvet's panic scream cut through the air, but his protest was swiftly silenced by a flick to the forehead. The force of it sent him reeling, leaving him momentarily dazed. Ryder stood tall, completely unfazed by his master's outburst. A confident grin stretched across his face as he spread his arms wide, his booming voice filled with enthusiasm. Fate has brought us together to do battle for the Grail. But first, I wish to make a proposition. His eyes gleamed as he addressed his fellow servants. What think you of yielding the Grail to me, and joining my army? You would be treated as honored allies. And together, we shall share in the joy of world conquest. Ryder says with excitement, I am afraid I must decline. I may give the Grail to but one man, my new avowed lord. Lancer's voice was firm, unwavering. His golden eyes remained locked onto Ryder, his grip tightening around his spears. Not to you, Ryder! Saber's glare was just as fierce. Did you interfere with our battle merely to proffer that ridiculous plan? If so, it is a grave insult. Saber also rejected Ryder's offer in anger at the offense from a fellow king. I'd be willing to discuss compensation. Ryder says, holding a symbol of money with his hand. Shut up! Both Saber and Lancer snapped at him in unison. And further, I am the rightful king of Britain. I could never lower myself to mere retainer, even in service to a mighty king. Saber's pride flared. Ryder's gaze returned to Saber, his expression thoughtful. King of Britain, you say? What a surprise! I'd hardly have expected the king of knights to be a little girl. A dangerous glint flashed in Saber's eyes. Then would you like to taste this little girl's blade, king of conquerors? Saber says, murderous. Ryder let out an exaggerated sigh, shaking his head in mock disappointment. I suppose negotiations have failed. Such a waste. High above the battlefield, concealed in the darkness, Kiritsugu Amiya observed the exchange through the scope of his rifle. His usual calculated demeanor cracked for a brief moment, disbelief creeping into his voice. That moron nearly conquered the known world? Kiritsugu says, shocked that the oaf almost conquered Europe. From her position, Mia remained silent, though she too found it hard to reconcile the boisterous, carefree giant with the legend of Iskandar. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Waver was still reeling, hands gripping his head in despair. What is wrong with you? He shrieked at Ryder, utterly exasperated by his servant's reckless antics. His frustration, however, was quickly overshadowed by a new source of dread. A smooth, condescending voice cut through the battlefield like a dagger. So you were the one, eh? Waver stiffened, his blood running cold. I'd wondered what madness had compelled you to steal my relic. I never imagined that you yourself planned to enter the Holy Grail War. Waver Velvet. Kenneth Elmelor Archibald's eyes gleamed with malicious amusement as spoke from far away, radiating controlled fury. How would you like me to offer you a private lesson? His voice was laced with venomous delight. How mages really kill one another. I'll teach you all about the fear and pain involved. You should feel honored. Waver paled. His worst nightmare had come true. Kenneth knew. The arrogant Lord of Elmele now knew exactly who had stolen his catalyst. And now, he was going to make him pay. Ryder's expression darkened, and in an instant, the carefree attitude he had carried moments ago vanished. His powerful gaze bore down on Kenneth. Mage. So you were to be my master, rather than this boy. He scoffed, shaking his head. Absurd. Only one brave enough to ride the battlefield at my side could ever be my master. A coward who lacks sufficient courage to show himself is nowhere close to being worthy. His voice thundered with conviction as he placed a reassuring hand on Waver's shoulder. Waver blinked in shock, the overwhelming fear inside him loosening its grip ever so slightly. Ryder was defending him? Kenneth's smug smirk faltered for just a moment, but Ryder wasn't finished. He turned his gaze toward the shadows, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. And there are others, as well. Out there, skulking in the darkness. His voice carried across the battlefield, cutting through the night air like a battle cry. Saber turned toward him, her stance still battle-ready. What do you speak of, Ryder? Saber. And Lancer. Your duel was magnificent. Surely, the sound of your blades called other heroic spirits than myself here. Heroic spirits, born again through the Holy Grail, gather here and now. Those too craven to show themselves will draw the scorn of Iskandar, king of conquerors. Ryder insults the other contenders lurking in the darkness. From his vantage point, Issei Hayadu clenched his jaw. People could insult him all they wanted. He didn't care. But this? He would never allow others to insult those he considered precious. He didn't even hesitate. His body moved before he could think, stepping into the light, shattering the advantage of being a completely unknown opponent. The boosted gear was summoned responding to his will. Issei, wait. Tamamo reached for him, trying to stop his reckless charge, but she was too late. He was already stepping forward, revealing himself. At the same time, another presence stirred. A golden figure, perched above the battlefield, let out an annoyed huff. Ryder's words had reached the ears of the self-proclaimed king of heroes, and he was far from amused. The golden archer narrowed his crimson eyes, his irritation growing. How dare these mongrels call themselves kings? Just as he was about to appear to these lesser beings. Hey, red-headed idiot! Who are you calling a coward? Issei's voice carried through the area. The battlefield went still. Saber, Lancer, and Ryder all turned toward the newcomer who had so boldly stepped forward. The soft glow of the streetlights reflected off Issei's red gauntlet, the boosted gear gleaming under the night sky. His brown eyes held steady, unwavering despite the weight of the gazes now fixed upon him. Tamamo, now standing beside him, let out a sigh, folding her arms. You really can't help yourself, can you? Her tails flicked in irritation, but there was a glint of amusement in her golden eyes. A voice, tinged with curiosity and amusement, cut through the night. Ho! Another warrior steps into the fray. Ryder's grin widened as he crossed his arms, studying Issei with open intrigue. And what title do you claim, bold one? Issei tilted his head. Title? Ryder gestured dramatically. Your name, your origins, your legend. A warrior does not stride onto the battlefield without a name that will echo through the ages. Issei scratched his cheek. Issei Hayadu? Silence. Ryder blinked. That's it, Tamamo smirked. He's not one for dramatic introductions. Ryder let out a hearty laugh. Ha! A man of action rather than words. I like it. Before Issei could answer, another voice rang out, dripping with contempt. TCH. A mongrel dares step into my presence without kneeling? You test my patience. A shift in the air. A golden glow flickered from above. Gilgamesh descended from his high perch, landing gracefully on one of the dock's street lights. His golden armor gleamed in the moonlight, his regal presence effortlessly dominating the battlefield. Crimson eyes, sharp and full of disdain, locked onto Issei. This farce has gone on long enough. His voice carried an unmistakable authority, as though the world itself should heed his words. And now, another insect scurries into the light. Issei met his gaze heeding. And in that instant Gilgamesh's Shah Nakba Imuru activated. The noble phantasm that granted him insight into all things showed him the truth of the boy before him. His Shah Nakba Imuru showed him the truth of this boy. Honesty, the actions of this clown left him wanting to chuckle. But then, Gilgamesh saw more as if to warn him, the possible futures, a flash of crimson. a red fist to the face. A lot of different scenarios where this clown repeatedly punched his perfect face. If he looked deeper, he would also see the friendship the two could build, as if he could consider this clown an equal. But unfortunately, his narrow and arrogant mind stuck with one particular scene, where the golden brilliance of his treasures was shattered by a red gauntlet. Where his armor lay in ruins, his weapons scattered across the battlefield, and issei stood over him victorious, him laying bruised and battered, and the boy, this clown, standing over him in triumph without him even acknowledging the heavenly king, and soon walking away uncaring. As if he were nothing. Gilgamesh saw his hand reach out, but the clown ignored it and continued walking away. Unacceptable. Impossible. Gilgamesh's hands clenched. His teeth pressed together, rage burning through his veins. How dare this clown do this? How dare he defeat him? This was wrong. As if he could ever accept this. He must pay for his insolence. How dare he exist in a world where such a vision could be real? This could not be allowed. It would not be allowed. Move! Sherry screamed in his head. As the AI started reinforcing his body with magic, without a word, the gate of Babylon roared open, golden ripples tearing through the air as countless treasures emerged, their tips gleaming with lethal intent, all aimed at the boy who dared to defy him. Die! A dozen weapons fired. All rank C-class noble phantasms. A surge of green light answered. Boost! Golden projectiles tore through the air, each weapon fired from the gate of Babylon carrying the force to kill a lesser man instantly. The sheer speed of the assault was overwhelming, a barrage that should have left no room for escape. The boosted gear gleamed as he braced himself, his instincts screaming at him to move. A spear shot toward him twisted his body just in time, feeling the air shift as it barely missed his shoulder. A golden sword came next, its deadly edge flashing in his vision. He barely managed to swat it aside with his gauntlet hand, though the force sent a sharp jolt up his arm. Another weapon followed. And another, too fast. The power from the first boost and the reinforcement helped, but it wasn't enough to overwhelm the sheer volume of attacks. He could only do so much before the next wave would reach him, and then, a shimmering pink barrier flared into existence, halting the onslaught midair. Gilgamesh's eyes flicked to the side. Tamamonome now stood beside Issei, her golden eyes glowing with a dangerous light. With three tails swirling around, to repel the attack she had to release some of her power. Her delicate fingers twirled in the air as enchanted charms floated around her, forming intricate magical sigils that pulsed with divine energy. TSK, TSK, TSK. She wagged her finger, her tone light and playful. Now, Goldie, it's quite rude to just fling your treasures at people. What if you break something valuable? Gilgamesh's gaze darkened. And who gave you permission to interfere, Fox? Tamamo grinned, her tails flicking in amusement. Oh, did I forget to introduce myself? My mistake. She placed a hand on her chest dramatically. I am Castor, the most adorable, most divine, and most irritatingly persistent wife you will ever have the misfortune of encountering. Issei smirked. She's also the best at messing with arrogant jerks, Tamamo giggled. Flattery will get you everywhere, darling. Gilgamesh's fingers twitched, his patience wearing thin. You dare meddle in my battle? Tamamo's smile remained, but her magic flared brighter. Oh, don't be so mad, Your Majesty. I just thought I'd even the playing field a little. After all, 2 against 1 is still fair when one of them is a cheating bastard with an entire treasury for a weapon, Gilgamesh scoffed. And what exactly do you intend to do, Fox? Annoy me to death? Tamamo's eyes gleamed mischievously. Not quite. Curse of divine retribution. With a wave of her hand, the magical sigils surrounding her intensified, reflecting Gilgamesh's own golden energy back at him. The weapons from the gate of Babylon halted midair. Then, they turned, reversing direction aimed straight at him. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed. Ho! With a sharp wave of his hand, the weapons vanished before they could strike him, disappearing back into the gate of Babylon as if they had never existed. His lips curled into a smirk, though irritation still flickered in his crimson eyes. The entire battlefield watched in stunned silence. Ryder let out a loud, boisterous laugh, smacking his thigh. Ha! A trickster and a warrior! I like this woman. Hayadu, you are a fortunate man. Saber's lips pressed into a thin line. She hadn't expected the fox-eared woman to be this capable. Her magic was not only powerful but cunning. Lancer exhaled slowly, keeping his grip firm on his weapons. She has a fox, indeed. Deceptive, yet dangerously effective. Kiritsugu, hidden in the shadows, analyzed the scene with cold precision. Curses, that's not ordinary magecraft. His grip on his rifle tightened. She's dangerous. Tamamo gave Issei a teasing glance. See, darling? Sometimes brains beat brute force. Issei scoffed, rolling his shoulders. Yeah? Well, both together work even better. But as he steadied his stance, something was bothering him. Gilgamesh was still focused entirely on him. His eyes didn't even flicker toward Tamamo, Ryder, or any of the other servants. It was like Issei was the only one on the battlefield who mattered to him. Sherry, what the hell is up with Goldie? Issei muttered mentally as he kept his guard up. The AI responded immediately, her tone precise as always. Analyzing data based on his noble phantasm, Sha Nakba Imuru, it is likely that Gilgamesh has seen potential future outcomes involving you. Issei blinked. Wait, what? Sha Nakba Imuru grants him insight into all things. If he is this fixated on you, then it suggests he has witnessed a scenario where you are either a direct threat to him or an anomaly he cannot ignore. Partner, what happened to making him underestimate you? Issei grimaced. Great. So either I beat his in the future, or I mess up something important. Correct. Given his personality, he cannot tolerate the possibility of losing to someone he perceives as beneath him. He will focus all efforts on erasing that possibility. Issei exhaled sharply. Wonderful. So I'm on his must-kill list because he saw a bad ending for himself. It appears so. Issei flexed his fingers, watching as Gilgamesh casually dismissed the weapons Tamamo had turned against him. The King of Heroes wasn't taking them seriously yet, but his ego wouldn't allow him to let this stand. Sherry, what's the best way to handle this? A pause. Then, dodge. Issei rolled his eyes. Wow. Thanks. Really helpful. You're welcome, Master, Issei sighed. Tamamo gave him a curious look. Something on your mind, darling? He glanced at her, then at Gilgamesh, who was watching him with thinly veiled irritation. Just realized he's gonna be a pain in to deal with. Tamamo chuckled. Oh, I could have told you that. Gilgamesh took a step forward. I have decided, he declared, voice ringing with finality. His crimson gaze burned into Issei, his amusement laced with malice. You are an eyesore, Issei smirked. Yeah? Well, get used to it. Gilgamesh's gate of Babylon opened once more. Tamamo's curses flared to life, and Issei clenched his fists as the boosted gear pulsed again. Boost! The second boost was ready. High above the chaotic battlefield, hidden within the darkness of the docks, a pair of bloodshot eyes peered through the haze. Kuriyamato's breaths were ragged, his body trembling as he clutched his right arm. Veins bulged unnaturally beneath his pale skin as the crest worms inside him twisted and writhed, feeding off his dwindling life force. Damn it all, he rasped. He had come to observe the battle, hoping to find an opportunity to strike down Tosaka's servant. Instead, he bore witness to madness, a golden tyrant standing above all, treating every other servant as beneath him. A reckless fool in red charging headfirst into danger. A cunning fox-eared woman bending magic to her will. And the battlefield shifting with every passing second as chaos unfolded. Korea knew he was no match for them, not as he was. But, his crimson-stained fingers curled into a trembling fist. No. I won't sit back. Not when that bastard Tosaka's servant is standing there, acting like he owns the world. His gaze locked onto the golden warrior. Archer Korea spat the name like venom. Just the sight of Gilgamesh so arrogant, so untouchable made his blood boil. But even worse than him was the man who commanded him, Tosaka Tokiomi, the man who had thrown Sakura away. Korea would never forgive him. A burning sensation spread through his body as he reached into his very soul, feeling the connection to his servant. The crest worms inside him surged, amplifying the pain tenfold, but he gritted his teeth through it. This is my fight now. The command seals on his arm flared as he reached out and called forth his servant. A black void tore open beside him. The air trembled. A suffocating presence erupted from the summoning circle, its sheer weight pressing upon the battlefield like a storm about to break. Then, crash! The pavement shattered as a massive, armored figure landed with earth-shaking force. A dark knight, wreathed in shadows, rose from the impact, his pitch-black armor exuding pure malice. His very presence felt unnatural, a warping force that twisted the air around him. His hollow, glowing eyes locked onto the golden warrior. A harsh, distorted breath escaped his helmet. Gilgamesh turned his head slightly, his gaze flicking toward the new arrival with mild curiosity. Oh, Korea staggered, barely able to stand under the strain, but his lips curled into a grin. Go, Berserker. His voice was hoarse but filled with absolute hatred. Crush that golden bastard into the dirt. A low growl rumbled from Berserker's throat. Berserker? Saber's eyes narrowed, assessing the new arrival. Lancer let out a sharp breath. Hey, King of Conquerors. Were you planning to ask him, too? Ryder chuckled. He doesn't seem terribly interested in negotiations, does he? Ryder soon turns to Waver. Boy. How powerful a servant is he? Waver swallowed hard. I don't know. Ryder glanced at him. What? Are you not a master? You can sense their strengths and weaknesses, right? I can't tell, Waver admitted, his voice shaking. That black thing is definitely a servant, but I can't read its status or anything else about it. It appears it will be another difficult enemy. That spirit has some curse or other special ability that entirely conceals everything about him, Saber noted, her grip tightening on her invisible blade. But that isn't all. With 5 others present, we have to be very careful. Why did he materialize here? Berserker moved. Faster than any armored knight should have been capable of, he lunged straight for Gilgamesh, his blackened gauntlet reaching forward with violent, unnatural speed. For the first time that night, Gilgamesh actually had to react. Who gave you permission to look upon me, you rabid dog? May your death provide me some modicum of entertainment, mongrel. The gate of Babylon flared open once again, dozens of weapons fired in an instant. Berserker didn't stop. He snatched a golden sword midair, twisting his body as if it were an extension of himself, and swung it straight at the King of Heroes. Gilgamesh's smirk vanished. Is that truly Berserker? Lancer muttered, eyes widening. Ryder grinned. For a man, he's rather nimble. Waver blinked. Huh, what, you couldn't tell? Ryder's tone was laced with amusement. That black thing casually snatched the first blade that was flying toward him, using it to destroy the second spear as it approached. You dare lay your filthy hands on my treasures? Gilgamesh's voice dripped with fury. His crimson eyes blazed as his hand snapped outward, summoning even more weapons from the gate of Babylon. You must long for death, cur. Let us see just how long your parlor tricks can keep you alive. Fool! I belong among the heavens, yet you would have me trod the same earth as you? Your impudence has guaranteed your death. Mongrel, nothing will remain of your corpse. From Assassin's eyes, Koto Mind Kirai observed the battle with a calculating gaze. Gilgamesh is serious. He plans to open the gate of Babylon even further, he murmured. Tosaka Tokiomi's brows furrowed, repeatedly exposing his noble phantasm to the others. How rash. Kirai glanced at him. Your decision? Tokiomi exhaled. Then, by the power of my command seal, King of Heroes, quell thine anger and withdraw. Gilgamesh's entire body tensed as the glowing red mark on Tokiomi's hand pulsed with authority. The gate of Babylon instantly shut. A deadly silence filled the battlefield. Gilgamesh's lips curled into a sneer. You dare to order a king to withdraw? His tone was filled with condescension, but beneath it was unmistakable irritation. He cast a final glance at Berserker before shifting his gaze back to Issei. You have some nerve, Tokiomi. You were fortunate, mad dog. And you, clown, pray for tomorrow. For I'll hunt you down. His crimson eyes gleamed with amusement and malice. Mongrels. By our next meeting, see that you've culled your numbers. Only a true hero is worthy to look upon me. With that, Gilgamesh turned on his heel, his golden presence fading as he vanished from the battlefield. Ryder let out a low whistle. It would seem that Archer's master is less stubborn than he is. Issei exhaled, tension leaving his shoulders. Then, he turned toward Berserker, who was still standing in battle-ready posture. Hey, thanks for the assist, big guy. Berserker's glowing eyes flickered toward him, a low growl emanating from his armor. Berserker's hollow, glowing eyes flared crimson as they locked onto Saber. A distorted, guttural growl echoed from deep within his armored form, vibrating through the battlefield like the roar of a beast breaking its chains. The madness within him clawed to the surface, a grudge stirring as he recognized the king of knights. Irisveal, get back! Saber warns her master's wife. As she notices his aggressive stance towards her, without a single moment of hesitation, Berserker lunged forward, a monstrous force of rage incarnate. His blackened gauntlet shot out, seizing a jagged steel beam from the debris-strewn docks. The moment his clawed fingers grasped it, the metal twisted and cracked, black flames licking across its surface as it transformed into a noble phantasm. Energy rippled through the beam, its deadly edge now honed by Berserker's unique ability to turn anything he touched into a weapon. So that's it. Whatever he grabs becomes his noble phantasm. Ryder notices. Saber's grip on her invisible sword tightened. Her stance solidified, feet bracing against the ground as she raised her blade, the weight of the Black Knight's blow pressing heavily on her shoulders. The hatred she felt radiating from Berserker was unmistakable towards her. Mia. Do you have a visual on Berserker's master? Kiritsugu asked, his tone clipped as he noticed his servant struggle to defend herself against Berserker's onslaught. His sniper rifle tracked through the shadows, searching for any hint of Berserker's hidden master. No, I don't. Mia replied curtly, her own sniper scope sweeping the rooftops, frustration lacing her words. Berserker's makeshift weapon cleaved through the air with devastating force. But before it could connect another blow, a flash of red steel intercepted it. Lancer appeared in a blur, his twin spears crossed midair, catching the corrupted noble phantasm with a bone-jarring clang. Sparks flew as the weapons ground against each other. What are you? Saber asks in disbelief, stunned that her former opponent had come to her aid. That's enough messing around, Berserker. Saber has a prior engagement with me. If you insist on interfering, you'll have to face me. Lancer snarled, his golden eyes fierce as he held his ground against the mad servant. The two servants clashed once more as Berserker tries to move the distraction from his prey, raw strength against speed and precision. Berserker's warp blade hammered down again and again, each blow strong enough to tear through steel, but Lancer met every strike, his twin spears in a defensive precision. From a distant rooftop, Kenneth Elmalloy Archibald observed the scene through a shimmering magical screen. His lips curled into a cold sneer. What are you doing, Lancer? This is your chance to defeat Saber. He growled, his voice projected across the battlefield. I, Diarmuid Ue Dubni, will defeat Saber. I swear it on my honor. If you insist I kill her here, then I will first defeat that mad dog. Please, my master. Lancer's voice was laced with desperation, but his plea was met with cold defiance. With my command seal, I order you. Kenneth declared, raising his hand as the crimson glow of a command seal illuminated his palm. My lord! Lancer begged him to reconsider, but it was too late. Help Berserker kill Saber. The command seal flared with power. Lancer's body jerked violently against his will, his face contorted with frustration as he was forced to turn his spears towards Saber. Perfect, he muttered. The sight of Lancer and Berserker cornering Saber was too good an opportunity to waste. Damn it! Lancer hissed, though he could do nothing against the command seal's binding force. Saber's emerald eyes narrowed, her jaw tightening as she faced two enemies. I'm sorry, Irisveal, I shall hold them here. While I do, you must run as far away as you can get. Irisveal, please, she urged, determination hardening her features, noticing the hopeless situation. It's all right, Saber. Believe in your master. Irisveal says with full confidence that her husband could turn the situation around. Kiritsugu, I know that you can still turn this to victory. Kiritsugu is here? Saber thought, momentarily distracted as she tried to locate him. Seeing that Saber could not take on two servants at once, not to mention one of her arms being injured, Kiritsugu decided to defeat one of her opponents, lessening Saber's load. I can kill Lancer's master now. It's the only way out of this. Mia, attack assassin on my mark, acknowledged. Mia talked to Kiritsugu, having her sniper aim at assassin's direction. Issei Hayadu clenched his fists, as frustration boiled within him as he noticed Lancer's reluctance. Why is he doing this? It's obvious he doesn't want to team up against Saber. That would be due to the command seals that you also have, husband. Tamamo explained, making Issei look at his own hand. With it you can command me to do anything, even against my will. And just like me, Lancer has to obey his master's orders. That's... Issei says with disgust, recalling Sherry's explanation. He didn't give it much thought, but seeing how it's making Lancer do something against his wishes, he made a firm decision would never use it. Tamamo, can you please help her out? My. A dutiful wife cannot ignore her husband's plea for help. Tamamo's 3 golden tails flicked with excitement. I wish it wasn't to help another woman, but I was getting bored. With a swirl of pink magic, she leaped into action, her divine curses glowing with power. Ryder let out a boisterous laugh as he heard the brown-haired boy. You've got guts, boy. I like it. Just as the snipers were about to fire their shot, the thunder of hooves cracked through the night as Ryder's chariot crashed into the fray, golden wheels cutting deep grooves into the pavement. His sword leveled, he barreled straight toward Lancer, Ryder's chariot colliding with Lancer's body just before he could strike Saber. The sheer force sent Lancer sliding backward, boots skidding across the ground. Meanwhile, Tamamo's hands danced through the air, pink sigils forming in spiraling patterns. Cursed binding heavenly tether, glowing chains erupted from the ground, latching onto Berserker's limbs and halting his next swing. The mad servant roared in fury, straining against the binds as black energy pulsed around him. From his distant perch, Kenneth cursed. Damn them. They're interfering, Master of Lancer. I know not from whence you're watching, but do not sully a battle between knights with your petty tricks. Have Lancer withdraw. Ryder, like the king he is, commanded, his voice booming. If you insist on humiliating him further, then we shall join Saber. Together, the 4 of us will annihilate your servant. What will it be? Realizing the battle had turned against him, Kenneth grit his teeth. Withdraw, Lancer. That's enough for tonight. He withdrew his control, ordering Lancer to disengage. My thanks, King of Conquerors, and to you too as well. Lancer said, gratitude in his voice. It was nothing. I enjoy watching the flowers of a battlefield in bloom. Ryder responded. Yeah, plus your master was making a move. Issei added bluntly, while Tamamo simply didn't care and was simply doing what her husband wanted. The Celtic knight shot a glare toward Berserker before leaping away, vanishing into the night. Kuriyamatu, hidden within the shadows, grimaced as he tugged on Berserker's bond. Back, Berserker. We're not ready for this yet. With a furious growl, Berserker finally retreated, his monstrous form dissolving into the darkness. Just as he was leaving, pain shot through his body, forcing him to collapse. The battlefield fell silent. Why did you help me? What is all of your intent, King of Conquerors? And to you, Caster? Saber demanded, wary of their motives. HMP. I simply was doing my husband's bidding. I could care less about you. Tamamo rudely replied, flicking her tail dismissively. I just felt like helping you. That is all. Ryder responded with a laugh. Ryder turned his attention to Issei, an enormous grin plastered across his face. Hayada. You have the heart of a warrior, and the soul of a dragon. I like that. Join me. Together, we'll conquer this world and beyond. There's always room in my army for a man like you. Issei blinked, caught off guard by the sudden proposal. Yeah, no. Not into the whole world conquering thing. Ryder blinked, his booming laughter echoed through the docks. Not into it? Every great man dreams of conquest. Issei with full seriousness and determination stared at the man. That look made Tamamo very hot and bothered. I am the man who will be harem king! He shouts to the heavens, shocking the women around him at the audacity of the boy in front of them. His shout even shocked the masters watching from the shadows. Tamamo snorted with laughter. That's so darling. Then join me and you can have all the women you want. Ryder offered, dead serious. I refuse. For I will do it by myself with my own efforts. Issei spoke back. Ryder slapped Issei's back with enough force to nearly knock him over. You're a strange one, Hayada. But I respect that. Should we meet as enemies, I expect nothing less than your all. Issei grinned. You'll get it. Promise. Goodbye for now. I hope to enjoy our next meeting. Ryder then looks at his master that was forgotten in all that chaos. Boy, you got anything nice to say to the ladies? Unfortunately, the boy was knocked out in all the chaos. Issei looked at Waver and felt sorry for him. I do wish he'd man up a little. Farewell. With a hearty laugh, Ryder steered his chariot vanishing into the darkness. Tamamo twirled the charm between her fingers. You could have had that harem you always wanted, you know, Issei deadpanned. Absolutely not. I shall do it with my own hands. Plus, I don't want to conquer the world. Pass, Sherry's voice echoed dryly in his mind. Strategically, you missed an excellent alliance opportunity. Yeah, Issei muttered, though a small smile tugged at his lips. He soon turns to face the two women. Saber tenses, wondering if he was about to order an attack. Tell your husband to stop pointing his gun at me, Issei says with seriousness. It was true the man had the scope focused solely on Issei's head, just in case he did anything to Iri. Issei revealing Kiritsugu's location greatly shocked the man, ruining his element of surprise. Yeah, and that other woman helping him, or else I won't be so kind and kill them both. Tamamo threatens, looking in two different directions, while keeping oblivious of knowing where Assassin was. With that, Caster used her illusions to make them untraceable to even Assassin's eyes. Guess we should go home. We finally had a good look at our enemies, Tamamo remarked as they walked through the quiet streets, still cloaked in her illusion. Issei wanted to agree, but as he was in deep thought. Sherry. He called attention to his AI, stopping them from walking further. Yes, master. Partner, what are you thinking? Drake's voice echoed in his mind. You said Berserker's master was sick. It's more complicated than that, but yes. Do you know where he is? I do. Issei remembered how Gilgamesh was about to continue to attack them only for Berserker to step in and help him. He knows he didn't do it on purpose, but in the end, he did help. Can you tell us where? Tamamo sighs, knowing what this was about. Husband, you are too kind. Soon the couple went in a different direction, following Sherry's guidance. As they neared the area where Berserker's master was, they noticed a sickly pale white-haired man coughing and wheezing blood. Honestly, it was depressing to Issei. Just as the man was about to pass out, Issei reacted and caught the man just as he was about to hit the ground. Tamamo's nose wrinkled as she soon noticed the worms that came out of the man when he coughed. With a flick of her fingers, she sent a simple curse to burn the insects. Disgusting, she muttered, unfortunately, as they were about to help him. The dark night came out, phasing into existence. Tamamo tensed, bringing her mirror to defend her husband. The knight screamed and was about to rush the two and attack them. Stop! Issei shouted, holding the sick man. He's hurt. Don't you care, somehow, someway. For a brief moment, those words did reach the Knight of Madness as before he became this. The madness in his hollow eyes flickered. He remembered that he was once a man of chivalry and honor. He was Lancelot. He stopped for a moment, but unfortunately the madness consumed him, and he was about to begin his charge. But that moment was all Tamamo needed to use her illusions and curses. Curse of Tranquility. The fox gave the knight an illusion of happier times. Berserker's furious form stilled, trapped in a vision with a certain lady. Soon the knight faded away. Please. Kiriya stirred weakly, his voice barely a whisper, surprising the duo, wondering if he woke up. I need to save her. This was only him speaking out of deliriousness. Where should we take him, husband? I doubt it would be a good idea to take them to the home of the Hannes. That's true. Issei reminded himself that no one should ever find out about them. It would be safe to stay as far away as possible until it was time to leave. If the master desires, we can simply use this man's apartment for now. That's as good a place as any. They quickly left, following Sherry's direction again, carrying the man safely to his home. The moment they arrived, Tamamo was quick to place numerous boundary fields around them. Issei soon sits down next to him, making sure he was all right. Watching the man, Issei quickly notices his skin moving unnaturally as if worms were inside him. Sherry. What's wrong with him? Issei asks. Tamamo also got closer, interested. His name is Kiriya Matu, master of Berserker. Of the Matu-Magus family, originally called the Makiri family. Due to Kiriya rejecting and running away from the family, he did not receive the formal training as a magus. As he chose to become a participant in the Holy Grail War, he could not become a formal master. The solution at the advice of his grandfather was to implant numerous crest worms into his body. Crest worms are a unique kind of magic crest of the Matu family, and the personal familiars of his grandfather's Okan Matu. Crest worms are magical energy-eating worms that can channel magical energy. However, the worms are eating away at their hosts, causing Korea's health to progressively fail, in return for significantly expanding his magic circuits and magical potential. You can see them squirming under the surface of his skin, resulting in him being blind in one eye with half of his limbs having become dysfunctional and distorted, resulting in a limp. Issei's jaw clenched. That's awful, Tamamo scoffed. Humans and their twisted ideas of power. Issei looked at Korea's pain-stricken face. We need to help him somehow. Tamamo, please, can you? There's nothing I can do at the moment about the worms inside his body. I can remove them easily if I use some of my power, but that will create a beacon for the rest to know where we are. But if you want, I can use my noble phantasm to heal the damage the worms have already done. It would be a temporary solution, as the moment I've healed him, the worms will continue to eat him alive. Please do it. After he wakes up, we'll think of another way. Understood. With thought, Tamamo brings her mirror in front of the man. She then uses just a fraction of the eightfold blessing of Amaterasu, as releasing more will cause the rest of the servants to know their location. This allows her to use her curses to heal. It was quite a beautiful sight for Issei to see her use the mirror. Within moments the man's complexion returned. Suddenly all the man's pain went away, causing Korea to wake up and try to stand up. Whoa there. Don't get up too fast. You were quite unwell before, Issei says, holding the man in place. You! Korea shouted in surprise. You're the boy who was the master of Castor. Honestly, he was surprised he remembered him after all the pain he felt using Berserker. Yup, and she's right over there. Issei pointed to the most beautiful woman Korea ever saw. The woman didn't even acknowledge him and considers him lesser to her eyes. What do you want? Where's Berserker? Korea panicked, trying to stand up to protect himself. Hey, stop that before you summon the big guy. Issei tries to calm him down, before Berserker tries to destroy the room. As Korea stood up, he noticed his legs were working again, and know that he was paying attention. He could see out of both eyes. What happened to me? I haven't felt this great since the worms were placed in my body. But they were not removed. He could still feel them squirming inside him. As Korea stood, he noticed his legs were working again, and now that he was paying attention, he could see out of both eyes. What happened to me? I haven't felt this great since before the worms were placed in my body. But they weren't gone. He could still feel them squirming inside him. Castor healed you. Why? Korea said, confused. Don't you remember at the time, if you hadn't summoned Berserker to attack Archer, I would have to seriously fight that golden prick. So as a thanks I decided to help you. I didn't do that to help you. Oh, I know. But in the end you did help me, Issei says with a smile before remembering the worms. Unfortunately she couldn't take the worms out. But don't worry, we're going to find a permanent solution, Issei declared firmly, his determination shining through. We'll get those things out of you for good. No. The sharp rejection took Issei off guard. What? But if we don't, you'll die. I know, Korea rasped, his hands clenching into fists. But these worms, they're the only way I can stay as Berserker's master. Without them, I lose everything. Issei stared at him, stunned. Why would you sacrifice your life just to stay in this war? Why is winning the Holy Grail so important that you're willing to let these things kill you? For a moment, Korea's composure cracked. His breathing quickened as raw emotions surged to the surface. Because it's the only way I can save her. Her? Issei said, confused. A little girl. Her name's Sakura, Korea choked out, his voice laced with desperation as he recalls the girl in the pit of worms. She's trapped with my father. The things he's doing to her too, can't let it happen anymore. The Grail's my only chance to free her. It's the only way. Issei's heart twisted at the desperation in Korea's voice. He could see the torment in the man's eyes, a pain, the guilt, and the unwavering determination to save this girl. Then we'll save her together, Issei vowed without hesitation. But Korea shook his head. You don't understand. If I lose my connection to Berserker, I have nothing. No power. No chance. Issei gritted his teeth, anger flaring not at Kariya, but at the cruelty of the situation. There has to be another way. We'll figure it out. Even if it kills me, I'll see Sakura free, Kariya whispered, a haunted look in his eyes. Tamamo scoffed quietly but didn't comment, though the faintest flicker of respect crossed her face. Issei clenched his fists, determination hardening within him. Then tell me where she is and we'll rescue her and defeat him. That man can't even be called human. There's no way we can ever defeat him. We'll only be slaughtered. Kariya denied the thought outright, not even considering the possibility. I'm sorry, please leave. The next time we meet, we will be enemies, and I don't want to hesitate when we fight. But, husband, that's enough. Clearly, the man doesn't want us to meddle in his business. Issei turned to her to argue, but the moment he saw the look she gave him, he instantly understood and backed down. All right, thank you. I know this is no way for me to show my gratitude to the two of you. But please understand, I do this to save her. Kariya quickly closed the door on them. The two continued walking away from the apartment. Once they were far enough, Issei turned to Tamamo. So, do you have an idea of how to help? Mao. Husband, you're too kind to others. Even to your enemies. Honestly, I'm worried one day someone will use your kind heart and hurt you. Tamamo pouted, her ears flicking in irritation. Sorry. Issei apologized sheepishly. But I know I'll have you to help me when that happens. Sheesh. You're lucky your wife is so capable of handling the desires of such a selfish man. But this is why I love and adore you. I know you want to give him hope, but clearly, that man's father has him traumatized. So here's what we'll do. We'll simply save the girl without his consent. Then that man will look ridiculous for regretting your kind offer. But we don't even know where she is? Issei asked, genuinely puzzled. The moment he spoke, Tamamo simply looked at him as if he were the biggest fool in the world. Husband. Did you forget we have Sherry? Issei scratched his head awkwardly, realizing his mistake. Oh. Right. Tamamo let out an exaggerated sigh. Such a foolish man I married, she said, shaking her head. Where is she, Sherry? And what can you tell me about her? Issei asked, turning his attention to his dimensional watch. Honestly, master, how can you forget about my existence? Sorry, follow here. The two followed Sherry's directions, listening to her tell them about the girl. Born as Sakura Tosaka, one of the two daughters of Tokiomi Tosaka. Shocking Issei, as that was the name of Archer's master. Like most magi, her father chose only one of his daughters to carry on his family's tradition. Zoken Matu offered to adopt Sakura with the intention of training her as the successor of the Maidus Magecraft. As a result of her natural abilities, she's been subjected to endure the harshest and cruelest training under Zoken by making her take daily dips into the worm-infested pit as to make her the perfect vessel. A vessel? A vessel for what? She will never get an answer. Instead, she notices the inferno of power now radiating from Issei. Tamamo quickly reacted, using her curses to mask the power before anyone could notice. Though not overwhelming, it was still more than what a normal human should be capable of. They soon arrived at an old European mansion. Sherry, where exactly is she right now? Issei asked, his voice cold. Underground. Good. Tamamo, burn this place to the ground, Issei ordered, his tone sharp with fury as he granted her more of his power. Hi, Tamamo responded, her voice devoid of its usual playfulness. She didn't argue. All around the city, masters and servants alike felt the mass of energy being released. Even Tokiomi Tosaka in his mansion paused, his wine glass trembling in his hand. So that's where you are, clown, Gilgamesh sneered, his crimson eyes glinting with predatory interest. When daybreak comes, I will begin my hunt. The night sky was painted orange as flames engulfed the Matu Manor. The structure stood no chance against the divine fire that consumed it. The wood cracked and collapsed under the intense heat, the windows burst as smoke and embers poured out, and the air was thick with the scent of burning filth. Tamamonome stood in front of the inferno, her foxtails swaying as she extended her hand, her delicate fingers moving as if conducting an orchestra of destruction. Her normally cheerful expression was replaced with something cold, something deeply satisfied. Hee hee. That takes care of this disgusting den, she said, flicking her wrist as another burst of flames surged, ensuring that not a single trace of the mansion would remain. Issei, standing beside her, watched the scene with a mix of grim satisfaction and unease. Are you sure you got everything? Issei asked, his arms crossed as the heat radiated against his skin. Fu, of course, darling. I made sure every room, every little crevice, is reduced to cinders. Not even a roach is escaping this purification ritual. Tamamo giggled, her sharp golden eyes glinting as she admired her work. Despite her cheerful tone, there was something disturbingly final about it. The people inside, if any remained, were gone. There were no screams, no desperate cries for help. Only silence beneath the roaring blaze. Issei exhaled. He wasn't about to feel bad for any matter. The things they had done made them irredeemable. The entrance wasn't hard to find. Beneath the remains of the burning manor, hidden beneath loose stone and scorched wood, was a staircase descending into pitch-black darkness. The fire above cast eerie shadows along the walls, flickering with every movement. Tamamo summoned a ball of light, its red glow illuminating the tight corridor. The air grew thick, damp, and suffocating the deeper they went. Tamamo wrinkled her nose. Ugh! It reeks of decay and filth down here, Issei frowned. Yeah. As they reached the bottom of the staircase, the space opened into a series of dimly lit corridors. The walls were coated in a slick, dark substance, and the sound of something squirming echoed in the distance. Tamamo shivered. Ew. I hate this already. Issei stepped forward cautiously, peering into the first room. His stomach twisted. The floor and walls were crawling infested with writhing, pulsing worms. Some were small, but others were grotesquely large, their slimy bodies pulsating as they slithered over one another. He could see remnants of torn clothing, bones half buried in the filth, and something that might have once been a person reduced to an unrecognizable state. Tamamo covered her mouth. Oh my! Disgusting doesn't even begin to describe this. Issei clenched his fists. So, this is where Zoken held all his worms. He let these things fester down here. Keep going, Sherry's voice surged through the link. Sakura is at the lowest level. Zoken is with her. Issei exhaled through his nose, keeping his fury in check. Then let's end this. Tamamo's eyes flashed dangerously. Yes, let's make sure that wrinkled worm never slithers away again. The deeper Issei and Tamamo ventured, the worse the infestation became. The walls pulsed as if breathing, the floor squirmed beneath their feet, and the sickly scent of decay and rot thickened in the air. Then the worms reacted. A low, grotesque chittering sound reverberated through the corridors, followed by a wave of writhing masses surging toward them from every direction. Ugh, seriously? Issei grimaced, summoning the boosted gear with a flash of crimson light. Of course, they weren't just gonna let us walk through. Tamamo narrowed her eyes, golden pupils gleaming as she lifted her hand. Disgusting little things burn. With a flick of her wrist, blue cursed fire erupted in a swirling wave, consuming the first swarm of worms in a raging inferno. They screeched, their bodies sizzling and bursting as the flames reduced them to ashes. But more kept coming. Some were the size of snakes, slithering along the walls and ceiling before lunging. Others were massive, pulsing like grotesque larvae, their slimy bodies bulging with some unknown liquid. The worst were the ones that hissed, their bodies excreting a poisonous green mist that corroded the very stone around them. Issei didn't hesitate. Boost! The familiar surge of power flooded his body. He smashed his fist forward, sending a shockwave through the corridor. The impact crushed a mass of worms into paste, splattering their disgusting fluids everywhere. Tamamo leapt gracefully onto a ledge, conjuring another set of flames to clear a path. My, these creepy crawlies are persistent. She pouted. It's like they want to be exterminated. Issei ducked as a particularly large worm lunged from the ceiling. He grabbed it midair, his grip tightening as he crushed it with his enhanced strength. He punched another one, sending its remains flying against the wall. Sherry, what the hell are these things? He asked, his voice sharp as he stomped on another worm trying to slither toward him. Modified familiars, Sherry replied. Zoken has been breeding them for years. They're resistant to conventional attacks, but Tamamo's flames should be enough to burn through them. Yeah, I noticed, Issei muttered, sidestepping another acidic spray. He looked at Tamamo. Think you can clear the rest of this hallway? Tamamo smirked, holding out her hand. Fufufa. Leave it to me, darling. With a single gesture, a massive torrent of curse fire erupted from her palm, sweeping through the entire passageway. The worms shrieked as the flames consumed them, their slimy bodies blackening and crumbling into ash. When the flames settled, nothing remained but smoldering remains and charred walls. Tamamo clapped her hands together. All done, Issei exhaled. Damn, these things weren't playing around. Then a slow, mocking clap echoed from further down the corridor. A deep, raspy chuckle followed the sound. From the shadows of the ruined passageway, a hunched figure stepped forward, his silhouette barely visible in the dim glow of the fires. Zoken Matu. The old magus looked almost amused, his withered face stretching into something resembling a smile. His sunken eyes gleamed with a mixture of irritation and intrigue. My, what a mess you've made, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. His gaze flicked toward Tamamo. And here I thought my worms were resilient. I suppose fire from a servant has a certain finality to it. Tamamo scowled, her tails bristling. Ugh! You're even more revolting in person. I was expecting some terrifying monster, but you just look like a dried-up old raisin. Zoken merely chuckled. And you must be the caster servant, a most troublesome one at that. His eyes shifted to Issei, analyzing him with quiet amusement. And you a boy in way over his head. Issei cracked his knuckles. We're here for Sakura. Zoken's expression remained neutral, but there was a flicker of interest in his gaze. Oh? Zoken let out a dry, humorless laugh. So that's what this is about. You're not here for me, or here for the girl. He tilted his head slightly. I see Kariya must have told you. Issei's eyes narrowed. You got that right. For the first time, Zoken's expression darkened. Humph. I had hoped Kariya would remain a useful pawn, but it seems he's grown defiant in his last days. He let out a sigh, shaking his head as if he found the situation mildly disappointing rather than threatening. No matter. I can always make another plan. Issei's grip tightened. His anger flared, but he kept himself in check. Not this time. We're taking Sakura, and we're ending this. Zoken's lips curled into a slow, sinister smile. Ah, but you see, boy. Suddenly, the air in the chamber shifted. A deep, crawling sensation slithered along the walls, as if something massive and unseen had stirred. Zoken's raspy chuckle echoed through the underground chamber, his hunched frame barely shifting as he regarded Issei with amusement. Save Sakura? He sneered. You're a fool, boy. Do you truly believe you can just take her? Issei's fist clenched, his boosted gear glowing faintly as his power surged. That's the plan. Zoken shook his head, feigning disappointment. How naive. You have no idea what you're interfering with. His sunken eyes gleamed as he took a step forward, his frail body barely making a sound against the damp stone floor. Sakura is mine. Her body, her mind, her soul, they belong to me to be used as I see fit. Tamamo scoffed. Ugh! You sound like a slimy old pervert claiming ownership over a girl. Creepy and disgusting. She twirled a lock of her pink hair, her golden eyes flashing. Besides, your so-called family is already a pile of ash. What's left for her here? Zoken's expression didn't falter, but his voice turned colder. I can always rebuild the Matu. The current generation were nothing but failures. Sakura will learn her place soon enough. His smile widened cruelly. And Kariya? That pathetic boy will suffer for his betrayal. His punishment will be enlightening. Issei's blood boiled. He had already hated this guy before, but hearing him talk about punishing Kariya and owning Sakura like some object? That was it. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. You talk too much, Zoken chuckled again. And you don't think enough. You act like a hero, but you don't understand how this world works. Power isn't something given freely, it is taken. And those too weak to claim it, like Kariya and that girl, exist only to be used by their betters. Issei stepped forward. That's funny. You think power means you get to control people? He lifted his gauntlet, the green gem glowing with energy. Nah. It means I get to punch creeps like you in the face. Zoken sighed dramatically. Humph. I suppose I'll have to remind you of your place. The ground shifted. The walls pulsed. Dizensno, hundreds of worms slithered out from the cracks, merging together in grotesque, writhing masses attempting to attack them. Zoken's voice echoed from the mass. Let's see how long you last. Issei didn't wait for the worms to come to him. He surged forward, power flooded his body, and he closed the distance in an instant. His fist collided with Zoken's malformed body, sending a shockwave through the chamber. The impact crushed dozens of the writhing worms, splattering their vile fluids across the stone floor. Zoken's form reeled back, but it quickly reassembled, the severed worms regenerating as the writhing mass thickened. Tamamo waved her mirror. TSK. That won't do, darling. Let me help. With a flick of her wrist, another surge of curse fire erupted, engulfing the mass in flames. The worms screeched, writhing and twisting as the blue fire ate through them. Zoken's voice hissed through the chamber, no longer amused. Annoying pests. Issei didn't give him a chance to recover. Boost. With his second boost, he launched another devastating punch, this time aiming for the center of the mass. The impact shattered the worm construct, sending parts of it flying across the chamber. The remnants burned in Tamamo's flames, and for a moment silence filled the air. Tamamo placed a hand on her hip. Well, that was disappointing. I was expecting more of a fight. Issei exhaled, his boosted gear dimming slightly. Yeah, that was easier than I thought. Then something twitched. Tamamo frowned. Wait a minute, Issei tensed. Guess that was too easy. A slow, mocking clap echoed from the darkness. From the far end of the chamber, Zoken emerged again, completely unscathed. My such enthusiasm. He smirked, looking completely unfazed. But I suppose I should have warned you. That was merely a shell. Issei's eyes widened. TCH, Tamamo sighed dramatically. Zoken tilted his head. You managed to destroy my copy faster than I expected. He chuckled, his withered hand gesturing to the charred remains of his false body. But I am not so careless as to confront you in person. No, I prefer to let my creations handle such messy affairs. Issei clenched his fists. Then where the hell are you? Zoken smiled. Far enough. But don't worry, I'll be watching. Then his body disintegrated, the worms collapsing into lifeless husks. A deep silence filled the chamber. Tamamo huffed, crossing her arms. Well, that was extremely annoying. So what now, darling? Issei exhaled, shaking his head. We keep going. Zoken's just stalling, trying to buy time. He turned toward the darkened passage ahead. Sakura's still here. And we're not leaving without her, Tamamo smirked. That's my darling. Let's go save the girl. With renewed determination, they pressed forward into the depths of the underground lair, ready to face whatever horrors awaited them next. The descent grew darker, the air thick with an oppressive, putrid stench. The deeper they went, the more the stone walls became slick with an unnatural slime. The faint sound of writhing filled the silence. Issei's boosted gear hummed with faint power, the green jewel pulsing like a heartbeat. He kept his steps steady, eyes scanning every corner. This place just keeps getting worse. Tamamo wrinkled her nose, waving a hand in front of her face. You! It smells so vile. Like rotten meat mixed with an old man's breath. Just awful. She pouted. I'm burning this entire place down the moment we leave. Fine by me, Issei muttered. Ahead, the passage widened into a massive underground chamber. The ceiling stretched high above them, lined with grotesque, pulsating veins embedded in the rock. At the center, a massive pit of writhing, wriggling worms churned, their movements sluggish and unnatural. And at the very center of that pit, Sakura Mata was barely visible beneath the writhing mass. Her pale skin was slick with whatever vile fluids the worms excreted, her violet hair matted and tangled. Only her face and one of her arms remained above the surface, her body twitching weakly. Her eyes were open, unfocused, clouded with pain and exhaustion. A faint, rasping breath left her lips, barely more than a whisper. Tamamo's ears flattened. Oh, that poor girl, her golden eyes narrowed. We need to get her out of there. Issei didn't hesitate. He moved forward, ready to dive into the pit if he had to. His fist clenched, ready to tear through anything that got in his way. Then, boom! The entire chamber shook. A massive figure came crashing down from above, smashing into the ground between them and the worm pit. The impact sent dust and debris flying, cracking the stone beneath. Issei skidded back, throwing up his arms to shield himself from the force. What the hell? As the dust settled, a monstrous black knight rose from the crater. His entire body was wrapped in thick, black armor, pulsating with a malevolent, corrupted energy. His helmet had no eye slits, only a shadowy abyss where his gaze should be. A massive, jagged blade was clutched in his hands, dripping with a dark aura. Tamamo groaned. Ugh! And just who invited this guy? The knight raised his head. A deep, inhuman roar echoed through the chamber. Berserker. Issei's eyes widened as the sheer rage radiating from the servant hit him like a tidal wave, and he was coming for them. The massive blade swung. Issei barely had time to react. Issei barely dodged the first swing, the massive jagged blade slamming into the ground where he had stood a second before. The impact cracked the stone, sending tremors through the chamber. Damn, he's as fast as ever. Berserker didn't stop. With unnatural agility, the hulking knight lunged again, his blade cutting through the air in a wild arc. Issei stepped back, landing beside Tamamo, who had already summoned several floating orbs of fire that hit the knight. Her golden eyes narrowed. TSK. He's relentless. Yeah, no kidding, Issei muttered, keeping his stance low. But something felt off. Berserker's aggression made sense, but why was he targeting them specifically? Wasn't he supposed to be Korea's servant? And then, he sensed it, a presence. Issei turned his head, and froze. Behind him, standing near the entrance of the chamber, was Korea Mata. His body was hunched, his posture unnatural. His white hair, once disheveled and wild, now hung limply over his face. His skin, already pale, had taken on a sickly, almost translucent quality. His breathing was shallow, his chest rising and falling unnaturally. But it was the eyes that sent a chill down Issei's spine. Korea's dull, half-lidded gaze was empty, void of the man's previous desperation. He stood there like a puppet on strings, and then spoke. Oh my, what a delightful reunion. The voice that emerged was not Korea's. It was Zoken Mato. Issei's blood turned ice cold. No way. Tamamo stiffened beside him. You! Disgusting! Her ears twitched in alarm. That's not his voice. Korea's lips curved into something that resembled a smile, forced, mechanical. Ah, it feels good to have a young body. He slowly lifted one hand, curling and uncurling his fingers as if testing them. And all thanks to you, my dear guests. Issei's fists clenched. What the hell did you do to him? Sukeno, Korea's body tilted its head. What did I do? Oh no, the real question, boy, is what you did. A slow, mocking chuckle escaped Korea's throat. You healed this broken, pathetic fool. Strengthened him. You undid the damage I let fester. And just as I promised, I have rewarded him accordingly. The mocking smirk widened. By making his suffering permanent, Issei felt his stomach churn. Zoken had taken over Korea's body. The man who had wanted nothing more than to save Sakura was now nothing more than a vessel for the monster he hated most. You sick freak, Issei growled, his boosted gear sparking to life. Tamamo's tails bristled in fury. You're the worst kind of parasite. You ruin everything you touch. Her eyes flashed dangerously. I'm going to burn you out of that body and turn your soul into kindling. Zoken Korea merely laughed. Oh? You wish to burn me? Then by all means. He lifted his stolen hand and snapped his fingers. Berserker let out a deafening roar. The ground shattered beneath him as he surged forward, his corrupted blade howling with dark energy. Kill them, Zoken ordered, using his command seals to power up Berserker, his tone completely indifferent. Go all out. Break them. Issei's eyes widened. Wait, Berserker swung. Issei barely managed to block, crossing his boosted gear against the oncoming strike. The impact sent a shockwave through his arms, nearly knocking him off his feet. Damn! He's even stronger than before. Tamamo leapt back, barely dodging a second strike that cleaved through the stone floor like butter. TCH. This bastard isn't even trying to control him. Zoken, still using Korea's face, watched with detached amusement. Oh, don't hold back, Berserker. His hollow smirk widened. After all, this body is just a disposable toy now. Issei's stomach twisted. Kariya had sacrificed everything to try and save Sakura. He had endured hell just for the chance to free her, and now Zoken had reduced him to nothing more than a meat suit, throwing his own life away like garbage. The rage inside Issei ignited. "You're gonna pay for this." His boosted gear flared to life, the green jewel glowing, responding to his desires. A deep, guttural roar erupted from Berserker as his corrupted armor pulsed with a dark light. His entire body trembled with unstable energy before he raised his blade high, and then, the blade shifted. Dark energy coiled around it like living shadows, warping its form into something far more menacing. The jagged edges smoothed, forming a sleek yet wickedly sharp longsword brimming with destructive power. A heavy, suffocating aura filled the chamber, as the very air seemed to shudder at the weapon's presence. Issei immediately felt something wrong the moment that blade took shape. Then, "Partner! Beware that sword!" Drake's voice boomed inside his mind, more urgent than ever. "That is a blade forged for slaying dragons. You must not let it touch you." Issei's breath itched. "A dragon-slaying sword? That sword is Arandite. Then that means Berserker is Lancelot. The Lancelot of the Knights of the Round Table." Tamamo's ears perked up. "The Lancelot?" She grimaced. "Ugh, so it's one of Arthur's messed-up knights?" Issei swallowed hard. "A Knight of the Round Table, and he's got a sword meant to kill dragons." A cold bead of sweat dripped down his temple. Berserker's red eyes flashed violently beneath his helmet. With a distorted, inhuman growl, he gripped Arandite in both hands, and vanished. Issei barely had time to react. The sound of barriers breaking. Clang! A violent shockwave exploded as Arandite's blade crashed against the boosted gear. Even with his enhanced strength, the sheer force of the strike sent Issei flying backward, slamming into the stone wall hard enough to crack it. Gah! He barely had a second to breathe before Berserker was already upon him again, his blade flashing through the air with terrifying speed. Issei twisted his body, barely dodging as Arandite's blade sliced through the stone where his head had been moments before. Shit, he's too fast. Even with 3 boosts, even with his enhanced speed and strength, he couldn't keep up. Drake's voice rang in his mind. "You cannot block him, Issei. That blade will cut through your armor like paper." Issei gritted his teeth, dodging. That was all he could do. He jumped back just as Berserker's sword sliced downward, the force of the impact splitting the ground apart. A jagged fissure tore through the stone, sending debris flying as Issei rolled away. Tamamo wasn't faring much better. Despite her power, her flames and curses were barely slowing the corrupted knight down. Every time she summoned a curse, Berserker charged through it, his armor shrugging off the magical assault like it was nothing. Her tails bristled in frustration. "TSK. What is this guy made of? Why won't my curses stick?" Zoken, still smirking in Kariya's stolen body, watched from a distance with sick amusement. "Oh dear, is something wrong?" He chuckled. "Surely a mighty hero and a grand sorceress can handle a mere knight, yes?" Issei clenched his fists, his mind racing. He couldn't let that sword touch him. Even one solid strike might be enough to end him. Tamamo clicked her tongue in irritation as she barely dodged another swing from Arandite, the corrupted knight's relentless assault keeping her and Issei on the defensive. Her golden eyes flicked toward the back of the chamber, toward the pit where Sakura was barely conscious, still submerged in the writhing mass of cursed worms. Time was running out. They had to get to her. With a sharp breath, she made a decision. "Issei," she called out, dodging another devastating slash. "Go to the girl." Issei, still trying to evade Berserker's relentless strikes, stumbled at her words. "What? Are you crazy? This guy will cut you down if I..." "Just do it, you dummy!" Tamamo growled, baring her fangs. "You're the only one who can pull her out in time. Leave this knight to me." Before Issei could argue further, he felt a sudden shift in the air. A surge of power erupted from Tamamo as her fox-like ears twitched, her eyes glowing a fierce glow. The golden tails behind her multiplied 3, 4, 5, each one flowing with raw magical energy. The sheer pressure of it made the chamber tremble. Zoken, still watching from Kariya's puppeteered body, narrowed his eyes. "Oh? This is new. What a fascinating creature you are." Tamamo didn't even spare him a glance. Her entire focus was on the towering knight before her, Berserker tilted his head, almost as if acknowledging her increased power. Then, the two clashed. A shockwave of magical energy and raw strength erupted as Tamamo's cursed flames collided with Berserker's might. The force of their battle sent cracks through the walls and floor, shaking the very foundations of the underground chamber. Issei shielded his face from the blast of energy. Tamamo had him covered. He had to move. Issei clenched his fists and turned his gaze toward Sakura. Between him and her, a swarm of writhing, grotesque worms. Some were the size of his arm, others barely the size of a finger, but all of them twisted and snapped as if reacting to his presence. The air was thick with the stench of rot and decay. A shudder crawled up his spine. Boost! His muscles burned. His breathing was heavy. But he couldn't stop. He had to reach her. He had to save Sakura. Issei's boots skidded against the stone floor as he sprinted toward the pit. The sickening squelch of the worms filled his ears, the writhing mass shifting like a sea of cursed flesh. And at the center of it all, Sakura. Her body was barely above the surface, her pale skin covered in slimy, pulsating creatures. Her eyes were half-lidded, dazed, her breathing weak. Hold on, Sakura! The moment he reached the edge, the worms reacted. Like a tidal wave, they lunged at him, hundreds of them twisting unnaturally, their grotesque bodies seething with malice. Their fanged maws snapped open, their acidic saliva dripping as they tried to consume the intruder. But Issei didn't stop. With one final step, he dove. The air around him rushed as he plunged straight into the pit, reaching toward Sakura's limp form. The instant his arms wrapped around her, the worms swarmed. They latched onto him, their slimy bodies wrapping around his limbs, their grotesque teeth gnawing at his boosted gear. A burning pain seared through his skin where their toxins tried to eat away at him. But he held on. He wasn't letting go. Sakura stirred slightly in his grip, her voice a barely audible whisper. I've got you! But he was trapped. The writhing mass dragged him down, trying to pull him deeper, to consume him just like they had tried with Sakura. His heartbeat pounded. His muscles strained. He needed a way out now. Then unleash it, partner. Drake's voice echoed in his mind, deep and resolute. Let your desires roar. And then, something clicked. A surge of power ignited in Issei's core. His boosted gear pulsed with a burning heat, a power he had never used before. His instincts screamed at him to release it. So he did. Explosion. Dragon shot. A brilliant burst of energy erupted from his gauntlet, a concentrated blast of pure dragonic force. The chamber shook. A pillar of searing, red energy engulfed the entire pit, incinerating the cursed worms in an instant. Their twisted screeches filled the air as their bodies disintegrated, burned away in the dragon's wrath. The sheer force of the blast sent Issei rocketing upward, blasting him out of the pit with Sakura in his arms. With a final burst of momentum, he landed hard on the stone floor, skidding to a stop. His arms tightened protectively around the girl as the last remnants of the worms crumbled to ash. The pit behind him was now nothing but a scorched crater. His breath was ragged. His body ached. But Sakura was safe. Issei panted heavily, his body still buzzing with the aftereffects of his dragon shot. His arms remained firm around Sakura as he knelt on the scorched floor, making sure she was stable. She stirred weakly in his grasp, her fingers trembling as they barely curled around his sleeve. Slowly her dull, violet eyes fluttered open. For the first time, she saw him. Her vision was blurry at first, her body still reeling from the torment of the worm pit. But through the haze of exhaustion, she could make out the figure holding her. A boy. His hair was a wild mess of brown, sweat clinging to his skin. His face was rough with exertion, his breaths heavy. And yet his eyes, warm, a deep, rich brown filled with nothing but determination. Relief, and anger not toward her, but for her. Sakura's lips parted slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Who? Issei looked down at her, his grip still steady, and offered the smallest, reassuring grin. Just some idiot who hates seeing a girl suffer. Her breath hitched. Someone had come for her, not to use her, not to punish her, but to save her. A stranger who had no reason to care was here. Her chest tightened. A warmth she had long forgotten flickered faintly inside her. Her vision blurred again, not from exhaustion this time but from the tears forming in her eyes. The ground trembled as Tamamo and Berserker's battle continued to rage in the distance. The sheer force of their clash sent shockwaves through the underground chamber, stone walls cracking under the intensity of their attacks. Issei gritted his teeth as he glanced up, still cradling Sakura. He had no idea how long Tamamo could hold her own against the corrupted knight, but with the amount of power she was pushing out, she had been waiting for his signal. No more delays. Tamamo! Issei shouted over the battle's chaos. Her ears twitched at the sound of his voice, her sharp blue eyes snapping toward him mid-dodge. He held Sakura a bit tighter and yelled, "I got her!" "Do it!" Tamamo's expression shifted, her lips curling into a feral grin. "Oh? Finally! About time, you slowpoke!" She pivoted on her heel, dodging another devastating swing from Arandite, and slammed her foot down. A surge of pure magical energy erupted around her. Her foxtails fanned out, her aura blazing like a divine inferno. The air itself vibrated as she raised her arms, chanting. Issei felt the change instantly. She was about to unleash everything. Tamamo's smile widened as golden light surged around her. The temperature in the chamber spiked, the very air humming with divine power. Then, torii gates materialized around her in a perfect circle, each one glowing with ethereal radiance. Levitating ofuda inscribed with ancient kanji floated between them, pulsing with raw energy. At the center of it all, Tamamo stood tall, the mirror in her hands shimmering as she channeled the power of the sun goddess. "O sacred light of Amaterasu, bliss me with your divine radiance." The mirror flared a beacon of divine might. The moment the light enveloped her, Tamamo's tails fanned out fully, her entire form glowing with an otherworldly presence. Eightfold blessing of Amaterasu, the entire chamber shifted. The oppressive darkness that had plagued the Matu underground was banished. The presence of the worms, the filth, the corruption, all of it was now overwhelmed by Tamamo's divine power. Issei flinched as the energy rushed through him. The divine radiance from Tamamo's spell enveloped him, Sakura, and even Tamamo herself. The warmth seeped into their bodies, mending wounds, rejuvenating exhausted muscles, and purging lingering curses. The bruises on Issei's skin vanished, his body no longer aching from the battle. Sakura had barely been clinging to life shuddered as the divine energy washed over her. The pain that had been her constant companion slowly began to fade. Her fingers weakly gripped Issei's sleeve. The warmth that felt kind. Tamamo's eyes flashed. With a flick of her wrist, the ofuda shifted. "Oh, and let's not forget the little pests hiding inside this poor girl." The ofuda shot toward Sakura's body, glowing brightly as they hovered over her. Then, Sakura's body convulsed as something inside her screeched. From deep within, the cursed worms that had been implanted into her reacted violently as if trying to fight back. But against Tamamo's divine curses, they stood no chance. The ofuda pulsed, sending shockwaves of exorcising force into Sakura's body. One by one, the writhing, disgusting creatures were torn from her body, their very existence unraveled as they were erased from reality. Sakura's lips parted as she gasped, her entire body trembling. For the first time in years she was free. She barely registered the tears running down her cheeks. The curse that had bound her, the torment that had defined her was gone. Tamamo clapped her hands together, her fingers forming an intricate gesture as a new spell took shape. A translucent barrier of glowing energy formed around Issei and Sakura, cutting them off from the outside battle. "This should keep you two safe while I deal with the leftovers." The barrier shimmered, reinforced with divine protections. It was unbreakable. No worm. No spell. No Zoken. Nothing would get through. Now, all that was left was the purge. Tamamo's expression darkened. She slowly raised her mirror, and the floating ofuda around her shifted once more, now glowing with searing golden flames. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous glint. She spread her arms wide. "May Amaterasu's flames cleanse this forsaken place forever." With a snap of her fingers, the entire chamber erupted into golden fire. The walls, the floor, the tunnels, everything was engulfed in the divine flames of Tamamo's curse. The heat was absolute, incinerating everything in its path. The remaining worms screamed as they were reduced to ash. The foul remnants of the Mata bloodline's darkest secrets were erased from existence. The Manciano, the entire underground hell, was burning. Tamamo took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling as she tried to steady herself. Her legs wobbled slightly, and she placed a hand on her knee to keep from collapsing. The underground chamber, if it could even be called that anymore, was unrecognizable. Everything was burned beyond recognition. The once foul, infested tunnels had been cleansed by divine fire, reduced to nothing but scorched earth and ash. Zoken had been completely erased. Tamamo smirked, despite her exhaustion. How that should do it. She let out a satisfied sigh, stretching her arms and swaying slightly. Her tails drooped, flickering weakly from overuse, and then, not bad, Fox. But it's nothing compared to my flames. Tamamo twitched, her ears snapped up, and she slowly turned her head toward Issei's gauntlet, where Drake's booming voice echoed through the underground ruins. She narrowed her eyes. Excuse me? Your fire is impressive, but it lacks the sheer might of a dragon's blaze. No flame can match the true fire of a heavenly dragon. Your little light show is cute, but compared to me? It's a mere flicker. Tamamo's eyebrow twitched. Her exhaustion was momentarily forgotten as her tails bristled. An oversized lizard, she growled, jabbing a finger at the boosted gear. Did you just call my eightfold blessing of Amaterasu a light show? Drake huffed. I'm just stating facts. Oh ho? You wanna go, dragon? I swear, if I had the energy, I'd roast you like a holiday meal. Issei, still holding Sakura in his arms, sighed. Oh great, he muttered. Now they're arguing. Sakura, despite her weak state, made a tiny noise, something almost like a giggle at the strange people that rescued her. Issei finally turned his attention to the devastation around him. The underground chamber, once a place of nightmares, was nothing more than scorched earth. The oppressive darkness, the stench of decay, the endless swarms of worms, it was all gone. But amidst the destruction, something caught his eye. A charred body lay motionless in the rubble, its form barely recognizable. Kuriyamatu. His flesh was blackened, his once wild hair now reduced to nothing but ash. His twisted, suffering-filled existence had come to an end in the very home that had tormented him for so long. Issei exhaled slowly, shifting Sakura gently in his arms before lowering her onto the ground. He stepped forward and knelt beside the burned corpse. The sight was haunting, but there was no disgust in Issei's expression. Only solemnity. He had seen many types of people in his journey, but Kuriyamatu. He was just a man who lost everything, a man who had suffered and failed but had still tried to fight for what he believed in. You weren't a hero, Issei murmured. But you tried. He bowed his head, pressing his hands together in silent prayer. Rest easy. I'll take care of her. You don't have to worry anymore. The words were simple, but they were a promise. The air around them was silent, save for the gentle crackling of the dying embers around them. Sakura wondered who the burned man was or why her hero was praying to it. His body was unrecognizable for her, and it was probably for the best. Issei stood up, taking Sakura back into his arms. He turned to Tamamo, who was still swaying slightly from exhaustion but managed to offer him a small nod. Ready to get out of here? He asked. Absolutely, Tamamo huffed. This place was a dump anyway. Issei chuckled before glancing upward. The hole they had created in their battle was still wide open above them, leading back to the surface. He tightened his grip on Sakura before boosting himself upward, Tamamo following close behind, and when they finally emerged, the warmth of the sun greeted them. The sky was clear, a golden morning light washing over the ruined remains of the Matu estate. The trio started walking away from the scene. As finally in the distance the sound of sirens could be heard coming to Manor. The moment they were as far away as possible, they released a breath of air. The neighborhood was quiet as it was too early for people to be about. The three walked down the streets with Sakura between them. She kept fidgeting, looking at her two rescuers, with Tamamo wearing her casual clothes and her tail and ears hidden. Anakin? Sakura asks. Yeah. Issei responds, looking down at her with a gentle smile. Why did you save me? Who are you? Issei's smile softened as he looked at the young girl walking between him and Tamamo. Her small hands clutched at the hem of her oversized sleeves, uncertainty and lingering fear still evident in her violet eyes. Because you needed saving, Issei said simply. And who am I? I'm Issei, and the beautiful wench next to me is named Tamamonome. We're people who couldn't stand by and do nothing while you suffered. Sakura looked down, biting her lip. But I don't even know you. You don't have to, Tamamo spoke up, her voice gentle but firm. A child shouldn't have to endure such suffering. That alone is enough reason to help. Sakura's steps slowed slightly, her fidgeting growing more pronounced. But what happens now? Issei and Tamamo exchanged a glance before Issei knelt down to her level, placing a reassuring hand on her head. That's up to you, Sakura. We won't force you to do anything, But if you want, you can come with us. Sakura's fingers clenched, doubt and hope warring in her eyes. I don't want to go back. Tamamo smiled softly. Then you don't have to. As they walked through the quiet streets, the tense atmosphere finally seemed to ease. Sakura was still fidgeting but clung closer to Issei, as if seeking reassurance. Tamamo remained alert, her instincts telling her that something was off. Then, in an instant, Sherry's voice rang in Issei's mind. Move! Without hesitation, Issei grabbed Tamamo and Sakura, pushing them away as a barrage of swords rained down from above. The weapons impaled the pavement, sending shockwaves through the empty street. Tamamo quickly caught Sakura in her arms, shielding the girl as the dust settled. Issei turned, his gaze narrowing at the golden glow illuminating the morning sky. A figure stepped forward, clad in ornate golden armor, his crimson eyes burning with disdain. Gilgamesh smirked, his presence radiating overwhelming arrogance as he looked down at Issei like he was nothing more than an insect. I finally found you, clown. The air grew heavy with the promise of battle. The golden portals shimmered into existence, forming perfect circles in the sky. Within them, countless weapons glowed ominously, each one an artifact of unparalleled power. Standing above, draped in golden armor, was Gilgamesh. His crimson eyes held a glint of amusement as he gazed down at the young teen before him. Issei's breath came quick and shallow as he took in the sight before him. Every instinct in his body screamed, "Humph, I wonder how you were able to notice." "No matter," Gilgamesh sneered. "Soon your death is inevitable," only for his eyes to see Issei's determination by standing defiantly against him, making him remember the vision of his defeat. "You truly believe yourself capable of standing before me, clown?" He raised his hand, and in response, the portals whirred to life, releasing a flurry of weapons toward Issei, ignoring everything else. Issei reacted instantly, grabbing Tamamo and Sakura and moving them to safety. He grits his teeth, realizing Gilgamesh doesn't care about the destruction he's willing to bring everything down just to get to him. Tamamo stumbled, trying to keep up with Issei, her body trembling as she tried to form barriers around them. Sweat dripped from her brow, her normally vibrant tails drooping. The cost of unleashing her noble phantasm had drained her of much of her reserves. She could fill it up by taking some from her master, but right now, he needed every single drop to count if he wanted to survive Gilgamesh's onslaught. Her ears twitched as she spoke through their bond, her voice strained. Master, I'm afraid I might be completely spent. Give me just a momento, perhaps an hour or two, and I'll be right back in action. Issei spared her a glance, his expression tightening. Not happening. Just stay put. The words stung more than she expected. She hated this feeling being useless. She was a servant, meant to protect and support him, but right now, she was dead weight. Her fists clenched, frustration bubbling in her chest. If only she had a little more energy. If only she could fight. A sudden explosion sent debris flying, forcing Issei to shield his face. The heat from the blast seared his skin, and the concussive force rattled his bones. His gaze shot toward the source. More projectiles. More destruction. Tamamo clenched her fists, cursing under her breath. Damn that gold-plated jerk. If only I had more. She faltered, unable to finish her sentence, as another wave of exhaustion hit her. Issei stepped in front of her, his stance firm. I'll handle it. Just don't push yourself. Tamamo looked at him, worry flickering across her tired eyes, but she nodded. Please be careful, darling. Issei barely had time to react. With a burst of speed, he dove to the side, rolling across the pavement as the ground where he stood exploded into fragments. A moment's hesitation, and he would have been skewered, and now he's been separated from Sakura. Damn it! Issei hissed, his boosted gear materializing in a flash of red light. You really don't care where you're shooting, do you? Gilgamesh chuckled, watching the destruction unfold. Care? Why should I concern myself with the fate of mere insects? Their existence is as insignificant as yours. Another barrage rained down. Issei gritted his teeth, boosting his strength before slamming his gauntlet against the weaker ones, deflecting some of the incoming weapons while dodging the stronger ones by Sherry's instructions, but more followed, tearing through the street, shattering windows, and collapsing buildings. Screams of terror can be heard around him. As the people wondered what was causing so much destruction, the sound of crumbling concrete and twisted metal filled the air. Amongst the chaos, Sakura Mato stood frozen, her violet eyes wide with fear. The destruction, the golden light, the overwhelming presence of a man, it was all too much. A shattered lamppost teetered dangerously above her, its base weakened by the battle. Sakura! Move! Issei shouted, his heart pounding. He pushed off the ground, aiming to reach her, but Gilgamesh smirked as he saw a chance to finish the clown. Pitiful, the king of heroes scoffed, flicking his wrist. A golden portal formed behind Sakura. A spear shot forward with deadly precision. Time slowed. Sakura's breath caught in her throat. She couldn't move. She was trapped again, just like before. Her mind screamed at her to run, but her legs refused to obey. Just like when the worms wriggled beneath her skin. Just like when she was helpless, broken. Just like when she realized her family had abandoned her to that fate. A hand grabbed her. Issei roared, forcing a boost as he lunged. At the last second, he grabbed her, spinning midair as the spear grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash. They tumbled to the ground, dust and debris kicking up around them. Are you okay? Issei asked urgently, ignoring the pain searing through his arm. Sakura trembled, her voice barely above a whisper. I think so, Gilgamesh chuckled. How unsightly. You grovel in the dirt for an insignificant mongrel. What a waste of effort. Issei glared at him, his breathing heavy. Shut the hell up. If you think I'm gonna let you do whatever you want, you're dead wrong. The Golden King smirked, amused. Oh? Then entertain me, clown. Show me if you are anything more than an insect struggling against the inevitable. Weapons shimmered into existence once more, their deadly gleam promising another storm of devastation. Issei tightened his grip, his mind racing. This wasn't just about him anymore. Tamamo, Sakura, and the innocent people caught in the crossfire. He had to end this. A voice, deep and commanding, echoed through the wreckage. That is enough, my king. I did not bring you to terrorize the city, and I beseech you that you do not endanger Sakura any longer. I will be taking her back home. Sakura's blood ran cold at the sound. She knew that voice. Slowly, she turned her head, dread pooling in her stomach at the sound of her father's voice. Tosaka Tokiomi stepped forward, his elegant coat barely ruffled despite the chaos around him, as he eyed the scene with disapproval. However, his attention soon turns toward Sakura. I will be taking my daughter back now. Issei narrowed his eyes. And who the hell are you? Tokiomi barely spared him a glance. His gaze was fixed solely on Sakura, his expression unreadable. Sakura. Come. It is time to return home. Sakura's fingers curled into fists. She trembled not from fear, but from something deeper, something that had long festered inside her. No. Tokiomi paused, as if he hadn't heard her correctly. Excuse me? Sakura took a shaky breath, then spoke again, stronger this time. I said no. I will not go back to you. Not to the man who gave me away to suffer. For the first time, Tokiomi's composed mask cracked. A flicker of something passed over his face. Guilt. He had never once visited her, never once questioned what happened to her. He had told himself it was for the greater good. That she would be happier fulfilling her role in the Mato family. That the decision had been logical. But hearing the venom in her voice, the raw pain, made him falter. He had failed her. He knew it. And yet, the weight of his own pride stopped him from admitting it. Sakura, this is not up for debate. You belong with your family. Family? Sakura let out a bitter laugh, tears welling in her eyes. You're not my family. You never were. I will not go back. Not to you. She shouts, voice shaking. You gave me away. You let them. The air between them grew heavy with unspoken words, with wounds too deep to mend. Tokiomi said nothing. Even as his heart ached, his mind told him this was necessary. That her hatred was something he had earned. The air between them grew heavy with unspoken words, with wounds too deep to mend. Issei, seeing a chance to breathe, turns to Tamamo, his expression firm. Tamamo, take Sakura to the Hana's residence. Tell them to start packing. By tomorrow, Sherry can activate the dimensional watch and get us out of here. Tamamo's ears twitched, and she glared at him. Absolutely not. You think I'll abandon you to fight Archer alone? That I'll leave you to that golden nuisance? No way, Issei's jaw tightened. This isn't up for debate, Tamamo. I need you to do this. She crossed her arms, tails bristling. And I need you alive. So unless you have some miracle plan that guarantees you won't get skewered, I'm staying right here, Issei sighed, rubbing his temple. Tamamo, she stepped forward, pressing a hand against his chest. No. I'm not leaving you behind, Issei sighed, then cupped her cheek, leaning down to press a gentle kiss against her lips. Tamamo's eyes widened in surprise before slowly closing, melting into the kiss. When he pulled away, he whispered, "Please trust me." When he pulls back, he looks into her eyes. "I'll be fine. But I need you to do this for me." Her lips part slightly, but after a brief pause, she exhales deeply. "You better come back to me, Issei." Reluctantly, she turns, scooping Sakura into her arms and running in the opposite direction. "Issei!" Sakura screams, reaching for him, but she's already too far away. Tokiomi's sharp voice rose, ordering his servant. "Gilgamesh! Go after Castor at once." Gilgamesh didn't even turn to acknowledge him. Instead, his crimson eyes remained locked on Issei, a wicked grin playing at his lips. "You overestimate your authority, Magus. I am not a tool to be ordered around. My interest lies with this clown alone." Tokiomi's face twisted in frustration. "This is an order. We must retrieve my daughter." Gilgamesh doesn't even glance at his master. "Humph. I refuse." Gilgamesh merely laughed, his voice dripping with condescension. "Ha! Do not mistake your borrowed power for control over me. I will do as I please." Tokiomi clenched his fists, but he knew there was no use arguing. Gilgamesh had already decided on his prey. Hesitation flickered in Tokiomi's eyes as he glanced at his command seals. He had already used one. Using another now just to force Gilgamesh's compliance felt like an admission of failure. He exhaled sharply, frustrated. If he forces Archer again, it could make him resentful. "There is another way," came Kiriai's smooth voice from his mind. Tokiomi listened, his expression hard. "Speak." Kiriai's voice spoke with indifference. "I have already positioned Assassin near Archer. He has been watching unnoticed. Allow me to send him after Castor instead." Tokiomi considered this. His real objective was Sakura, not Castor. If Assassin could deal with Castor without harming the girl, then, very well. But make sure they do not harm the girl. "That is an absolute order." Kiriai gave a small bow. "Of course, Master Tokiomi. It will be done." Issei's heart pounded as he watched another set of golden portals materialize. He couldn't afford to fight here, not with so many innocent people still in the vicinity. "I need to get him away from the neighborhood somewhere with fewer people." Gritting his teeth, he spun on his heel and bolted in the opposite direction of Tamamo. "Hey, Goldie! You want me? Try and catch me!" he shouted over his shoulder. Gilgamesh's smirk deepened. "Running already? How dull. But very well, I shall indulge you." With a flick of his wrist, another volley of weapons fired toward him. Issei leapt over a ruined car, barely avoiding a jagged sword that embedded itself in the ground where he had just been. He wove through the shattered streets, leading Gilgamesh farther and farther away from the densely populated area. Buildings crumbled behind him, fires erupted from the devastation, and still, he ran. Just a little farther, he thought, his lungs burning from the exertion. Finally, he reached a desolate part of the city, an abandoned industrial zone with no bystanders in sight. Issei skidded to a stop, breathing heavily, before turning to face Gilgamesh, who arrived at a leisurely pace, his hands in his pockets. "Humph. And here I thought you had a plan. You merely fled like a rat to a cage of your own making," Gilgamesh mocked. Issei clenched his fists, summoning his boosted gear's power once more. "Now I don't have to hold back. Let's see how high and mighty you really are when you're not just blowing up buildings." Gilgamesh chuckled, his golden portals forming behind him once more. "Very well, mongrel. Let us see if you can amuse me before I grow bored." Shrouded figures moved through the shadows, unseen and unheard. The assassins, multiple in number, crept forward, their many forms spreading through the ruined streets like whispers of death. Their target Castor, The moment the assassins lunged from the shadows, Tamamo's ears twitched, sensing their movement even before their blades gleamed in the dim light. Damn it! She barely had time to react before the first dagger came whistling toward her. With a quick leap, she twisted midair, narrowly avoiding the blade as it embedded itself into the cracked pavement. Sakura clung to her tightly, trembling. Tamamo, hold on, little one. Tamamo's tone was light, but her sharp eyes flicked between the figures surrounding them. At least 6 assassins had emerged, their masks emotionless, their silent approach terrifying in its precision. More lurked in the shadows, watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Tamamo clicked her tongue. Tsk. Cockroaches, the lot of you. She has yet to replenish her prana, but luckily the kiss from Issei was enough to let her some energy. One assassin lunged, his dagger aiming for her ribs. Tamamo spun on her heel, barely dodging the attack, but another closed in from behind. She twisted just in time, her free hand conjuring a burst of pinkish fire. The flames flared to life, forcing the attacker back, but he barely flinched before another assassin took his place. Persistent bastards. She couldn't fight properly while holding Sakura. She was at a disadvantage to many enemies. Another blade slashed at her from the side. Tamamo barely managed to dodge, but a shallow cut grazed her arm, crimson staining the sleeve of her kimono. Sakura whimpered. Tamamo, you're hurt, Tamamo huffed, forcing a smirk. Oh, this? It's just a scratch, dearie. Barely stings. Inwardly, she cursed. She needed an escape plan fast. The assassins shifted, circling like wolves closing in on their prey. Their silence was unnerving, their movements cold and calculated. Then, one of them stepped forward. Tamamo's pupils narrowed. The assassin raised his hand. Instantly, the others stilled. Tamamo tensed. One of the assassins spoke, his voice smooth but devoid of emotion. We have orders to retrieve the girl. Hand her over. This does not concern you, Caster. Tamamo scoffed. Oh, really? See, I find that hard to believe, considering you're all so enthusiastic about stabbing me. You are an obstacle. Assassin said simply. Nothing more. Tamamo's smile sharpened. Flattery will get you nowhere, you know. Assassin exhaled softly, as if speaking with her was a waste of time. Kill her. The moment the words left his mouth, the assassins surged forward. Tamamo barely had a second to react. She kicked off the ground, flipping backward as a rain of daggers tore through the space she had occupied. One blade nicked her cheek, another slashed through her sleeve. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured several golden paper talismans that she had prepared in situations just like this, hurling them at her attackers. Try this, you sneaky little fire seal. The talismans exploded in bursts of shimmering blue flame, forcing several assassins to retreat. But others charged through the fire undeterred. Damn it! They're too disciplined. Tamamo gritted her teeth. Fighting them heathen would only delay the inevitable. She needed to outsmart them. Her mind raced. She had one advantage: they wanted Sakura alive, and that meant a plan was formed. A risky one, but it was her best shot. All right, little one, Tamamo whispered, tightening her hold on Sakura. Don't scream, okay? Sakura barely had time to nod before Tamamo threw her into the air. Sakura let out a startled gasp as she soared upward. But before the assassins could react, a flash of golden light enveloped Tamamo's hands. Illusion Arts Mirror Mirage. A smoke screen spread out that hid Caster and Sakura from the assassin's sight. Soon dozens of identical copies of Sakura and Tamamo burst into existence, scattering in every direction. The assassins hesitated. That was all Tamamo needed. Snatching the real Sakura mid-fall, she vanished in a blur of speed, dashing through the confused ranks of assassins before they could react. By the time they realized what had happened, she was already gone, her fire flickering in the distance. The assassins narrowed his eyes, watching as the false Sakuras and Tamamis flickered and disappeared one by one. A deep silence settled over the ruined street. TCH. Assassins lowered their blades. They had been outmaneuvered, but this wasn't over. With a subtle motion, silent figures melted into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Trying to hunt Caster down, Issei panted as he barely dodged another barrage of weapons from the Gate of Babylon. Swords, spears, and axes rained down like an unrelenting storm, forcing him to weave through the onslaught with every ounce of speed he had. Boost! His boosted gear flared with power, green energy crackling around his gauntlet as he deflected a few of the weaker projectiles. But it wasn't enough. Gilgamesh had an endless supply of weapons, and no matter how many issei knocked away, more took their place. Running out of breath already, mongrel? Gilgamesh sneered from above, his crimson eyes glowing with amusement. You truly believed yourself capable of standing before me? What an insult! Issei clicked his tongue, rolling to the side as a spear embedded itself in the ground where he had just been. His mind raced. He couldn't win a direct fight against his cheat, the Gate of Babylon. Gilgamesh wasn't even trying, he was toying with him. If Issei didn't find a way out soon, he was done for. Sherry! Issei mentally called within his mind through gritted teeth, ducking behind a collapsed building for cover. You told me once that the moment my life is in danger, the dimensional watch will teleport me out of danger. What are you thinking, partner? Indeed, but Archer is shooting too quickly that you might not be able to teleport fast enough. Guess I'll have to gamble on it. The moment it does, can you make the place I teleport be behind the gold bastard? I shall try my best. Even if you hit him with a dragon shot, I doubt it will be very much effective. It doesn't have to defeat him, only push him away. He heard the hum of golden portals forming above. He didn't need to look to know what was coming next. He again barely escaped the weapons. Enough of this pathetic scrambling, Gilgamesh scoffed. I grow weary of this farce. Die with the knowledge that you were nothing more than a mere clown unworthy of my presence. The sky lit up as dozens of weapons fired at once, all converging toward him. The watch had seconds, no less than that act. Issei didn't even bother blocking, as even without his plan he knew there was no way out. Host in extreme peril. Teleportation access granted. Initiating short-range teleportation. A burst of energy wrapped around Issei as space distorted around him. The next second, he was no longer on the ground but directly behind Gilgamesh in midair. What? Gilgamesh barely had time to react. Eat this. Dragon shot. A massive surge of red energy erupted from Issei's gauntlet, the concentrated blast slamming directly into Gilgamesh's back before he could turn. The explosion of power sent the arrogant king of heroes hurtling through the air, smashing through several ruined buildings before finally skidding to a stop in the distance. Issei didn't wait to see the aftermath. Let's get out of here. He ran, boosting and maximizing the strength of his legs to get as far away as possible. At the ruined building, Gilgamesh recovered, golden energy flaring around him in raw fury. The last thing Issei heard while fleeing was the enraged snarl of Gilgamesh's voice. You clown? Issei ran hard until he reached the river that separated Fuyuki in two. The moment he arrived, his legs gave out as exhaustion caught up with him. Seeing as he was no longer capable of running, he did the next best thing. He jumped into the river, letting it drag him further away, hoping to create as much distance as possible. Luckily he didn't drown, and the moment he found land he reached it before the river dragged him to the sea. He soon laid on the sandy beach for a moment, catching his breath, his entire body trembling from the sheer adrenaline and the coldness of the water. He had done it. He had actually escaped. A tired grin spread across his face as he stared at the sky. Damn, that was way too close. The rhythmic crash of waves against the shore was the first thing Issei registered as he drifted back to consciousness. His body felt like lead, every muscle aching, his limbs sluggish, and his skin raw from salt seeping into countless cuts. A biting chill clung to his drenched clothes despite the sun's feeble attempts to dry him. Sand clung to his face, his matted hair plastered against his forehead. Every breath carried the taste of salt, and every twitch of his fingers sent a dull ache through his nerves. He tried to push himself up, but his arms trembled under his weight, the soreness from battle screaming at him to stay down. The effort sent sharp pangs through his ribs, forcing him to grit his teeth as he fought through the pain. It was like his own body was rebelling against him, demanding rest. But rest wasn't an option. A low groan escaped his lips as he clenched his fists in the damp sand, forcing himself to move. I can't believe I actually survived that. With a shaky breath, he ran a hand through his tangled hair, exhaling sharply. The battle with Gilgamesh replayed in his mind, the golden storm of weapons, the suffocating pressure of the king of heroes, and just how close he had come to death. You were lucky, partner, indeed. If we were even a second slower, the master might not have survived. Both Drake and Sherry's voices rumbled in his mind, relief woven into their words. Issei sighed, shutting his eyes. Drake, Sherry, let me enjoy surviving for at least 5 minutes before you start chewing me out. You don't have 5 minutes, partner. Get up. You could be attacked again at any moment. Drake's voice was firm, devoid of his usual humor. Luckily, I don't sense any masters or servants nearby, Sherry noted. But that doesn't mean you can afford to relax. Issei let out a bitter chuckle, wincing as he shifted his weight. Relax? I feel like I'm bleeding from everywhere. He flexed his fingers, testing the dull throb in his arms. And you two lecturing me while I'm half dead isn't exactly helping. Let this be a lesson for you. You cannot keep relying on luck and cheap tricks. You were utterly outmatched. If the watch hadn't activated its emergency function, you'd be a corpse right now. His fists clenched tighter, grains of sand pressing into his palms. I know that. Do you? Drake's tone sharpened. This was only your third battle, and in the last two, you had the fox to protect you. This time you had nothing. And you nearly died. I know, damn it! Issei snapped, his frustration bubbling over. His body ached, his pride stung, and yet he knew deep down that Drake was right. I did everything I could, and it still wasn't enough. It didn't matter how much I boosted, I couldn't keep up with him. Exactly. You have too many weaknesses right now: speed, power, and more importantly, experience. If it wasn't for Sherry, you wouldn't even be able to react in time. You need to improve, move faster, think faster, and act faster. Sherry hummed in agreement. Your instincts and my instructions are decent, but your body can't keep up with them. Against an enemy like Gilgamesh, you were fighting at a severe disadvantage. Issei exhaled sharply. Every moment of that battle had been a brutal reminder. He had always known he was out of his depth, but this fight had made it painfully clear. So what do I do? His voice was low but firm. I can't just magically get faster overnight. No, but you can train. Once we return home, you need to refine your movements. Boost your reaction speed. Strengthen your legs and refine your control over your boosted gear. Power is meaningless if you can't use it effectively. Sherry's voice took on a thoughtful tone. There may also be ways to enhance your speed temporarily. Spells, techniques, anything to compensate until you can improve naturally. Issei exhaled, letting their words sink in. He had gotten by on sheer willpower and improvisation. But that wouldn't cut it anymore. If he wanted to survive, if he wanted to protect the people who had started depending on him, then he had to be better. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with new resolve. For now, we should go back. Tamamo and Yuka must be worried. With that, Issei got up and, with great difficulty, walked to the Hana residence. Meanwhile, at the Hana residence, Sakura sat curled up on the couch, her small hands clutching the fabric of her sleeves as if letting go would make her unravel. The adrenaline that had carried her through her defiance had long since faded, leaving behind a hollow pit in her chest. She had done it. She had rejected him. Tokiomi's expression had been unreadable when she refused to return with him to the family that had abandoned her. It had been just one word, a simple rejection. Yet the weight of it pressed down on her chest, suffocating and terrifying. The Mata house had been hell, but at least she had known what to expect. The pain, the loneliness, the suffering, it had become predictable. But this unknown future? It was something she had never dared to imagine. What if I don't belong anywhere? Her fingers trembled as she pulled her legs closer, trying to make herself smaller. And then her thoughts darkened. The boy. The one who had saved her. He had thrown himself into battle without hesitation. First to save her from the worms and again fighting that gold monster so she and Castor could escape. And now she didn't even know if he was still alive. What if I'm cursed to hurt everyone who tries to help me? Her chest tightened painfully. Why do the people who care about me always end up suffering? Is this my fault? A soft touch broke through the storm of her thoughts. A warm hand rested gently on her head, ruffling her hair in an affectionate motion. Sakura flinched. For a brief, terrifying moment, she expected the touch to be cold like the gnarled hands of Zoken, the suffocating weight of worms slithering over her skin, the harsh grip of her foster father when he wanted to remind her of her place. Her breath hitched, but the touch was warm. Soft, Sakura blinked up, startled. Tamamo was smiling at her not with pity, but with something softer, something real. You did good, little one. The fox woman's voice was filled with warmth, using the girl as a distraction from her own worries. Sakura hesitated. Her throat felt tight. I did, Tamamo nodded, her tail swishing behind her as she leaned back. Telling that bastard off? That took guts. Her voice was proud, but there was also an undeniable tenderness in it. And now? You're free to choose your own path. Free. Sakura swallowed hard, the word lodging itself in her chest. She wanted to believe that. She really did. But doubt gnawed at the edges of her fragile hope, whispering that freedom was just another illusion. A sigh broke the silence. Yuka, sitting nearby, had her arms crossed, her brows furrowed in worry. She had been quiet for a while, but now her concerns spilled over. I still can't believe he just threw himself into danger like that, Yuka muttered, shaking her head. That idiot, he always does this. Sakura turned to her, eyes wide. You mean issei? Yuka's expression softened when she saw the worry in Sakura's gaze. Yeah. He's reckless. Always rushing in without thinking. She exhaled, rubbing her temple. I swear, one of these days, he's going to get himself killed. Sakura lowered her gaze, her stomach twisting. Because of me, she whispered. Yuka blinked, then immediately frowned. No. Her voice was firm. Don't even start thinking like that, kid. Sakura flinched. But if he… Yuka leaned forward, looking her straight in the eyes. Issei isn't the type of person to let someone suffer if he can help it. That's just who he is. You didn't make him do anything. He chose to help you. Sakura bit her lip, her hands tightening into fists. But what if he's alive? Yuka interrupted. He has to be. He's too damn stubborn to die that easily. Sakura searched Yuka's face for any sign of doubt, but the woman's conviction was unwavering. Slowly, she nodded, though the fear still clung to her. Plus, me and my husband have a special connection. Tamamo spoke out and soon glared at Yuka. And unlike her, I can confidently say that darling is still alive. Tamamo arrogantly declared. Her words did annoy Yuka, but they helped alleviate both her and Sakura's worries that Issei was okay. What Tamamo didn't say, to not worry the family, was how weak their connection currently is. A moment later, Sakura was pulled into a tight, warm embrace. Sakura stiffened, her body going rigid. Masuki, unable to resist her maternal instincts any longer, cradled Sakura in her arms, rubbing soothing circles on her back. You don't have to be afraid anymore, sweetheart, she whispered, pressing a light kiss to Sakura's forehead. You're safe now. Safe. Her mind struggled to process the word. The warmth of Masuki's touch was so different, so alien compared to what she had known. No cruelty hidden beneath false kindness. No expectation of obedience. No pain. Her body trembled, part of her still waiting for the moment it would all be ripped away. But the warmth stayed. Her fingers curled into Masuki's sleeve, gripping onto her, as if afraid she would disappear. For the first time in what felt like forever, she didn't feel alone. A soft hum filled the air as Masuki gently rocked her. Yuka, despite her earlier frustration, let out a small sigh and leaned back, arms crossed but eyes softened. Tamamo, ever the proud fox, flicked her tails and smirked, but the worry in her gaze never left. This house, it was so different. Loud, warm, filled with genuine care. She had never been surrounded by people like this before. People who chose to care, and she didn't know what to do with that. Masuki finally pulled away, smiling down at her. Now let's prepare breakfast. The moment Issei comes back, he's probably going to be starving, Yuka snorted. Understatement of the year, Tamamo huffed, flipping her hair. Humph. I suppose I can assist. Sakura hesitated for a brief moment before nodding. Freedom was still an unfamiliar, frightening thing. But maybe, just maybe, this place wasn't so bad. And maybe, just maybe, she could learn what it meant to be free. At Tosaka Manor, Tokiomi paced across his study, each step sharp and restless. His usual composure was slipping, his carefully laid plans unraveling before his eyes. Gilgamesh continues to refuse and obey him. The mysterious boy with a noble phantasm. Assassin had failed to retrieve Sakura. And now, his own daughter had turned her back on him. His fingers curled into fists, nails biting into his palms. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Across from him, Kirai Kotomine stood motionless, hands clasped neatly behind his back. His gaze followed Tokiomi with quiet amusement. You seem troubled, Master Tokiomi. Tokiomi exhaled sharply through his nose, stopping in place. We must retrieve Sakura. That much is certain. Kirai inclined his head slightly. You say retrieve, but she is no longer in the Matua estate. Castor has her now. And I doubt her master will simply hand her over. Tokiomi's jaw clenched. Then we force them to comply. Kirai's smirk deepened. And if they refuse? A tense silence stretched between them. Tokiomi turned away, facing the bookshelf as if the countless tomes could offer him guidance. Then we will dispose of them. Kirai let the words hang in the air before replying, his voice deliberately slow. How should we proceed? Tokiomi turned back sharply, eyes narrowing. Have your father declare Castor's master in violation of the Holy Grail War's rules. He harbors another master's family, not to mention he went after civilians that were not part of the Grail War. That is reason enough. Kirai chuckled softly, shaking his head. The church has remained to be seen impartial thus far. You would have my father cast judgment over something that, at best, is a gray area? Of course not, Kirai said smoothly. I am merely considering the risks. If my father rules in your favor, the other masters may begin to doubt his impartiality. You are willing to stake your position on this? Tokiomi straightened, his eyes burning with conviction. I am not asking. This is necessary. The longer Sakura remains with the master of Castor, the greater the risk. Kirai observed him carefully, noting the barely restrained desperation beneath his words. How fragile his confidence has become. After a beat, he gave a slight nod. Very well. I shall speak with my father. Tokiomi exhaled, his stance relaxing slightly. Good. I will prepare accordingly. Kirai turned toward the door, pausing just before stepping out. And if the church refuses? Tokiomi's fists clenched once more. Then I will handle it myself. Kirai's smirk returned, his voice barely above a whisper as he stepped away. How amusing. By midday, Issei finally made his way back to the Hana residence. The moment he stepped inside, the familiar scent of the Hana's home washed over him: warm wood, faint traces of incense, and the lingering aroma of a freshly cooked meal. It was comforting, grounding, a stark contrast to the blood and dust that clung to his clothes. He barely had time to process it before two bodies slammed into him. Pain shot through his battered frame as Tamamo and Yuka tackled him in a fierce hug, their arms locking around his waist like steel cables. His ribs screamed in protest, and for a second, he swore he saw his life flash before his eyes, not because of his injuries, but because Yuka and Tamamo had a mean grip. Gah! Issei said in a sharp breath, feeling every cut and bruise flare up. My beloved idiot, you absolute fool! Tamamo wailed, dramatically pressing her cheek against his chest, her fox ears twitching wildly. How dare you disappear and return looking like this? Have you no care for my delicate heart? Yuka, meanwhile, smacked the back of his head with tears coming out, making him feel guilty. You jackass! Do you enjoy making us worry? Issei coughed, half wheezing, half laughing. The impact had nearly killed him, but honestly, he didn't mind. There was something reassuring about their warmth, the way their emotions came through so fiercely. Plus the feeling of their issei was helping his mental health. Why yeah, I missed you guys too, he managed, voice slightly strangled as he hugged them, pushing them further into him. Tamamo pulled back just enough to inspect him, her golden eyes narrowing as she reached up and pawed at his face like a concerned housewife. You're covered in dirt and scratches. And blood. Whose blood is this? White, is it yours? Yuka huffed, still gripping his jacket like she was debating whether to hit him again. Of course it's his. Look at him. He looks like he got run over by a truck, then reversed over for good measure. I do feel like that, Issei admitted with a chuckle. Misuki, who had been standing with her arms crossed, finally sighed and shook her head. Honestly, Issei, you shouldn't make it a habit of coming home looking like this. At this rate, we'll need to start preparing medical supplies just for you. Issei waved them off, flashing his usual carefree grin despite his exhaustion. Hey, you should see the other guys, Yuka groaned. I swear. As the others fussed over him, Sakura stood a short distance away, her fingers curling at her sides. The warmth in the room, the way they welcomed him, cared for him, was still something she struggled to grasp. Her mind flickered back to a different household. A darker one, a cold, quiet home where laughter felt wrong. Where every movement was carefully measured, every word filtered through the fear of what might happen if she spoke out of turn. The contrast was jarring. She swallowed, hesitating. A part of her wanted to move closer, to reach out and be a part of that warmth. But an old instinct held her back. Would they really want her here? Then, suddenly, Issei's gaze met hers. His smile softened, losing its teasing edge, and he crouched down in front of her. Without hesitation, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. You okay? His voice was softer now, meant just for her. Sakura stiffened. The warmth of his palm seeped into her scalp, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do with it. She wanted to say no. To tell him that she still didn't understand what this was, his freedom, this acceptance. But then she looked at him, really looked, and saw the exhaustion weighing on him. He had fought for her. Bled for her. Her throat tightened, and guilt gnawed at her insides. I think so, she murmured. Issei raised an eyebrow, unconvinced, but didn't push. Instead, he ruffled her hair again, this time a little more playfully. That's good. A small, hesitant warmth sparked in her chest. It felt strange. Misuki cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention. We got your message, she said, her tone shifting back to business. We've been discussing the next step, Sherry responded from the watch. The dimensional watch is almost ready. We leave for Yuki at midnight, Issei exhaled, running a hand through his hair. He glanced at the faces around him, his friends, his allies, and the people he had fought to protect. Then let's start packing everything important. We leave at 12. He soon got in the house to help start packing, but Issei was gently guided to the living room. Misuki, Tamamo, and Yuka wasted no time ushering him to the couch, each of them giving him an exaggerated glare as they began their inspection. Sit, Misuki ordered firmly, crossing her arms as she hovered nearby. You're not moving until we clean up this mess, Tamamo added with a dramatic huff, her fox ears flicking in irritation. You better not think about getting up, husband. We won't allow it. Issei winced as he lowered himself into the soft cushions. His body protested with every movement, but he grinned nonetheless. Really, girls? I'm fine. It's just a few scratches. Yuka raised an eyebrow at him, her arms crossed over her chest. A few scratches? You've got cuts everywhere. Are you sure you're not trying to impress us with your tough guy act? Before he could respond, Tamamo and Yuka were already on top of him, carefully starting to undo his bloody jacket. The fabric stuck to his skin in places, making it harder to peel off without a hiss of pain. Hold still, idiot, Yuka muttered, her hands steady as she gently tugged his jacket free. Despite her harsh words, there was a soft touch to the way she handled him. Tamamo, on the other hand, practically clucked like a mother hen as she fussed over the cuts on his arms. Look at this, she said, her voice softening as her fingers gently touched a particularly deep gash on his arm. What did Goldie do to you? Issei chuckled weakly. Oh, you know, just the usual way of him trying to kill me. He winced when Yuka pressed some antiseptic into a wound, and she shot him a glare. You think this is funny? She asked, though her voice was laced with concern. You're lucky you didn't lose an arm out there. Tamamo gave her a pointed look before focusing back on his injury. He's tough. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't treat him like the fragile idiot he is. She applied ointment carefully before wrapping a bandage around his arm as her prana was still recovering. I'll make sure he doesn't do anything stupid again. He'll listen to me. Yuka rolled her eyes but didn't argue. Sure he will. Just like last time. She finished with his leg wound, tying off the bandage with swift, practiced hands. While they worked, Sakura silently hovered nearby, her gaze flicking from Issei to the girls. Her cheeks flushed as she watched them fuss over him. There was something so domestic about the scene, so comfortable. It was so different from what she'd known. At the same time, a strange feeling twisted in her stomach. She wanted to feel like part of this, wanted to be as close as they were, but it felt foreign. After a moment, Yuka turned to her and smiled warmly. You're not going to just watch us, are you? Come on, help out! Sakura blinked in surprise, her hand instinctively reaching for her hair. Help? Yeah. Yuka grabbed a bowl of water and held it out to her. You can help clean his face. He looks like he's been through a war zone. Sakura hesitated, looking at Issei, who was giving her a soft, encouraging smile. It made her stomach flutter, but she swallowed the nerves. Slowly, she approached and took the bowl from Yuka, kneeling beside the couch. Tamamo beamed at her. That's the spirit. Don't let him fool you. Yoha's a mess. As Sakura gently dabbed at Issei's face with the cloth, Yuka and Tamamo exchanged a glance before returning to their task. The affection in the air was thick, natural, familial, something that felt both warm and overwhelming to Sakura. Issei looked almost grateful for the care. His eyes softened as he stared at her. Thanks, Sakura. His voice was low, a touch tired, but the warmth in it made her cheeks flush. Don't mention it, Onaikin. She mumbled, her eyes still focused on his face. Finally, after the wounds were dressed, and the girls made sure he wouldn't bleed out from anything serious, Tamamo snapped her fingers. All right, now that we've worked our magic, you need to eat. You haven't eaten since last night, have you? You're practically a walking skeleton. Issei grinned, despite the exhaustion in his voice. I can still keep going. Yuka's eyes narrowed. Don't give us that crap. You're eating right now, and no arguments. The girls quickly set about preparing a quick breakfast for him: warm rice, miso soup, and some simple fish. Issei was practically mobbed as he sat down to eat, Tamamo and Yuka taking turns sitting on either side of him, their attention undivided. Issei laughed lightly. You know, you guys are way too clingy. I'm not going anywhere, I swear. Tamamo leaned into him, making herself more comfortable as she rested her head on his shoulder. We'll just make sure you stay here then, she said with a teasing grin. We don't want you running off to get yourself killed. Yuka, sitting opposite him, shot him a sharp look as she passed him his bowl of rice. You're staying in here all day. You're going to rest, and we're not letting you out of our sight until you recover. Got it? And after this you're taking a bath and are going to rest. Misuki ordered as she left to heat the bath. The girls soon got each other a competitive look at who will be joining the boy while he showered. Got it, Issei muttered, his usual smile softening into something more tender. He grabbed his chopsticks and began eating as another plate was severed, savoring the warm meal as the girls kept their close watch on him. Sakura sat quietly beside him, trying to ignore the flutter in her chest. She was still getting used to this strange, yet undeniably comforting, affection. The warmth of the house, the food, and the girls' overzealous attention made her feel a little lighter, like maybe, just maybe, she wasn't as alone as she had been before. In another room of the Tosaka Manor, golden energy crackled violently, illuminating the ruins of what had once been an opulent chamber. Shattered furniture lay strewn across the floor, deep gouges carved into the walls where weapons had materialized and been dismissed in his fury. At the center of the devastation, Gilgamesh stood motionless, his crimson gaze smoldering with barely restrained wrath. His regal composure remained intact, but his clenched fists, and the way his jaw tightened betrayed the tempest raging within him. That clown, his voice was low, dangerous, each syllable laced with venom. He dares to continue to humiliate me. To defy me? The very thought sent another surge of anger pulsing through his veins. He, the king of heroes, had been mock-challenged as if he were some mere mongrel to be trifled with. The insult was unforgivable. Slowly, his lips curled into a smirk, sharp and cruel. Then I shall make his suffering legendary. A golden ripple shimmered behind him, the gates of Babylon stirring in anticipation. The hunt had just begun for the king of heroes, Fuyuki Church. The grand hall of the Fuyuki Church was bathed in candlelight, the flickering flames casting shadows against the stone walls. Standing atop the altar like a judge passing a verdict, was Koto Rise. Tokiomi had decided. As his ally, it was my duty to ensure the war unfolds according to his vision. A shame, perhaps, that I must dirty my hands in politics rather than faith, but such was the nature of this conflict. His deep voice carried across the empty pews, but his words would soon reach every master in the war, except Issei. In accordance with my duty as overseer of this Holy Grail war, I must announce a grave violation of the rules, he declared, his tone measured and heavy. Castor's master has engaged in acts of aggression against those uninvolved in the war. Civilians who had no part in this conflict. Issei clasped his hands together as if in prayer, but the words he spoke next had little to do with faith. As such, in the name of the Holy Church, I offer a command seal as a reward to any master who eliminates this criminal. The decree was final on the orders of Tokiomi. The message spread swiftly, whispered by unseen messengers and relayed to the various masters of the Grail War. Fuyuki Hyatt Hotel, Kenneth's suite. Kenneth Archibald Elmeloy swirled a glass of deep red wine, watching the liquid swirl like blood in the candlelight. His fingers tightened around the delicate stem as he processed the announcement. A command seal, is it? He mused aloud, reclining in his opulent chair. A bounty had just been placed on Castor's master. The church had made its declaration, one fool had overstepped, and now the rest of them were being invited to correct his mistake. A command seal was a valuable prize, and an easy one if the target was truly as reckless as Issei's words suggested. Standing nearby, Soliyui stood with her arms crossed, the dim lighting casting sharp shadows on her elegant features. She regarded him with the same impatient disdain she always wore when the subject of battle arose. How irritating! A convenient excuse, wouldn't you say? She remarked, voice laced with venom. Or do you plan to keep hiding behind Lancer like a coward? Kenneth's fingers clenched tighter around his glass. A lesser man might have reacted to such blatant provocation, but he was not a lesser man. He was a lord of the clock tower, a magus of unmatched refinement and prestige. He exhaled slowly, setting his wine down with a quiet clink. How predictable! She mistakes patience for fear, tactics for cowardice. It's laughable, really. Castor's master a fool, to break the war's rules so blatantly, he continued, his tones smooth and measured. If the church deems him unworthy, I see no reason not to remove him myself. A master without morals is hardly a worthy opponent, Soliyui scoffed. You talk of honor, but where has it gotten you so far? Hiding in this room while others make their moves? Face it, Kenneth Lancer is the only reason you have any claim to this war at all. His jaw tightened. He turned his gaze toward her, eyes narrowing slightly. She never stops, does she? She knows nothing of true magecraft, of strategy, of the weight of command. Do not mistake caution for weakness, Soliyui, he said coolly. Unlike common barbarians, I do not simply throw my strength away recklessly. A proper magus chooses his battles wisely. Soliyui let out a breath through her nose, clearly unimpressed. She turned slightly, shifting her focus to Lancer, who had remained silent throughout their exchange. Her gaze softened just slightly. And what of you, Lancer? She asked, her voice losing some of its earlier bite. Do you not tire of waiting? Or are you content to play the obedient dog? Lancer, who had been standing at attention near the wall, finally lifted his gaze. His emerald eyes held a quiet depth, unreadable yet not entirely indifferent. There was a faint hesitation before he answered, but when he did, his voice was unwavering. I am a knight, my lady. My spear is my lord's to command. Kenneth smiled slightly, pleased with his servant's loyalty. Yes, that is how it should be. He understands his role. Unlike some, he rose from his seat, adjusting the sleeves of his fine coat as he strode toward the grand window overlooking the cityscape of Fuyuki. The night stretched out before him, the twinkling lights of the city below reminding him of the countless pieces in this grand game of war. Lancer, we will eliminate him at the earliest opportunity, he declared. There is no need for delay. A fool who lacks the discipline to respect the war's rules is not fit to continue participating. If we must remove him ourselves, then so be it. Consider it our first step toward victory. Lancer inclined his head slightly, expression unreadable. As you command, my lord. Kenneth smirked to himself, savoring the shift in momentum. Yes, this is how it should be. The war will proceed on my terms, not anyone else's. From behind him, Soliyui exhaled, shaking her head. I wonder, Kenneth, she murmured. Are you truly thinking ahead or simply grasping for a victory that keeps slipping from your fingers? He ignored her. There was no need to entertain the words of someone who failed to grasp the true nature of the war. Eisenberg Castle. Kiritsugu Emiya sat alone in the dimly lit study, fingers tapping rhythmically against the wooden table. The soft glow of a nearby monitor flickered against his sharp features, illuminating the unreadable expression on his face. A command seal. The church had just put out a bounty on Castor's master. That alone was strange. The Holy Grail War was a conflict between Magia bloodstained, ruthless, but with its own rules. The church, despite its claims of neutrality, rarely intervened so openly. And yet, here they were, offering a command seal as payment for an execution. Across from him, Irisville frowned, her silver hair cascading over her shoulder as she shifted in her seat. Her crimson eyes held a quiet intensity. That announcement, something doesn't sound right about it, she said, watching him carefully. Kiritsugu exhaled through his nose, his gaze still locked onto the screen. Obviously. The church doesn't care about civilians. Then why would they go out of their way to? Honestly? I don't know. He interrupted, his tone clipped. If Tokiomi and the church are working together, I have no idea what they get from eliminating Castor's master. The timing is suspicious. His mind worked through the possibilities. Was this an elaborate ploy to thin the number of masters? A smokescreen for another scheme? If Tokiomi was involved, then this wasn't just about punishing someone for breaking the rules. There had to be another layer to it. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers as he considered his next move. If nothing else, this decree had one clear benefit: it painted a bright, obvious target on Castor's master. The other masters would be drawn to the hunt, which meant their focus wouldn't be on him. A useful distraction, Mia. His voice barely rose above a murmur, but it was enough. From the other side of the room, the silent woman Mia Hiza stood at attention, waiting for orders. Her dark eyes held no emotion, only focus. Have you found anything about the master of Castor? Mia's response was as precise as ever. Unfortunately not, Kiritsugu. I searched, but there's no trace of this issei. Kiritsugu's fingers tapped the table once more. Issei. A name, but no information. No movements, no presence in the city's surveillance. Either the man was incredibly skilled at remaining hidden, or he wasn't playing by the usual rules of magecraft. Neither possibility sat well with him. He exhaled slowly, pushing aside his curiosity for now. Then we'll use this opportunity to eliminate another master. Do we have the location of the Master of Lancer? Mia nodded. He is currently staying at the Hyatt Hotel. Kiritsugu's lips curled into a cold, humorless smirk. Kenneth Archibald Almalloy. A proud, arrogant noble from the clock tower. The kind of man who clung to outdated notions of honor and prestige. A man like that would never see his death coming because he wouldn't expect a fight that wasn't on his terms. Then we start preparing. His tone left no room for discussion. Irisville watched him, a faint trace of sadness in her expression, but she said nothing. She knew Kiritsugu's methods. Knew that when he set his sights on a target, there was no hesitation, no sentimentality, only the cold calculation of a man who would do whatever it took to reach his goal. Waver's apartment. The announcement had barely finished when Waver Velvet shot up from his chair, pacing frantically in the small apartment. A command seal, an actual command seal, he muttered to himself, running a hand through his messy hair. That's a huge deal, isn't it? That means an extra order for Ryder. I could. His voice trailed off, uncertainty settling in. Across the room, Ryder was lounging on the floor, legs crossed, downing an entire can of beer as if the announcement were nothing more than idle gossip. Waver turned to him. Should we? No, Ryder said firmly, not even looking up. Waver flinched. But, no, Ryder repeated, setting his bottle down with a loud thud. We are warriors, not cowards. Castor and issei are enemies worth fighting. We'll face them both in battle, not as hunters chasing scraps thrown to us by some priest. He scoffed. A true king doesn't pick fights for a cheap reward. Waver swallowed hard, lowering his gaze. Right, yeah, of course. His stomach twisted with unspoken conflict. Ryder spoke as if the matter was settled, but was it really so simple? Every master in the war would be hunting down Castor's master now. If they ignored this opportunity, would they be putting themselves at a disadvantage? Even if the idea lingered in his mind, Ryder's conviction left no room for argument. Ryder merely grinned, reaching for another can of beer. Good. Now stop pacing like a nervous scribe and sit down. You're making me dizzy. The afternoon was quiet, save for the distant hum of city life and the occasional rustling of leaves. Perched high on a telephone pole, an owl with deep crimson eyes observed the sunlit residential district below. The creature's head tilted slightly, its keen vision locked onto a house nestled in the quieter part of the city. The familiar had followed the injured boy here, trailing him from a safe distance, never once revealing its presence. It had taken patience, but now the prey was cornered. Tokiomi's study, Tosaka Manor. Tokiomi Tosaka lowered the enchanted mirror on his desk as it showed the boy entering the house, his face impassive yet contemplative. The image of the unfamiliar residence lingered in his mind. So that is where they'd been hiding. His mind worked through the implications. The boy caster's master was clearly weakened, possibly injured. And more importantly, he was not alone. He felt displeased that people who have nothing to do with the Holy Grail War might get injured by what he was about to do. As records show, a single mother and daughter living there, but rescuing his daughter, Sakura, came first. Sakura is there. His grip on the desk tightened. His daughter, taken from him, was in the clutches of that foul magus. And now, she was defying him, speaking against him, surely the result of Castor's manipulations. Hypnosis. Brainwashing. There was no other explanation. Tokiomi closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply. It was clear what had to be done. He soon reached for the old antique phone and dialed Fuyuki Church. The moment the phone rang, Kirai Kotomine answered, his voice steady and impassive. Master Tokiomi, I have found my daughter's location, Tokiomi stated, his tone carefully measured, carrying the weight of authority. Sakura is being held within a residence occupied by Castor's master. Kirai remained silent for a beat, absorbing the information. And what would you have me do? Tokiomi exhaled slowly, fingers steepling on the polished wood of his desk. Eliminate Castor's master. Ensure Sakura's safety and return her to me. As for the women in the house, they are irrelevant. Avoid harming them if possible. We can erase their memories afterward. A brief pause followed. Then Kirai's voice came through, level as ever. And what of Archer? Tokiomi's fingers twitched slightly against the desk. He had anticipated that question. Bringing Archer into this mission would be disastrous. Gilgamesh had taken an unnatural interest in issei, and if he caught wind of this operation, he would abandon all orders to confront the boy on his own terms. No, Tokiomi said firmly. Do not inform him. This mission belongs to you and assassins. Handle it efficiently. Quietly. The silence between them stretched thin, tense but unshaken. Then, finally, Kirai answered, Understood. The line went dead. Tokiomi leaned back, exhaling slowly. The wheels were in motion. By dawn, Castor's master would be nothing more than a memory, and Sakura would be home. Hana residence. The air inside Hana's small home was thick with tension, pressing down on them like an invisible force. Despite the quiet, an unspoken understanding settled over the group as they gathered the last of their belongings. The walls, once a source of comfort and warmth, now felt suffocating, more like a prison than a home. Yuka tightened her grip on the strap of her bag, her fingers trembling slightly. She cast a sidelong glance at Misuki, who sat rigidly on the couch, her hands clasped together, lips pressed into a thin, tense line. The weight of what they were about to do hung between them, heavy and inescapable. This is really happening, Yuka muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Misuki exhaled slowly, the rise and fall of her shoulders the only indication of the deep breaths she took before nodding. Apparently so. It wasn't just a house they were leaving behind, it was the only life they had ever known. The echoes of Yuka's childhood, the laughter, the arguments, the quiet moments of peace, all of it would remain here. But when they looked at Issei, still bandaged yet standing strong, determination in his eyes despite his own exhaustion, the choice became clear. We're with you, Misuki said suddenly, meeting Issei's gaze. No matter where this takes us. Yuka let out a quiet chuckle, blinking rapidly as if to fight back tears. Can't exactly let you go off and get yourself killed without us, can we? Issei rubbed the back of his head, smiling at them. I appreciate it, really. And as Issei looked at them, at the two people willing to throw away everything just to stand beside him, he couldn't help but smile. No matter how uncertain the road ahead was, he wasn't walking it alone. Across the room, Sakura clutched the hem of her dress, lost in thought. She had been silent the entire time, watching as the others packed with purpose. Unlike them, she had no attachments here. This was not her home. But then, was there anywhere she truly belonged? She was only a child, but even she understood that the world had never offered her a place to call her own. Issei had saved her without expecting anything in return. He had shown her kindness without even knowing who she was. He fought, endured pain, and suffered not just for himself, but for the people around him. For her, her thoughts drifted to her father, to the distant memories of her old home, to the suffocating walls of the Mato estate, and the coldness and pain that had defined her life for so long. Compared to that, this warmth, this chaotic yet genuine kindness felt like something she never wanted to lose. Steeling herself, Sakura took a deep breath and stepped forward, stopping at Issei's side. Her voice wavered, but she pushed through. I want to come with you. Issei blinked in surprise, as the thought of her coming was obvious. Before he could say anything, she quickly added, if it's okay for me to come. He hesitated for only a moment before smiling. To him, it was a given. Sakura was his responsibility to protect. There was no question. Of course, Sakura let out a quiet breath of relief. She didn't know what the future held, but for now, she was happy. She could stay with her hero. Leaning against the doorway, Tamamonome watched the scene unfold with a knowing smirk. Good. She hummed, tilting her head playfully. About time my dear husband started taking responsibility. Issei shot her a flat look. I was always taking responsibility, she giggled behind her sleeve. Not nearly enough, darling. But now, you'll get to introduce me to my wonderful in-laws. I can't wait to make a good impression. The sheer confidence in her tone made Yuka and Nasuki exchange wary glances. Meanwhile, Issei sighed, scratching his head. The thought of explaining everything to his parents, his injuries, Sakura, and the fact that he now had an eccentric fox wife, not to mention finally having a girlfriend. This was already giving him a headache. On top of that, he still needed to figure out where Hana's family would stay. Still, despite her teasing, there was something genuine in Tamamo's words. She was happy, not just because Issei was finally taking decisive action, but because they were all moving forward together and Tamamo was a step closer to becoming a proper wife. Get back! Sherry's warning barely registered before the explosion tore through the home. The walls of Hana's house buckled under the sudden force, the shockwave ripping through the building. Glass shattered, debris flew, and the floor cracked beneath their feet. Heat and dust filled the air, suffocating and blinding, turning the once cozy home into an unrecognizable ruin. Issei barely had time to react. His body was still sore, his movements sluggish from his injuries, but his instincts screamed danger. As the dust began to settle, a tall figure stepped forward from the wreckage. Kirai Koto Mine, dressed in dark priest robes, he moved with an unsettling calm, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group. Behind him, shifting in and out of the shadows, were countless figures, assassins. Their silent presence was suffocating. A death sentence. Kirai exhaled slowly, his expression unreadable. Tokiomi wishes for the return of his daughter, he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Your existence has become an inconvenience. Issei gritted his teeth. He could barely stand, let alone fight at full strength, but he forced himself forward, arms raised in a defensive stance. You're really bad at knocking, he muttered. Kirai didn't respond. He moved, faster than a human should, straight for Issei. At the same time, the assassins shifted, cutting off Tamamo before she could intervene. A fist struck Issei's ribs. The impact was brutal. Even with a quick reinforcement from Sherry, he felt something crack, the force sending him skidding across the ruined floor. The pain was instant, white-hot and searing through his body. He barely had time to recover before Kirai closed the distance, his strikes relentless. A palm strike to his chest. A knee to his stomach. A backhand to his temple. Issei gasped, barely managing to block another hit, but his strength was fading. Damn it! He had pushed himself too far against Gilgamesh, and now he was paying for it. He tried to summon boosted gear, but it didn't respond. His body was too weak. Kirai's gaze remained cold and analytical, as he was delivering another punishing blow. This is your limit. Issei hit the ground hard, pushing him far from his opponent. Issei, the multiple assassins moved in. Their orders were simple: eliminate everyone except Sakura. Yuka and Masuki barely had time to react before the masked figures lunged, blades gleaming in the dim light. While one went to retrieve the girl, they had no weapons. No way to fight back. And yet, the moment the daggers should have pierced their flesh, something stopped them. Multiple barriers. A shimmering, golden veil pulsed into existence around them, repelling the assassins like an invisible shield. The masked killers reeled back, hissing in confusion. Then a sharp crack split through the air. The temperature in the ruined home shifted. Mystical energy surged outward, thick with malice and divine power. Tamamonome stepped forward. Her golden eyes gleamed beneath the flickering light of destruction. The smug playfulness she usually wore was gone, replaced by something ancient, something dangerous. Behind her, 3 brilliantly glowing tails flickered, their presence alone warping the air. The assassins hesitated, instincts screaming danger. Even Kirai's usually impassive expression tensed slightly as he turned toward her. Tamamo smiled cruelly, her gaze flicking toward Issei's battered form on the ground. "You know," she purred, rolling her shoulders, "I've been very patient, letting my dear husband take the lead." Her voice, smooth yet dripping with venom, rang through the broken remains of the house. "But I think it's time I reminded you all why my name is feared in legend." She raised a single delicate hand. Magic surged. A pulse of power erupted outward. Curses, thick and suffocating, flooded the air like a tidal wave. The very atmosphere darkened, pressing down like an unseen force. The assassins shuddered. Their limbs stiffened, their movements sluggish weakened. "Oops." Tamamo giggled cruelly. "Did I just sap all your strength?" "What a shame!" One assassin lunged. Tamamo flicked her fingers. Violet fire exploded over his body. It wasn't normal flame, it was hungry, malevolent. It didn't just burn, it consumed. The assassin didn't even have time to scream before he ceased to exist. Kirai moved, fast. A blur of motion, he dashed toward Issei with lethal precision. If he killed the boy, Castor would be useless. His fist, crackling with violent prana, shot forward, aimed straight for Issei's heart. But he struck nothing. Issei had vanished, his form melting into Tamamo's embrace. "You will pay!" Her voice echoed behind him, dripping with vengeance. "How dare you hurt my darling!" Kirai turned just in time for a blast of raw, malicious energy to slam into him. The impact was devastating. He was launched backward, crashing through the remains of a wall. The curse twisted into his body, coiling through his limbs like writhing serpents, sapping his prana, poisoning his strength. He forced himself up, but Tamamo was already upon him. Her claws gleamed with power as she slashed. A crescent wave of energy exploded outward. Kirai barely twisted away, but the attack tore through his coat. A burning sensation seared his ribs. For the first time, Kirai Kotomine felt pain from an enemy's attack. He narrowed his eyes. Dangerous. Tamamo's tails lashed out, scattering the remaining assassins as they tried to flank her. One misstepped. Tamamo snapped her fingers. The assassin froze. A glowing sigil flared beneath his feet, a binding curse. Before he could react, chains of spectral foxfire erupted from the ground, wrapping around his body and dragging him downward. His screams were cut off as he was swallowed into the abyss. Tamamo laughed, twirling a lock of her hair. "Oops. Guess he won't be making it back to the Grail War." The remaining assassins hesitated, fear creeping in. Even Kirai knew this was no longer a winnable fight. His cold gaze swept across the battlefield. Assassins half dead, Issei injured, but still alive, the other women protected. This mission was already falling apart. With an almost inaudible sigh, Kirai made his decision. Retreat. The remaining assassins vanished into the night, melting back into the shadows. Kirai, despite the pain in his body, moved swiftly, disappearing into the darkness just as the next wave of Tamamo's magic surged forward. Tamamo clicked her tongue in irritation. Ugh. Figures they'd run the moment they start losing. She crossed her arms, her ears twitching as she turned to the others. Issei slowly opened his eyes. He wanted to continue being in Tamamo's hug as her bobas are healing his broken body, but they were still getting attacked, and with that thought he got back on his feet, breathing heavily. He looked at the ruins of their home. Then at Tamamo, still glowing with power, her 3 tails swaying in the wind. "Remind me not to piss you off," he muttered with a weak chuckle. Tamamo's expression brightened instantly, but the worry in her face continued. "Darling, you say that as if I'm not the sweetest, most lovable wife in the world." She beamed, her tails wagging. But don't worry. So long as you keep treating me well, I'll always be on your side. Yuka, Misuki, and Sakura stared at her, still processing the devastation she had just unleashed. You're terrifying, Yuka finally whispered. Tamamo simply winked. Flattery will get you everywhere, dear, Issei sighed, shaking his head. They had survived. But now, their enemies know where they are. Master, it's ready, Sherry announced as the watch started blinking. The air crackled as the portal surged to life. A swirling vortex of blue light expanded, illuminating the rubble-strewn battlefield where only moments ago, battle and destruction had reigned. Go! Now! She ordered. Issei barely had the strength to move, but he wasn't about to hesitate. With a final glance at the ruins of Hana's home, he stumbled forward. Yuka and Misuki helped support him, their faces conflicted at the devastation as they left behind everything they had ever known. Tamamo entered with a grin of excitement. Sakura hesitated at the edge of the portal. Fuyuki. Her past. The city that had caged her. A hand extended toward her Issei's. She took it. The group stepped into the light, and in an instant, they were gone. Night, Park 6 months before canon. The sensation of weightlessness faded, replaced by the feeling of solid ground beneath their feet. A familiar night sky stretched above them, one that shouldn't have been possible. Issei staggered slightly, still exhausted from the night's battles. As he steadied himself, his eyes widened in shock. They were back. In the same spot that the watch had taken him, his home. The park was just as it had been when he left, no signs of battle, no time having passed. The town was calm, peaceful, as if he had never left at all. Like I said, Master? Only 30 minutes. It's good to be back. Partner, I know you feel as if everything was unresolved, but at the moment you are too weak. Plus, after every world we go to, the watch will record it and make it possible to return. When you feel ready, we can always come back. Really? Yuka says in excitement at knowing she can return home. Of course. I would not lie. It's even possible to return at the exact time we left. For now, relax, and the moment you feel better we shall start your training. Issei did feel like he still had some unfinished business, and with a breathless laugh. After all the chaos, all the fights, it felt surreal. But he did want to return and punch that priest and that golden bastard. He turned to look at the others. Yuka and Misuki took in the new surroundings, expecting something more, but it looked just like their world. Sakura clung to Issei's sleeve, uncertain but unwilling to let go. And Tamamo? She simply stretched, completely at ease. Well, it looks like I finally get to meet my dear husband's parents, she said cheerfully. She was a bit startled by the amount of magic in the air, but didn't think much of it. I do hope they'll approve of me, Issei groaned, rubbing his wounds. I'm sure they love you. Tamamo just beamed. Don't worry, darling. I'll charm them in no time. Issei simply smiled and turned to the girls, ignoring the pain. Welcome to the future 2008 and my home. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.